Anytime you clock a butterfly, I flip a switch, keep a secret, let you come inside. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on 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 me. Anytime you clock a butterfly, you flip a switch, keep a secret, let me come inside. When you run the gamut, but you could never plan it. You keep on breathing when you're in it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me.
Renegade, let's go. 24. Let them all blow, but I can't come. Pedal on a pedal with an old 3 kid. Vroom, vroom, up 400 dash roll. Cut through 300 deep and move. Get lifted, body need get cool. Let's do fly over your head. Body got another on me. Oh, double nine. Telephone cut that rain. Shut up my son for the rain though. I don't want cut my lane. Running fist fire, ain't scared no rest. Go pop one ring, go break one bench. I pop missile if I wish I put one pistol on my head. Was popping and popping, love in the morning. Blue come over to come in the morning. Vogue in the flick, poster forming. Confident boy run a halo on me. Jealous in the NBO, fill up in the air. I be hitting minute more when I'm on the air. Yeah, boy so pitiful, wanna be my pet. Oh well, good boy, catch a bone on the stair. Renegade, let's go. 24. Let them all blow, but I can't come. Pedal on a pedal with an old 3 kid. Vroom, vroom, up 400 dash roll. Cut through 300 deep and move. Get lifted, body need get cool. Let's do fly over your head. Body got another on me. Oh, scared of my life. Skittle. Grape hat flavor. Grape. Take all the vice. Right side center. Pesky side. I need to spinning. Blind with the face, spin relay on this light. We gon' see where to take off. I am the chosen one, that's how I feel. I ain't tripping on rewind. The blessing I got from the angels around me are really some A1. I am the chosen one, that's how I feel. I ain't tripping on rewind. The blessing I got from the angels around me are really some A1.
Renegade, 为心将我包围。Renegade， 弄污自我击坠。雨落下，扣紧我外套。一辆车穿梭在轨道。你不想成为我目标。Renegade， go on the more。
Renegade, let's go.
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread, ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
Where you been? Now I'm back, let's bump that. Got a phantom in my hand, I'll clutch that. Get an agent on flank, got a loop back. Shall we simmer on down with a 5-step? Where we been? I don't know, going downtown. Got the city lights secret like a ghost town. Got the body frags hiding all spooked out. Cause we got radiant night, you better bow down. Now whoa, you from Omega with the oh no. I'm with the alpha and you know, don't make that ticket spike sound. Put that away, you'll hurt yourself. Be an anchor, let it all come your way. We got plenty for you, boy. Just say we got share
fade. Don't be fooled and mistaken by my angel face. I'm just a hothead looking for a reason to break. I'm the wizard of death, I'll come visit you next. Just put my name on it next to your very last breath. I'm caught inside the fire again. I'm caught inside the fire again. I'm the wizard of death, I'll come visit you next. Just put my name on it next till your very last.
틱틱 문을 차고 있던 이건 데자부 이미 와본 걸까 내 성공을 전부 담긴 그릇이 작아 I can't lose 점수 그건 의미 없는 숫자 내 열의 top 10 거는 식당 행걸로 채운 옷잔 전부 대스탁 상시주의 red dot 경고는 없어 better not 난 사방에 다 뿌린지 마치 red hot
Broken and bruised, what's left to lose? Here on the edge of forever. If I never win, I'll never fight. Win or sacrifice, fight until the final hour. Pain is my superpower. Keep my head up high, run through rain or shine. Cannot sleep without the sour. Pain is my superpower. 할 말 있음 어서 말해봐. Tough guy 되었고여서 도망가. 이제는 시시해 gunfight. I brought a blade. They forgot to shave. 날 주워 맛보게 fade. 끝이 보여 네 bandits. 끝없는 내 rampage. 이게 나니까 저지 can't change. 내게 나서 plan B. 요즘 plan A. 바꿔 pain every champion into champagne. Broken and bruised. What's left to lose? Here on the edge of forever. If I never win, I'll never fly. Win or sacrifice, fight until the final hour. Pain is my superpower. Keep my head up high, run through rain or shine. Cannot sleep without the sour. Pain is my superpower.
This world never saw me coming. I kick down every door they lock. No rules, only gods can judge me. Only gods can judge me. Only gods can judge me. Only gods can judge me.
If I never win, I'll never fly. Win or sacrifice, fight until the final hour. Pain is my superpower. Keep my head up high, run through rain or shine. Cannot sleep without the sour. Pain is my superpower. Fight until the final hour. Pain is my superpower.
Full throttle, I'm tipping scales, I'm not the lotto. I got to lead with something, man, you know Denzel the motto. Me and the gang just hit the streets just like they was the lotto. I got the Vando on auto, they know how crazy I go. So if it's been a minute, you can play the bet. If you're independent, come get on the map. If you the opposition, don't you ever let. 'Cause when I get up in it, you know it's
Red Bull gives you wings.
Yeah. Let me get a punch. Let me get a punch. Let you feel the punch. Let me get a punch. What a hoop, don't sleep, yeah, yeah, boom. What a hoop, don't sleep, yeah, yeah, boom. What a hoop, don't sleep, yeah, yeah, boom. What a hoop, don't sleep, don't punch me. Don't keep getting me pissed before I make you bleed. Pray for your rest in peace. It's the only piece that you need, even a punch. This is the purge. Everybody please your perk. Your perma kick these people with my kitty pound. Play with the wrong gal pound. Put when they put get my pop on out. Pop on now. Yeah, I'm a kite ying my pound. Pack it out, back it out. กูสร้างมึงภาพลับ yo how about now bruh จบบ้านนี้ไม่ต้องรอถึงหูพวกกูจัดมึงจุก now out Be the pepper pick a pack of peppers People like me pick a pack of bricks for a week per day per minute Rapper like me ทำพวกมึง panic บอกกูเป็นผู้หญิงมี point the proof ไม่ควรได้ price เข้าใจมึง lose อะไรไม่รู้พร้อมพวกขี้แพ้มาพานกูพูดไปก็ไร point เขาต่อยสักชุดดีกว่าว่าพวก What a hoop don't sleep yeah yeah don't What a hoop don't sleep yeah yeah don't What a hoop don't sleep yeah yeah don't What a hoop don't sleep don't punch me Problems are proved in one punch. All battles are beat in one punch. Put you to sleep with this one punch. ไม่สะเทือนกูสักนิดกูขอสกิลด้วย one punch. ชีวิตที่กูโดนมามากกว่า one punch. วันนั้นที่กูเจอกูสักกับคนมา one punch. One day, one life, one dream, one punch. If you have one shot, better have one punch. Eminem said, Millie Rabbit, I'm the world shark. You just catfish. Kevin said, พ่อแม่คือความจริง Summer and from the competition. ผลลัพธ์คือ I'm the best, bruh. What a hoop, don't sleep, yeah, yeah, don't. What a hoop, don't sleep, yeah, yeah, don't. What a hoop, don't sleep, yeah, yeah, don't. What a hoop, don't sleep, don't punch me.
There's only one seat left on the plane to Toronto, and today we'll find out who's going to be booking their flight. Hello everyone and welcome to the finals weekend for VCT EMEA Stage 1. I am your host Yingsu, coming to you live from the Riot Games Arena here in Berlin, Germany. We're going to be crowning a champion, of course, by the end of this weekend, and for me, every day working with Kukuka and Billy is a W, is a win. So I wanted to ask you guys, what's your biggest W coming into this weekend? Could be about anything.
Have I already won, or is it still something
You've
possible?
already won. Your W.
My W. I mean, I'm very happy to live doing what I do. I get to go to Spain at the end of this as well.
Yeah, that's a huge W. Yes.
Oh, I'm trying to think. What is my W? Just being here, being in Berlin. Now that I'm finally moved, I'm settling into my surroundings.
New apartment.
New lifestone.
I think going to Spain is just a W in general.
Yeah.
And the Spanish
wait to
fans.
go to the beach.
Yeah, and the Spanish fans have something to be happy about because Team Heretics, they're good. They might even be the best.
Absolutely. I think that last week they just reassured something that we probably already knew. Currently completely undefeated in this stage 1. We had so many questions after kickoff, and I feel, Billy, that we found a lot of answers.
Oh, 100%. I think Team Heretics are probably one of our best chances at Toronto right now, right? They feel as though they're a tier above the rest. But of course, Fnatic as well had an amazing game against Team Liquid last week. I felt like we were all like sitting there shaking our hands going, oh my God, what's going to happen? So yeah, no, it was a super exciting week last week.
It was, and we did have to say goodbye to a couple of teams as well. How are we feeling about that?
I'm actually pretty happy with the top 4 that we ended up with. Not gonna lie, I always like Navi like trying to go for a run. I feel like they also defeated some of their demons, not going out on the first round and whatnot. But I think that BBL is another team that has only lost to 2 teams that are currently in the playoffs, which are Team Liquid and Heretics in their entire year. Fnatic also have proven a lot of things, and I'm very happy with this top 4.
Yeah, and your eyes do not deceive you, by the way, if you're looking at that lower bracket, because Foot have finished behind BBL, Billy, for the first time ever.
I know. I mean, Foot, it's just crazy to think that we're going to a global event and we're not going to have Foot there as one of our EMEA representatives. So yeah, interesting one there. But I think as well, Navi, I think they'd improved so much since kickoff, and I really honestly thought that they could be the dark horse in that lower bracket, but unfortunately we had to say goodbye to them.
I like the Angel Deadlock. I hope that we see more when stage 2 comes.
Of course, and the second game today will be a qualification game. So the winner of BBL versus Liquid will be joining Fnatic and Team Heretics in Toronto. But let's talk about this upper bracket final first. I think once we got to playoffs, at least, this is what we expected, right? Heretics versus Fnatic in the upper bracket final?
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. Maybe the question there was Team Liquid going to finish up on top of Fnatic this time around? But for the side of Heretics, everybody should be excited for them. As I said, currently undefeated on this stage 1, completely revamped. We see new compositions. We're getting so much out of them. The double duelists, them finding their foot in and actually stepping on everybody else.
It's not just that, it's the form that they're in at the moment as well, right? Like being able to win out all of these series going 2-0, like they've been doing so well so far. So if this is the kind of form that they're in before they're even at global, I can't wait to see how they get on.
Yeah, Benji was pretty vocal talking about how he was getting a lot of flame. He was getting a lot of slack for underperforming, and I don't think anyone could, at this point, Billy, say he's underperforming. If anything, maybe he's overperforming.
That's crazy, overperforming. No, I think when we look at Benji, like he does everything that we ask from a Sentinel, especially like just the way he's able to anchor sites. He's always getting multiple kills as well before he ends up having to give up that site, which helps his team whenever it comes into those retake situations. You know, he's really like doing his job at the best of his ability at the moment, and I think that genuinely he is probably the best Sentinel that we have in our region right now.
And this Icebox that he had, the clutches, all the aggression that we were seeing coming from mid, it's not the form, is not only being comfortable, it's actually relying on something that he could have always relied on individually, pound for pound. This Team Heretics is so incredibly strong, and I am so happy that they have remembered that. He's currently topping most of the stats for playoffs in our region.
Look at that smile as well. Look at that smile. He's smiling all the way to a global event, but still hasn't won a trophy yet. Is this his best chance?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that if they're able to keep what they've been doing, if they're able to win today especially, they could do something that no other team in no other region has done this stage, and is having a completely flawless run to Toronto. Not dropping a match in the group stage and not dropping one in playoffs, but you know, let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of things that's going on in Americas.
Yeah.
We won't address it, but what I will say is thanks for giving us Crashies. Thank you for that, because he is come out looking like one of the best players we have in our region, and I am not ashamed for us to be carried by an import. I welcome it.
Yeah, I think that this follows along the entire resurgence that we're seeing from Fnatic. I also like the fact that he's comfortable in shining in this clutch situations. It doesn't matter if it's a 2v2, if it's just him by himself. It really looked like he has recovered his confidence.
Yeah, I want to look at all the doubters right now, because there was a lot of doubters at the very start of this year, but I think that it is crazy, right? But like I think Crashies has kind of come to almost the top of his game right now in the form that we've seen from him. When we're looking at him, we're not just looking at the KDA for Crashies, right? We're looking at the value he's adding to the team in the sense of what utility usage is he having, what's his awareness looking like. You know, the actual impact that he's having within this team goes beyond just what the stats provide.
And he keeps getting better. When you look at a team like Fnatic, with all the good individuals that they have that could go for a crazy play, maybe at the beginning of the year you would think the Crashies would be the easier of one, but he's proven all them doubters wrong. And if he keeps performing like this in Toronto, he's going to be at his peak.
I love the way he has the confidence too, because we heard from that interview where he said, boys, okay, map 1 and map 2, you handle it, but trust me when we go to Fracture. Trust me that I'm gonna be unreal on Fracture. When has he ever been bad on Fracture? Like, let's be honest, I don't ever remember seeing a single bad time, a bad performance from him, and you do have to wonder, will will Heretics leave that open for them today?
Of course, this is the last match that we saw in the entirety of the regular season, right? So the map veto is something that we need to be very expectant of, because for both of these teams, on the side of Fnatic, we kind of know that they're going to keep doing what they're doing, because otherwise not banning Pearl would be a little bit troll against Heretics. I feel like they would exploit that situation. My question is on Heretics, like how much have they put onto this? Do they want to take on Fnatic on a map that they're really strong in and they could have a read on, or are they going to go completely crazy? I don't know.
I hope they don't deviate from the Icebox choice, because Billy, Kayak plays Sage. How fun was that?
It's so funny though, because I know that before we even went into that, I was like, oh, you know, Kayak's played Gecko on this map before, but then we got a Sage out of him, and it was honestly such a welcoming thing to see from him, right? I think it just shows as well like how deep his agent pool actually is, the flexibility that he's bringing to this team. Let's not forget, this is his first year in Tier 1, and the shoes that he was having to fill, right? Having to come in after replacing Derka, like he's really had to kind of live up to those moments, and I think seeing him on the Sage and having fun with it as well was such a delight.
It was indeed. We don't see Sage very often these days, and Kayak was pretty determined to give us a good show.
Wall boost here, wall boost there, wall boost on top of this stage, on top of this car. I'm gonna be wall boosting everywhere.
You definitely need that kind of confidence when you're going on the stage, and he's completely right. His walls were a before and an after and had so much impact in most of the rounds. This pistol round is a perfect example. After the opposing team, after Team Liquid had already used all of that utility, they still have some more to try and get the plant down. And in him individually, also having the confidence to, as he said, just pull walls here, walls there, getting super high value from those reses as well. It's flawless, I would say.
Yeah, he was pocket saging crashes a lot of the time on this Icebox, but it's like you say, it's the value from the walls, being able to, this one is a perfect example, right? Being able to block things off, but then also getting cheeky with it, right? Being able to sit up on top of a wall with the outlaw if you want to. Yeah, no, I think he was having a lot of fun, and I think it was very much reflected in the vibes throughout the whole team.
And my goodness, was he carrying, because really, if you look back on that map, they shouldn't have lost. After the clutches, the way Kayak has performed, the fact that they even lost was a little bit suspect, but more importantly, I think the most important question I will ever ask you two my entire career is, does Kayak on a wall have the same ring to it as Tank on the wall?
No. I am sorry. It's been just one performance, and this wall to me... well, we are going to have an attack back, so I really hope that we get to see that head-to-head. But he's definitely proven that he has a very good repertoire of the walls and everything that we can see on Icebox. If, as you were saying, Yinsu, we get to see that map today being picked up by Heretics, I want to know how they're going to counter all of the different positions, and I hope that they spend a fair amount of time on TikTok just going through everything that can be done with the agent.
TikTok strats, is that what we're calling it now? Kayak's killing TikTok
Can you imagine
strats?
Boo scrolling TikTok? Can we just take a moment and imagine it?
Can you imagine that Discord chat of just being like, oh, I've seen this wall. We need to prep something for it.
How do we share? How do you share these clips? I want to make it happen. But do you think that this could challenge the tank? Is this on the same level yet?
No, I don't think so. We've
We're
only
so
seen it the
loyal.
once. I think
And the tank has a song.
we're moving
sorry.
too quickly. You know, we've seen it once. Let me see it again today, please.
Yeah.
And then we can decide.
And then we can say Kayak. It doesn't hit the same.
Kayak.
It doesn't
He's on
hit
the
the
wall.
same. It doesn't. But one thing though about this rivalry, it is kind of a friendly one in the end of the day, even though Heretics have an amazing record over Fnatic. And I think this was reflected through what Bosa said in that post-match interview after Liquid, which is Rians is scary. Rians is the player that he's most scared of. He's very, very impressed by him, and he went as far, Kakuka, to say that Rians is better than Trent. Is that a hot take?
No.
Oh.
I mean, you asked me this question like a week ago, and I was like, yes, he is. And I do not think there is a single player in this region that you would ask about Rians that they'd be like, no, I know exactly, I haven't figured out, I'm not scared when he's still alive. His utility is always on point, and him individually will always deliver, also with that positive attitude that is always surrounding him. So of course, it is a big player, even though a young player, to be scared of.
And I love this. Why has he always got to do something against us? But he does that against everyone.
I mean, think back to the BBL game last week, that 1v3 on Ascent, which probably ended up like making Team Heretics end up winning that map, right? Because they just, I don't know what it was. I was like, why are we disrespecting Rians in a clutch like that?
And is that the win condition for Heretics today?
There's many of them. I think the momentum for Heretics is always important. So starting off on a good foot, especially against a team like Fnatic, but we'll have to wait to see the Veto, I say, first.
Yeah, and they're favored in this matchup historically too.
Yep.
They've won way more compared to Fnatic, but it won't just be about Rians today. I had the pleasure of catching up with a pretty surreal esports reunion. And speaking of Rians, I'm now joined by the dynamic duo of Rians from Team Heretics and Alpha from Fnatic. Now, for those people that aren't aware, you two used to be on the same team together, your ex-teammates on Surreal. So how does it feel today to be going up against each other? All love?
I mean, yeah, but it's not the first time we play against each other. So we played like a lot of times. And every time we play against each other, I feel a bit emotional because we had like great time together before. So, yeah.
Would you even say that it was a surreal time together? Sorry, I have to use that pun because I wanted to ask you guys a few surreal things. Now, Boaster said you're actually one of the best players he's ever played against. So I want to ask you, Alpha, who is the most surreal player that you've ever played against?
Probably him.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh. How do you feel about that?
I mean, thank you.
And who's the most surreal player that you've ever faced? you have to say him
I mean,
now, I think.
Okay, I feel like I have to say him, but
Yeah.
I will be honest, I think I would say Leo.
Leo?
Yeah.
Why?
I mean, I think he's the greatest of all time.
You agree?
I never play against him, so I don't know.
You've always had the pleasure of playing with him. Okay, and what's the most surreal match in EMEA that you've ever played in? What one game for you sticks in your memory in EMEA?
Yeah, I mean, mine is like Fnatic versus FPX when I joined the team, because just always the first matches is gonna remember. Yeah.
What about you?
For me, it was our Navi game in 2024 kickoff that we comebacked on Sunset, and I think we qualified for Masters Madrid on that game, and it was like huge comeback, and it was amazing for me.
What about the loss? Because I feel like we don't talk about those enough. So what's the most surreal loss you think? Sorry to drag this back up for you. I think we have a couple that you can choose from, but I'll come to you first.
I mean, if we talk about only EMEA,
yeah,
I would say Fnatic game that Leo was dropping 90 or something when he was full sick. You know, we started.
Final, yes.
Yeah, the grand final. We started 2-0, and then they just comebacked us. It was really sad, but yeah.
You don't lose against them very often, though. What about you, Alpha?
To be honest, I don't know. If you lose, we deserve that.
Every loss is pretty surreal.
Yeah.
Every loss is surreal. Thank you very much, you two, for joining me, and best of luck today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Here it goes again. 4 teams are still standing with 4 very different stories, but they all have one thing in common: the dream to become the best. Some of them already know how it feels to lift a trophy, but for others, they only know what it feels like to watch somebody else do it. Heartbreak and success comes hand in hand. So, before the chaos begins this weekend, let's take a look and see what our teams will be fighting for. Here it is, the trophy, the prize, the payoff. You don't just lift this to say you've won VCT EMEA. You lift this to say we are the best, and everyone else should be scared of us. Let's settle it. For one of our teams in this opening match, they'll get the chance to return to glory. And the other one, this could be their long-awaited first. Please join me and welcome your upper bracket finalists, Team Heretics and Fnatic, onto the stage.
Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch, I'm at top notch on the block. Slip and slide like me, nah. Spice it up with a sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said bop, bop, bop. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said bop. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said bop. I can't keep up, they follow me.
we've had since the partnership era. When Fnatic made the playoffs, they make a final. But Team Heretics, they still haven't won a trophy. And it's pretty fair to say that they're the favorite for the first time in a while coming into this. So the map vetoes are going to be very important. We've seen this match already pretty recently. Do you anticipate the same maps?
I kind of anticipate the same veto. Fnatic banning Pearl, Team Heretics removing Split, and Fracture is going to be the first one. Icebox second.
It's not the same maps.
We are in for a treat. As you're saying, Yinsu, we saw Lotus and Haven. Heretics wanted to prove on Haven that they got it better than Fnatic, but this time around, it is completely different. And I really, really want to see that second map, especially thinking of that first one, right? Fnatic go on to the pick and Fracture. We know that they've been performing, especially on the last couple of showings that we've seen of that. But from Heretics, it's not a map that we really see a lot. We've seen them ban it also throughout the regular season, and I don't believe we've seen it in kickoff.
Yeah, they banned it near enough every single week in the regular season, whether it was in their first wave or their second wave. However, the last time that they met Fnatic, it was Split that they banned, and of course Fnatic deciding to pick into that Fracture. So yeah, something that we've not really seen from Team Heretics as of yet, or at least not so much. But yeah, it's the Icebox. Team Heretics deciding to pick into that one as well, I think is interesting.
Yes. Let's go.
Like that's very confident.
The Neon versus the Sage.
Yeah,
it's a lot of Gecko.
Yeah, I cannot wait to see that head-to-head.
Yeah, it's very interesting that Fnatic are finally choosing Fracture. They haven't chosen Fracture at all this entire split. Every time they played it, it's because someone else chose it or it was map 3. So there must be something in the source here that's kind of saying to them, we're confident against Team Heretics. And this is where I want to see Crashies warm into the game instantaneously. You know, he's promised us every time they play Fracture, he's got them. But on the other side, who's the Heretics standout player on Fracture?
Here's the thing, we need to think of, as I said, they have not played this since kickoff. I believe it was Woods was playing on Sky. It was like, I do not think that we're going to get the same. The question is, what is Woods going to be doing? Is he going to go on the Tejo? Are we see them moving away from that double initiator? Maybe they do a double duelist here. We've also seen him going on the duelist. Are we going to see the Raze, knowing how good Miniboot has been on the Neon this stage? A lot of questions here, and the ball is in their court.
Yeah, we're going to find out now what we're going to get, and it is a mirror matchup. We didn't see the Kayak versus Miniboot on Neon last time, so this is exciting.
Yeah, that is very exciting. I'm excited to see both of these going on Neon, especially because we know that we're not going to have that head-to-head on Icebox. But yeah, looking at these compositions here, I mean, Rien's on the breach, not something that we see an awful lot of the time as well. And then Boo, trusty Brim. So yeah, I mean, I guess they thought that Fnatic's Fracture was good. They decided to copy
the Haven, right?
Yeah. And now they're going to prove them, just like in Haven, that they can do it better than them. And of course, for Heretics going into this matchup, you have to see this as a possibility, absolutely. And thinking of Heretics, yes, we had a lot of matches last week. Heretics played one. Like they're on a very, very good position to have as much of a break as they needed to prepare things like this one. But something tells me that this was probably like prepped from the beginning when we saw all the changes. It just makes too much sense for Miniboo to go on this agent. And as we're saying, the head-to-head is going to be brilliant. Also thinking about the snipers and the operators. And I do not only say operators because we expect Kayak to definitely make a difference when he's with that gun. I'm also thinking about the Marshals and the Outlaw that Miniboo has been rocking throughout the entire year.
I can't wait to see this match. Of course, the winner will be a grand finalist. And I said that every day working with Kukuka and Billy is a W, and my day is only getting better because Mitch and Tom are waiting on the other side. Take it away.
I really wasn't sure which way that was going to go.
I thought it was going the other way. I was certain it was going the other way.
I'll take a compliment. I'll take it. Yes, a pleasure listening to our desk. But now it's time to get into the game, Tom. Hell of a matchup here in the upper bracket final.
Yeah, and I love what they were talking about on the desk towards the end of it, is that it's now going to be another time where Heretics have gone, you got a nice comp, Fnatic. We're going to take it. We're going to do it better than you. And they even said it when it came to the Haven comp last time around. They stole the composition, they went in, and they did it much better. In fact, they dominated. And that's what I think of when looking at this veto in general. I think if you have maps, especially historically, maps that Fnatic would love, they have all of them. Like, you've got an Icebox, which, okay, hasn't looked great recently, but was one of their best in the past. You got Fracture to kick it off, and then finishing on a Lotus. You couldn't ask for much more. But we're not back in the past. We're not in those days, and Heretics have looked in form as of right now.
Talking about the past, Stage 1, Upper Bracket Finals and Grand Final, this was the matchup going back to last year. You've just seen the stat pop up there, 70% win rate when it comes to their opponent's map picks for Team Heretics. And of course, this is Fnatic's pick. Let's see if that stat is going to be hurt and harmed here today. As Fnatic on the defense, getting aggressive, and it's Kayak with a double opening. The flash helped him out for the second, but the first was all him. Little bit of space taken by Heretics in response, but a 5v2 that they're now left in.
Yeah, I think they did the exact same thing in the pistol versus Liquid. This aggressive defensive side push. And has left Miniboot in an almost impossible position, but bear in mind, Kayak's low. And Miniboo, when you talk about statistics, when you talk about ACS, this has been the guy throughout the season that's been able to take rounds home in scenarios that never should have been. With this crossfire should be impossible, but the first one comes cleanly. The next two might be a little bit tougher.
Yeah, there's still some room for this to swing back in the favor of Team Heretics. A strong squad when it comes to that pistol round win rate. See if it can be converted by the crossfire in play. Chronicles contact and the swing from Crashies down below. In fact, it was Minimoo going diving in towards him. He meets his fate. The shot to the head secures a 1-0 start for Fnatic.
Yeah, and as I was saying during the round, this is something that we saw from them last time out when they played Fracture, this very aggressive stance when it comes to Dish and the pistol round, and I think it's something that Kayak just thrives in. You set him up, you put him in positions, and he's going to put up those numbers. Now that game did obviously slip into absolute turmoil, coming down to Boaster having to save them, so we'll see if that's going to be the case here, because I think for Fnatic, getting off to a strong start on Fracture is going to be fairly important.
Without a doubt, Team Heretics, they've come in and given them that opportunity at least. It will be a light buy from that attacking side, playing the orbs early on, keeping space across the map. You can see on the B side, sitting outside, you've got two players locking down that control, keeping those orbs out of their opponent's hands, and they can rotate in and take them later on. Now for Heretics, that's really the best that they can hope for in a round like this, where there's not that much to fight with. But if Miniboo gets a few opportunities, if that Sheriff is given a chance, we know just how dangerous a round this can be when the pack is facing you. For Fnatic, it'll be all about avoiding that danger, and I think they're doing a great job. Just looking at B, there's one player passive and a 3-man south side push, a lot of space taken in response.
Yeah, they have so much of the information.
Here's the danger.
They're even going to steal an orb or two, but I think they're very aware of the few spots on the map. There could be less saying that. Rians is the first to take a duel, but Chronicle at range should have them dead to rights. Obviously not wanting to overface, but here's the steps coming and just farming up those orbs. Eventually he's going to get overwhelmed though, and this could be a problem. That's now the rifle. Look at the guns that are left for Fnatic. They've only got the pistols remaining. One comes up for Alpha here, but this has all fallen apart.
Boaster's got a chance. Still going to hurt the economy, but oh, never mind. He can't pull it back in their favor. The round 2 response from Team Heretics, a resounding victory. They look to play the orbs. They moved as a pack, but their odds, it didn't seem to be in their favor. Isolating the first fight, though, it's worked wonders.
Yeah, Fnatic need to make sure they get off to a strong start, get that momentum in their favor. That's not lasted very long at all.
Let's go!
I think, yeah, Miniboo maybe as surprised as the rest of us, because that didn't look like a round that should have been remotely possible. But with the aggression of the weapons and the pistols left behind, you now look at the economy available. I guess it doesn't matter. I guess the Classic is a much better gun than I'm giving it credit for.
Fnatic coming into this game at least the best anti-eco team in the league. Well, that statistic just took a big hit in a big game as well. Trying to fight back with an eco of their own. And at least for now, it looked good. A Classic found the opening. Alphayer shows the Guardian. And put some credits on the line, and the reward, well, it's looking decent with Heretics already feeling the burn. Moving into the A site, though, filling in a lot of space here will give them an opportunity to grab that plant. They still have to get past Crashies, but again, it's only the Classic in his hands. Boaster coming into position, only a Sheriff.
Yeah, I think fighting back in is always going to be that little bit more difficult. Utility to try and hold them into place, and well, it's not the prettiest of shots. Rians does well, but the spike has been dropped to the deck. Still, though, Now back into a 2v2 scenario. Benji trying to find a little bit of extra space. He's been in top form as of recent games, but this is still not an easy position to get out of.
Covered weapons for Fnatic. They can pack a punch in these fights, but they haven't got the shields to last once shots land in the other direction. Heretics walking out with 2 players. A solid early start for them, though, considering they were 1-0 down.
Yeah, they make that one a little bit costly. That's the problem, is that you look at this from Fnatic's perspective, you go, okay, you did a bit of damage. In the round that you have, it's not too bad, but when you consider how things went, and the economy is obviously, even with those 2 guns only being saved, for Heretics is still building up. You're going to have the Armageddon available as well for Whoop.
That was not easy, but we've...
We what?
It wasn't easy.
We what, though?
Got the job done, lads.
Ah, yes.
He learned that one from Benji.
Good cut out a little early there for me, all good.
Well, there is the Armageddon immediately. Clearly wary of that aggression onto Dish once again that was mentioned. This time, though, Kayak on the other side might have actually found a gap around the edge of the cam. I don't think Benji's going to have any idea that he's here! And it's not the prettiest of shots, but Kayak is still standing.
Somehow, yeah, he gets there in the end. Alfier above the smoke onto Miniboo, and now the numbers in Fnatic's favor. The weaponry there, the ult's online, and it's the neural theft finding the information. Big swing from Kayak. Shots, though, just not landing. And a Rolling Thunder in response is going to slow down that main take. Woot still flying under the radar up top. They've not spotted him. Chronicle may well have heard those steps as he swung out wide, and with Boo tagged low, this round can easily fall apart for Heretics. It's a brave stand out in the middle of the open. And he will find one on low HP. That's as solid as you could hope for, but Woot being rooted leaves Rienz alone. The last man standing, players all around, but he isolates it to just Chronicle. The time ticking, and it's already gone. The headshot confirms it. A Red Bull clutch for a 3-1 lead.
I think we've heard it from so many players throughout the league so far that who's the best player? And you look towards like the star duelists, maybe a Kayak, a Miniboo. You talk about players like Whoop, but the answer that crops up the most is Rienz. The safest pair of hands in these sort of clutch scenarios, individually sound and doing it all while playing supportive agents. This was someone where you sort of look at him, look how old he is as a player, and that is experience beyond his years, with just how calm, collected, and easy he made that look.
Top of the other team is Alfier's former teammate, looking on as his friend of old. Outshines him here at least to start out Fracture. Heretics, 70% of times they play an opponent's map, they steal it away. Alpha fired up inside of main. He finds the opening. He's dancing through the smokes, but eventually he will fall. The weaker weapons that are left in this round still managing to pack quite a punch. Boaster's taken down one. The numbers are somehow in Fnatic's favor. Damage is done too. And now the players are coming back up through main. This south side push from A main, well, it bought them a bit of space. But that orbital strike takes it right back into Heretics' favor. 2v3.
Yeah, he'd normally want to save that for the post, but they desperately needed that extra space. With Armageddon available, well, not anymore. Benji will win the fight that takes the ult out. Even still, an immediate trade. But this allows Boo back into those post-plant scenarios. We've seen this many a time. It might actually get an early fight. Chronicle has managed to slip the net into the close corner. I don't know if he's going to check it whatsoever. Just a smart play from the Breach now on the other side. And while Fnatic will break back, maybe a little earlier than expected, as that low buy succeeded.
Yeah, I think Chronicle might have just heard the very end of the reload as he was walking into main, realized that you're not going to win in that head-to-head battle a lot of the time, but yeah, taking him down from the side, nothing he could do. 3-2. Fnatic, this is a round that they needed early on. We talked about getting off to a good start, and it looked like they were there with the pistol under their belts, but oh man. A nasty kill in return. The game's so desperately close here, and it's done absolutely perfect. Yet you see,
on
even
main,
still, that player goes down to 16.
They're also lost. Like, I'm walking to work out what is going on.
We got to see that POV just in and out of the smoke, but eventually, you know, he was caught by Miniboo. Heretics right back on the horse though with a full buy.
Still with a purchase. Overdrive available. Ults firmly in the favor of Fnatic, though. This is where they could look to build, but you can tell not wanting to overplay their hand, especially Alpha in this round with a full setup available. Trying to make sure they don't get anything for free.
Camera taken out.
Minibu, someone we talked about confidence issues in the past, wanting to see him get off to a good start. Of course, up against Kayak, he has been shut down in week 5 when they played each other. It was the Kayak show. Now his opportunity for redemption up against the man himself. Benji Fishy is caught in the corner, finds himself one anyways, and a little bit of extra info. Cage trying to keep himself alive. Rien's at least able to trade it out, keeping favor in Team Heretics camp, but the spike still needs to be planted. And Crashies is here waiting for that cross. For now, though, it seems like they might be expecting the rotation. Alphair steps away from the site, leaves Crashies alone, and maybe they don't want this fight. Heretics could get a free plant. In fact, they get a free pick onto Alphair. I don't think those shots were meant for him.
This leaves Crashies ult available, but chance of victory slim. Ultimate probably not wanting to be expended unless he can find a quick pick. And just look how far back this rotation is already going from Woot, knowing that soon he'll have the salvos available. The time that he can buy holds so much more value. Well, in the end, Crashies is forced to fall back. And I want to touch on something you said in that round, the head-to-head between Kayak and Minibu, because it's an interesting point, because although Kayak dominated that battle, Minibu is still the top fragger in the server. So that kind of showed how weird of a dynamic that you have one duelist that's winning the battle, but everybody else who faced Minibu was not having a good time.
Yeah, no, he was decimating the rest of the squad. You look at the stats back in that game, I think Boaster might have landed one shot on him. Like, he seemed invulnerable in a lot of those fights until he came up against Kayak. That's where it was a complete difference, night and day. And you can see Minibu definitely off to that strong start, the confidence builder, getting aggressive, being the point of contact through those smokes. Of course, there's utility to back him up. Even getting caught by some himself.
I only could one, but thank you.
Oh, he's getting old, needing those stretches. Well, the early 20s, you know, it's really difficult time.
Hands of time, man. They're unforgiving.
Oh. Boaster's another highlight as well. He's had a good season individually, but struggled when it came to this matchup, maybe having to focus a little bit more with how aggressive some of these plays can be. Chronicle, though, ready and waiting. Always been one of his best maps over on Fracture. For now, at least, they have the opening advantage.
Oh, that timing perfect on the swing. Alphair took a while to get there. He's a little quicker. Swinging on Taboo, though. Benji Fishy only got one last round. He wasn't happy with that. Steps up for a second, but not quite the third. It's Alphair to take it across the line, putting just Rien's up against the rest. They know exactly where he is. He's tripping wires. He's caught by the ult, and now he's in a fight with Kayak. Not one that many get to live to tell the tale of. Another round for Fnatic, now just one away, but considering they came into this map winning the pistol round, they would have wanted a stronger start than this. We're going to need to see them streak together. I would say a few rounds. So far, they haven't streaked together too.
The interesting thing so far in this map is I feel like they've been doing in rounds where the purchases are actually a little bit weaker. Like they're a bit more aggressive. You see Alpha actually actively taking more fights in a lot of these rounds, and that has been the difference maker, because look, 9 and 6 on the board right now. When he's free to be aggressive, it seems like Fnatic take over, and when he's having to play around that util a bit more, it doesn't seem to work.
Well, there's util off rip from Heretics. They're looking for aggressive space take, much to Rien's chagrin. He goes down to the salvos in main. Quick trades back and forth, and it leaves Fnatic with the advantage. Fast rotations from that A site. We've seen this a couple times now, but Boo manages to find one with a classic. He's going to need a little bit more, though, as he's now all alone.
He's got a lot of time to play with, but yeah, the unfortunate truth is it's only the sidearm that sits in hand for now.
He can recover one here.
I think just wary of what ground has been taken, though. You know where the spike is. You're always going to be nervous that any of these angles could have a player sitting on them, and he's seen Boaster. Boaster still only has a stinger, by the way. Started the round with it. I think has got the majority of kills with it. But is waiting for the swing out from Chronicle. If he gets this kill, it could be a completely different story, knowing that his opponent was playing at range with an SMG. And now with Spike in hand, you can see Boaster's just standing in a position where he can hear any steps. If his opponent was to start running, he could make it quickly back to the A site. But they're already starting to doubt if Boo has made that move.
Yeah, they think that maybe he shift walked all the way to that north side and is now coming down through Dish. Boaster moves into position. He's got the orbital strike to deny. 15 seconds on the clock. Boo knows the ults he's up against. Got to make a move. The plant is a tap, 10 seconds, and the orbital strike comes into play. He had a chance there to rip both heads off, but a difficult fight that Fnatic set him up for. Alfiers all smiles as they've now equalized 4-4.
Around again with a fair few weaknesses. A nice early setup. This is something that I think has been challenged quite regularly by Fnatic, has taken away that arcade control, making sure that teams can't execute through that direction.
This guy is smoking, bro.
Okay. Chronicle maybe not happy with the disrespect. I'm not sure, but it's now going to be that tactical timeout taken for Heretics. You said needing to build on that defensive side. Fnatic have done that 3 of the last 4 rounds. But this is where not only the purchase comes back in for Heretics, but also you look at those ultimates. Already having the Overdrive, Rolling Thunder close, Orbital Strike close as well, Armageddon just a couple away. And that's what can be the difference maker, because for Fnatic, there is nothing available.
Yeah, I mean, the orbital strike was there, right? But it was taken out of play in that last 1v2. You can see how desperate Fnatic were to get that round on the board, dispensing that, the respect that they're giving to their opponent as well. The stun, orbital strike, all that they had to work with. Now, when we talk about rifle rounds that we're about to see one play out in front of our eyes, these teams, Heretics #1, Fnatic #2 in the region, separated by just 1%. I mean, they are essentially the same when it comes to taking on opponents with equal weaponry in hand. 7% retake win rate. Okay.
Yeah, the 8th worst, it doesn't sound that bad, but when you realize that includes the majority of teams in other regions, it's not the best. Especially for a team that has always been known for a lot of those utility setups. You'd expect that on a map of their choice, they'd be strong in it. Pace change, though, coming in. And wow, Alfia, he's been at the right place at the right time. Dominating that B site. This time swaps to A, and already that's Miniboo gone again.
We already mentioned, you know, early on, it was his former teammate Rien's the one putting up those numbers, but Alpha very much leading the charge on the server in these last couple rounds. And on the scoreboard, as we see more bodies thrown at that site, they'll finally deal with him, but the reinforcements are here. Players covering all the angles from Sand and Spawn. They will take this round and the lead out of Team Heretics' hands.
Yeah, no, Alfia looking incredibly comfortable right now. And as said, you put him in the right place at the right time. He is definitely one of the hardest players to play against. I think maybe at kickoff, not quite having the form that would have been desired of someone who, well, we know can play at the very top level, at the very peak of it. But so far in this map, he has been the difference maker. And as said, like you're watching Miniboo try and run into these angles, try and get up in his face, but the immediate shots being connected, Fnatic's reads have been sublime.
It's always dangerous when you see Alfia start to giggle and have a good time down on that stage. Some more brazen plays surely around the corner. Big stun on the Boaster. He's going to be caught again by Miniboo. Opening duel goes his way, but he's caught by Chronicle. Trade back, and it's only pistols now. That ultimate was the one thing to bridge the gap. The weapon inside that cage maybe can help them out. And there it is, finally recovered by Benji Fishy. Now they've got a rifle in their hands. They've got a potential plant, but the spike goes back the other way. They think the A site is going to be an easier solution to this problem of Fnatic's quick rotations, and it has been left mostly open.
This is a pretty absurd amount of space to be had. By Kayak could definitely create some awkwardness with an operator. He needs to land the immediate shot. Benji gets a kill on the other side, but Kayak is well aware. Another for Rians, though. And again, both teams have had relative success with these lower purchases, with both players now having guns, with a Rolling Thunder available. It's going to come down to the timing of what Kayak can get.
It was a crazy cerebral round from Heretics, the fake back to A, late play into B, but now they've got to finish their dinner. Left down to just the operator of Kayak. Damage done to Benji, but that doesn't matter with this weapon in hand. And he's sent flying backwards by the Rolling Thunder. The clock here could prove to be his biggest enemy so far. As he makes his way towards this site, so much stands in his way. Still a stun for Rienz and a big weapon in his hands. He's made the realization this round cannot be won by Kayak. It's Team Heretics equalizing at 5-5. And the competitive series that we hoped we'd see here today, well, it's materializing in front of our eyes.
Especially considering that obviously we haven't seen much of Heretics on this map whatsoever, going all the way back to kickoff. It's a pay safe card Thrifty. Another one, like I said, I think both teams with the low buys have been very effective in where they choose to go in these rounds, the sort of aggressive start to it, and then having these sort of late round lurks, these aggressive mid rounds. I'm liking the choices, the risks that are being taken by either side when they have pieces missing.
Enemy remaining.
In this round, at least, that won't be the case. Both teams again coming in with a buy, but I mentioned it. The ultimates have been really building up for the side of Heretics, and now they come in with an Armageddon orbital strike. If they get a plant, it's over, but it could also be used just to get them the space in the first place.
Yeah, or 1 for 1, right? 1 to get in and 1 to lock it down. For Fnatic, a lot to worry about in those early fights. And they're looking for this deep A main aggression alongside that operator. It's going to lock down control for them late into the round. They still have to be worried about drop down, though, in that late play. And a much more passive approach to this B site. Again, though, that comes off the back of seeing these ultimates, expecting an Armageddon to clear exactly the space that it's going into. No one needs to move on Fnatic. They were already set up for this. Those spams come desperately close to taking someone down. But in the end, Fnatic survive behind those smokes. In fact, Boaster gets in front of them, hoping that Boo will make a mistake. Denying this plant, though, seems too big a task. Boaster's pushed out. Big orbital strike.
Yeah, you think they're not going to ult the same place twice, but clearly realizing that that ground had been retaken, they will now get themselves a pick off that orbital strike. And finally, that plant will come in. Retreat should be impossible, but actually, Boo manages to get away. There are a lot of tag players, though. Benji Fishy looking to hold on to the cross. Rienz already eliminated by Alpha, putting things back into that 4v4 scenario, and now looking to try and clear things together. They need to get this close position out, though, and Miniboo's just looking to try and survive in the corner, just dancing with death, but he survives all the way back around. And while trying to clear him, that spike has been slowly ticking away. Chronicle with another. The trade's coming back and forth, but still the attack have the time on their side, and with the salvos buying an extra few seconds at a peak, able to come from either side, but Kayak manages to land both shots and defend Chronicle on the defuse.
Well, we came in singing his praises, Tom, and I think you see exactly why. Oh man, that was unbelievable. One of the main things I'm worried about going back into that retake is the fact that Boaster was the one to fall. You lose your smokes. It was a great orbital strike by Boo. A little bit of desperation as well because he had the spike. He couldn't just go swinging through that smoke. So he uses that to buy time, to force a fight, and eliminating their smoker. I mean, imagine, they smoke main, they can defuse underneath their nose. Instead, one man has to hold while the other defuses. Time was desperately close. Even one missed shot there and the round goes the other way. But Kayak saves the day, keeps the lead in Fnatic's favor. And they can close this out 7-5. They won the pistol. They looked like they were off to a good start. But disruption early on from Heretics has slowed down. And now it could be Fnatic's time to shine. Big pick for Kayak early. At dish control working wonders. And the response on the other side is to try to push Boaster. Try and fail.
Already. Orma thrown in, both players hit. Woot just trying to survive at the back of the site, and they know exactly where he is, clinging desperately to life. There should be no way out of this round for the side of Heretics, with Boaster adding his third to the death toll, and eventually we will see that half going in the direction of Fnatic. 7-5, they'll keep the lead.
You can knock him down early, but you can't keep Fnatic down. That's 5 out of 6 to close it out. Wonderful performance from Fnatic. Heretics, though, well, they'll be looking to bounce back in the second half. Let's hear from Mixwell and his thoughts on Team Heretics' incredible 2024 run.
I think Team Heretics in 2024 did an incredible run. You have to take into account that they had to change rosters all the time because they had problems with visas and Patitek was coming in and out, and still managed to get a second place in almost every event they played. It was a project for the long run that ended up being so successful that not even the organization was aware of their true potential. And after the finals of Champions, losing against EDG in that fashion, the players were devastated, of course. They were devastated, and coming back from that was hard. You could see it at the start of the year. They were still not in their best shape. Mentally, they were not there. And right now, we're seeing them better than ever. I think Minibu is playing his best VALORANT, and the rest of the team is doing it as well. I think they recovered, and not winning last year, it's good for them, because I think they never lost the fire to win, and I think it's their year. I think Team Heretics is going to win at least one international event for sure.
Well, Team Heretics, you heard it from Mixwell, looking better than ever. The reality is, though, Kayak seems to be their kryptonite. This guy tearing up the server. Minibu, though, early on, we saw that confidence building. We saw him get involved in a lot of those early fights. But we need to see a little bit of a change in the wins, as Heretics, they were what? Was it 4-1, 4-2, in fact? Fnatic managed to cling together a lot of those last rounds.
Yeah, I think Alfia having a great performance. I think a lot of the time when they've pushed into his defensive setups, they've definitely struggled, but now it's a different story. I mean, he's going to have to hold on to a lot of those lurks. I think we saw that a lot of the time Fnatic were just leaving either him or just trips on one side of the map and then just going very directly in for a lot of these takes. We'll see how Heretics now playing their own composition against them. Of course, they've got a very competent Cypher of their own, and you already see the setups being put into place to force back that A main control.
It is, though, a plan from Fnatic early, sending Crashies through to break that camera, leaving Alpha on north side, and now taking advantage of the space as they heard that A main crunch. They heard a lot of utility, they heard steps, so they know there's space, and Alpha has just walked out of heaven, taken down Voot with ease, and the B side open for the plant. Boaster gets a little too aggressive, punished for it, expecting a gap, and there certainly was not one there. But a 4v4 post plant for Fnatic as a result. The camera even spotting this two-man north side push. A lot of information now for that attacking side to work with.
They managed to at least reclaim the ramp. And Alfia already picking off Benji. This is looking like a second pistol potentially going their way. They're going to have one of these fights going their way. And in fact, it's gone completely wrong reinstall. Never count him out. The salvos will buy that extra time. That's a bigger issue. He was hoping to force players in. He's actually clipped it. And now an aftershock as well. The two players you didn't want to come up against in the post. It's the util rats. 8-5. Fnatic extend their lead a little bit further. But they do have to win the second round.
Yes, exactly, right? Look at the timeline when we get back in. It was the pistol round followed by a 3 consecutive round loss. Alfier playing such a huge role, though, in this round. The lurk up through north side, the camera to keep information late, the trap that allowed Kayak to sit in B main and not worry about his back. Unless someone was mad enough to take the ropes to cross, they could not be coming from behind. And him being able to focus on that fight just puts another gun into the mix. They had all the information and they played off it perfectly. Heretics left with pistols, and although they may be a strong squad when it comes to eco rounds, I don't think the Fnatic are going to make that same mistake twice.
No, they do still have the same amount of pistols, but it also means that they can afford a little bit of extra damage. That was close.
Got a little worried there, Tom.
Down to just 21, but you can see immediately that rifle has been juggled over into Alfia's hands for the remainder. Again, it comes down to just how much damage can they get. That's at least one for Minibu, but anything more from this stage, be a bit surprised.
And even then, as long as Crashies is the one going down or close enough to retrieve the weapon, it doesn't really matter. Minibu just now seeing that it was only a ghost that's left on the floor. And the benefit of Kayak being one of those players that will just juggle over the weapon. We've seen a lot of players, 20 HP, still swinging with the rifle, making that mistake, but the discipline on Fnatic, no surprise to see it. Hello. The orb a little more valuable to Chronicle. He'll get a chance for another. Potentially, now the spike cuts it short. Luckily, Woot didn't go swinging. That could have ended in disaster. But yeah, Fnatic 9-5 now, converting that second round, unlike in the first half.
Yeah, and this is now where their map starts to get a little bit away from the side of Heretics needing to kick this defensive side off. Strong indeed. Now we go into those buy rounds, but that's the difference. Fnatic can now just invest straight back into this one. They didn't buy much up. The credits are still going to be very good, so they come into this round with equal, if not better, than what their opponents currently have on the other side.
There we go, deep salvos. We've seen this to put the cam in place, but this time there's a drone following it up, stun to slow. And a good thing too, because there was about to be a lot of aggression around that corner. They now get the idea. The relay bolt fired in from up close. Miniboo was looking to swing that corner, was looking to take that fight, but they've got the idea. There's a few other players waiting for them there. The Alpha, I don't think he's going to get a chance for a pick here, but even destroying that utility, putting question marks into play for the defense, could have its value. That orb farming on Chronicle, we saw him go aggressive with the Marshal, looking for the picks early on. He's not far away from Rolling Thunder, but it won't be there for this round.
Caution here.
Almost the timing on Taboo, but instead they'll be held back. Spike looking like it's going to go back in the other direction, but it will leave them with limited amounts of time. 40 seconds left on the clock, and they've still got an awful lot of ground to clear. Timing here for Woot is going to be absolutely everything. If he gets this pick, it could be a problem, but Kayak has been an unstoppable force so far in this map, and now just sells a ruse. You see the aggression going through on that top side of the map, making that realization that, okay, they're going to A. Let's start clearing out the other side, and now the smokes fall, and they are nowhere to be seen.
They already got rid of that camera early on inside B main, so it's not to be worried about. Rien's dealt with. He was already so desperately low. Boo ahead of the curve, but Chronicle still picks him up. Now just one away from that Rolling Thunder and one pick away from putting double digits on the board. There's Rolling Thunder online one way or another. And Miniboo doesn't stand the greatest chance of taking this across the line. I don't know how far away Crashies is from those salvos, but I think they'll be online fairly soon, even as Miniboo continues to chip away at this task. It's like Atlas, it will never end. Certainly not in his favor, as the players continue to be picked off. Salvos come online, time keeps ticking, and it's still not halfway. Beautifully played, no matter how strong Miniboo is in those fights. Fnatic had all they needed to put 10-5 on the scoreboard.
Yeah, you can kind of see why those nerves are coming.
A little bit, a little bit.
The amount of sort of time that could just be bought on the clock by Crashies alone, and this is why you might look at him at the bottom of the board right now, 6 and 9 in terms of the kill feed, but just the time he's able to buy, the space he's able to take, it just makes things so awkward for the remaining player. 10 rounds on the board. Of course, for Heretics, the story has been for a while about that second place curse. You go back to stage 1 and stage 2 of last year. Well, the reason they never won it was because of this squad in front of them. Even if internationally they did better. Kayak, he definitely knows that there's a target to be had, and while is waiting for Rienz to make his move, so aware of these positions, and even under pressure, he's still landing the shots. Boo is all that's left.
Spike planted.
This rifle recovered. Miniboo managed to chip away at them last time, but what stopped him? It was the salvos, and guess who's still online, still alive? Now, salvos aren't there just yet, but we've seen it. They'll be ticking away in the background, and other players throwing themselves at this fight. Boo would have to root Crashies out first. He has found him and taken him down. Recovered the weapon for the magazine, finds his third, now it's down! No one! A few shots away from an unbelievable clutch, but Boaster pulls Fnatic across the line, 11-5, 4 rounds in a row, and Team Heretics calling a pause. They know that their chances of closing this map out of even competing here on Fracture are fading away round by round.
Yeah, no, it was an incredibly nice try from Boo, switching guns midway through, and well, the last man standing, Bosta, had to put him down to stop that.
Good job, boys. Very nice.
About 11-5 up. A 6-round streak for Fnatic on their map choice. Looking at that Veto, the potential for a Haven to be picked again. That could have been the choice of Heretics going into the next. They decided to switch things up, go for an Icebox, maybe play the mind games. We'll see if that comes back to bite them. And the Fracture choice, not really that much of a surprise. Even though it was close versus Liquid, we saw the resilience, we saw the depth of what this Fnatic squad have on this map. And well, you just look at the scoreboard right now. As said, you can talk about the impact of crashes without the kill feed, but everybody else is lighting up the kill feed. Boaster now, I think in the last series versus Heretics, managed just 15 kills across 2 maps. He's on 13 right now. I don't think he's the major talking point, with Kayak, Chronicle, and Alpha all having one hell of a game.
Yeah, Alpha's first half was unbelievable. I think you can't take anything away from him when it comes to that second. Oh, here's a great stat as well, backing that up. In their last match, Kayak won 80% of opening duels against Miniboo. Like, unbelievable to see this guy go head-to-head with a player that many in the world have learned to fear. But he does seem to be his kryptonite. 11 rounds on the board for Fnatic, and something has got to change for Heretics. They've got ultimates, Rolling Thunder, and Orbital Strike coming into this round. And on attack side, that can be used to great effect to take space and deny in that post plant. Here on the defense, well, you've got to have players left alive, right? And Fnatic have been so good at pushing and pulling this map that Heretics can't feel certain that off one piece of contact, they can throw everything at it. It's a little harder to find the space to use them.
You've got the camouflage cam, and on the other side, you've got the aggressive peak coming up, but Woot's definitely been having a struggle so far on this Teo. Someone we know that normally individually sound has not won a lot of these opening fights, but will take Boaster out. The Orbital Strike gone, and so are the smokes.
Hasn't deterred them. Salvos force players to the open, the smoke shielding them for now. Alpha are picked off going up into heaven, and now, well, even Orbital Strike committed. 5 versus 3, 25 seconds on the clock when that ult is taken out. I'm a little surprised. The respect being shown, perhaps for good reason, but they drop Kayak right away. 10 seconds, salvos to deny, and the round is already done. If this spike makes it down, I will be very surprised indeed. And I suppose it does make it down onto the floor, but not planted. Chronicle to save his weapon, and a round back for Heretics.
Yeah, clearly feeling the pressure a little bit. The Orbital Strike, I think, just utilized to make sure that the round is confirmed. But I also think with other ultimates online and coming online, just making sure that the cycle of those ults is going to be further in that favor. But I think the most important thing was just the start. Woot being able to hold it down, denying both to that space, and then just having those quick rotations back in onto the site. It's the combo breaker. The 6-round streak ends before it hits 7. But there needs to be a whole lot more for Heretics to make me believe in this map, at least.
Whole lot more indeed. Now one player's got a pistol. It is Kayak. You check that ultimate. You look at the value found in the last half. Certainly far from an easy round. Trap already destroyed. Benji will be under pressure anytime now. An ultimate put into play. Kayak on his way straight through. There it is activated. But Miniboo's the first to draw blood. It's Benji under the pressure as predicted. Miniboo to fall as well. Numbers kept even, but the attack side has space. Rolling Thunder keeps the spike in the defender's hands. They've got it dropped in towards main for now, but Alphayer with a quick double puts this one to bed, smoking off the spike and taking it from under Rien's nose. And now a 1 versus 3. A big play coming in as well. Down below you can see that Alpha is lurking, making his way around to close this out from behind. Rien's worried about the players in main. Now he's got an idea though. Alpha hits the shot anyways, returning to that first half form. a 3-piece, and that puts them again double the rounds of their opponent, just one away from taking their map pick.
He's had so many high-impact rounds throughout this matchup so far. Took his teammates to sort of get him into position, but then just swings versus 2. Both players headshotted and is there to close out the round as well. It is one of those things in esports when Althea is in form, there's not always a lot that you can do. Well, for Heretics, it is a mixed bag buy. You've got an operator alongside Ultimate for Minibu. It feels like they've almost put all their eggs in one basket. He's dead immediately. Althea again with the opener.
I was saying earlier, you can't take anything away from him. His utility so important here on the attack, but now he's starting to claim a name for himself with the gun in hand. I think just one behind Kayak. In terms of frags, Mike just matched up there. Benji down on the ground, and the dominoes all falling in favor of Fnatic. Boo, even lost on that south side push. There's almost nothing to fall back on here. They've at least dealt with Althea, but let's be honest, there's very little when it comes to weakness here on the Fnatic side. I think Boaster one away from having, in fact, there it is, the same amount of kills as the last time these two met in a series. This is a Fnatic fired up in the upper bracket finals, and now one map to the good.
Really impressive display from them. The attack almost flawless and a stellar defensive side as well. It took them a little while to get going with that second round blip. But well, now we look to see if Heretics are going to turn up to the show. Icebox is coming up next after the break.
What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. I don't know, you don't care, give you my love.
Do you know Michael Jackson?
You better run, you better do what you can.
Can you sing something from Michael Jordan?
I'm the best. Swish, 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 I'm the best.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I wanna be a hero 自分を信じろ誰かのために心をたぎらせろ You know 困難な道を行く俺はヒーローどんな奴が来ても Take over game over 終わることない戦いを戦列に身を任せ運命は変わり合う限界の向こう側へと明日の勝者はどっちだお前は悪か正義か決めるのは真の勝者だ誰かがこの世をコントロールしようとしてるんだって誰かが
I think I have to, right, boys? Do I have to stupefy them?
Start with Riens.
And we need a big stupefy for Riens. Let me charge it up. Stupefy!
Bro, I've been watching their voice comms and both are doing some stupefy, 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 stupefy.
Expecto Patronum! Wait, he's doing it back to us. What'd you do? I think he did Expecto Patronum. He did Expecto Patronum? God.
There was some magic in the air indeed, but we're now joined by someone who's been through it all. Not only a world champion, but 10 titles in Valorant. What an honor it is for Petra to be here with us today. Welcome.
An honor for me as well.
We've been praying for these days, haven't we?
Yes, I am so happy that we have her here, and I hope that you come back. But I really, really want to know your thoughts, because it's always us speaking about you, but now we also get to pick your brain.
Yeah, tell me, what was your biggest takeaway from that fracture map? What would you say?
Well, there was not a lot of dominating rounds. In the beginning especially, it could go to every team. Near the end it was more dominating for Fnatic, and yeah, on defense they didn't get any round, maybe one.
Yeah, it was just the one. Very, very close start. I honestly thought we were going to get an OT.
Yeah.
I really, really was hoping for that OT. But Kukuka, what happened? How did we? Why was it so one-sided and then not?
I absolutely loved how this map started. We could see Heretics doing a lot of shenanigans, a lot of set rounds with their ultimates right off the bat, and they had a very clear idea of what they wanted to do. Remember, Heretics had not played this map since kickoff, so they still got to get used to the things. We saw the changing compositions, and Fnatic had a very rough start. They win the pistol, they're not able to convert, and as Petra was saying, everything was extremely close, a lot of clutches, but eventually Fnatic found their footing. They found what made them strong, and they secure all their post plants.
Yeah, that one round, as you guys can see at the bottom, actually did end up going to Heretics when the side swapped. Now, they've been very vocal in the past, right? We're not afraid of stealing other people's comms. We can steal it and make it better, but Petra, it's easier said than done.
Yeah, I guess it is. They need to tweak it a little bit more so they have their own game plan, right? So they cannot copy-paste everything.
Yeah, they can't. And I love the differences of how Miniboo was used versus how Kayak was used.
Yeah. I think that in Kayak, we can see also the mind of Boaster, like when he goes on to A and then gets a kill. The goal is we all go B. We see him play it a lot outside of the pack. On the other side, we saw a Miniboo that was going in first and being shut down. Actually, time and time again, this is one of the things that Fnatic spotted that was being a pain point. So they had to use a lot of utility to shut him down, and eventually they got in their head.
I don't think anyone saw him, Petra. He was just getting spammed.
Yeah, it felt very unlucky, but he did got caught in the same positions a lot.
Yeah, is that like a predictable thing, you think, when it comes to Neon players, that you know where to spam?
I mean, if there's a wall, you're spamming it, right? So maybe you need to try to bait a little bit more and change up your pace to not get spammed.
Yeah, and Chronicle was just with the Phantom time and time again. He was like, there's going to be a
Looks
lot of
so easy.
smokes, a lot of walls, Neon's running, so I'm just going to be spamming with the Phantom. And it's so good to see Fnatic in this form, because we know that Fracture has always been a good map for them. And coming into today, deciding to change the veto, love this phase that we see. And then on the side of Heretics, they had not lost a map since week 2 of stage 1. So kind of crazy.
Yeah, we have some agent select, I believe, coming up. So let's take a look at agent select, I guess. All right.
We have it?
Yeah, I think it's for map 2 for Icebox, right?
Let's chat about Icebox.
Yeah, we normally have a little bit more time than this. So let's talk about Icebox real quick. Petra, you are a Sage enjoyer as we take a look at this, and we're going to see a Sage on the side of Fnatic.
Oh, more. That's nice. I don't see enough Sages on this server. I would like to see 2 of them. I think Sage Wall is pretty useful, especially on defense. If you keep it in your pocket for a little bit, the retake is pretty easy.
Is there a comp you prefer out of these 2?
Well, I'm a Sova fan as well.
Oh, of course you would say that. Of course you would say that.
I mean, yeah, both comps are very good, and Tejo on this map is also unmissable.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Heretics decide not to go for the tech and swap things a little bit out. but I think that is still going to be very, very effective. 3 out of the 4 teams that we have in playoffs have decided to run this Gecko on Icebox. Fnatic doubles down also with Kayak on the stage. We were speaking about it and how impressive it was last time that we saw them play the map when he was on this agent. From the defense, maybe on Fracture, he was not spectacular with the operator. I really hope that that changes for this first half. And on the other side, I hope the Heretics is ready for it.
Yeah, there's plenty of odds on both of these teams at this point on Icebox. Fnatic, Mitch and Tom are 1 map away from another grand final.
Well, this is where they belong, isn't it? Fnatic at the top of EMEA. We've seen it many a time before. And often it is Heretics they have to get past. Last time in stage 1, they failed to do it, but now just 1 map away. And you know what, Tom? Icebox, you said it in the last map. This could have been a mistake for Heretics, and coming off the back of desolation like that on Fracture, it very well might be.
Yeah, I think you look at like the results of this stage and you go, okay, 3-0 for Heretics, 0-1 for Fnatic. And you go, okay, so you pick that map, but you understand the history that's on this map. You understand that that defeat was a very, very close defeat to Team Liquid, who, again, like historically have been very good at this map. And then more so, you look at the fact that Kayak went, I think it was 27-17 while playing a stage. And you go, okay, you get 1 or 2 other players stepping up alongside him, and this could be a very different story. Then you add in momentum. Let's see how this goes.
Yeah, the Battle Sage, it really was a treat to watch last time. We'll see if it's going to be the same again here. Team Heretics on the attack to start us off, but it's Fnatic who are taking some space, some ground. The 2 being pushed, but Heretics are ready. Benji, Fishy watching that alongside Boo, and they'll find the opening pick as a result. They even suspect that he wasn't alone, but Crashies bides his time. Unfortunately, Alpha's isolated. He's still alive. 1 shot left, and he'll be executed from behind. Does well, though, to find his 1 there. Still a disadvantage for Fnatic.
Alfia playing yellow and only getting 1 kill. Can't believe it. Thought he'd have at least 2. Boaster under serious pressure. Wingman can get the plant in, and well, that gives the space for the others to push. They've spotted Crashy's flank, and both players on Fnatic completely isolated. Both pistols went their way in the last map. It got them that extra little bonus of a start, and well, maybe this one still has some legs in it. 2 quick kills.
Where has this hope come from? Oh, the stun perfect, though. Chronicle going to be caught out. Rianne's the one to take him down, and now Crashy's all alone. And they're lined up. The high-low setup almost isolates 1. The shot's not quite landing. 4, 3, 2 bullets left, and he's out. The reload they'll swing on, but that's a mistake. Unfortunately, time is too far gone at this point. Woot pulls it across the line with 1-0. It's the first pistol of the series for Heretics, but not the first time they've gotten off to a good start and a half.
Yeah, I'm actually quite excited to see Woot playing this Gecko as well. I think it's worth noting that obviously a lot of the duelist players have kind of just gone, I'm going to play Teo because I can just place util down. And I don't know, at times I feel like it doesn't work for him. Whereas I look at a Gecko, okay, sure, you have to plant, but you have a little bud to do it for you. Sure, you have to flash, but you can flash for yourself. Like, there's a lot of very aggressive things that you can do with a Gecko. That's why I can think of a duelist main or 2 who just swapped to that and started playing it on his streams.
A second ago, I said that it was a great stun. I think that was Chronicle's own wingman from down below that stunned him. Because in the kill feed, there was no assist for Rianne's, and correct me if I'm wrong, but his utility belt doesn't do any stunning, so that's a little bit unfortunate. It might even be through the floor as well. I'm not sure I've seen that before with that kind of height to it, but wingman, a very effective buddy, I suppose, although this time not for Chronicle.
Maybe wingman just too strong. Maybe that's the
Wanted to help out Woot.
Hey.
You got confused.
Everyone wants to help out Woot. For Benji, you look back to his previous performance versus BBL, a 14-12 overtime, 26-16. He has been in form, especially in recent times. With the space he's taken, the team are actually going to rotate in to execute alongside, of course. Okay. Yeah, just spam him out. That's fine. Boaster wrecked. Not going to be able to do anything with his extra util to delay. And the rest of the team, Mitch, they're not particularly close.
Oh, no, they're not. Miles away, in fact. The weaponry certainly not favored for them. Post plan for Heretics set up well.
Are they watching for a lurk? I think they're both watching to see if Benjamin Fish was going to be coming in from behind.
I mean, it wouldn't be a bad way to pick up even just that ghost, the advantage, start to then box them in the post plant. But Heretic's not quite so brazen in this one. It's 5 players, tucked passive, late play from Rienz to wrap around, see if he can pick up. Because you're getting the sense here they're going to go down to the spike, right? He wants to get ahead of that, find a couple of orbs for himself. Miniboo successfully lands an orb at least.
That's the rifle.
Indeed, the rifle, although it won't be recovered by the other side, it certainly won't be recovered by Heretics.
That was the only Phantom that they had. So that kill was actually quite costly. A little bit irritating to lose that and for Miniboo to be the last man left behind. But
oh, here it is. Thank you very much, EVS. Yes, it was. His own wingman got him. That's criminal. That's criminal. Look how far away it is. Outrageous.
Why is there no self-assist? You were betrayed. I'd love it. Someone needs to edit that where the wingman's eyes just goes red. Evil wingman has entered the server. Heretics with a little help from a little friend. For now, though, their buy definitely has a piece or two missing. They're going to have dropped another gun over to Miniboo. Not having the best of times on the previous map, but if this season is anything to go by, he's going to have a response. A 2-0 start. And while for Fnatic, this is sort of a must-win round. Otherwise, we could see Heretics just run away with it.
We've seen Heretics do more with less, even just in the previous round, or previous map, I should say.
Drone is down.
Fnatic with their rifles in hand. I've already sensed that presence towards the A site. The drone gone through and met some opposition, met some resistance, but Heretics, I think, are playing this as a fake. Drone and flash go up. Players spotted, noise still being made, but now the rotation back around to the B site, and indeed, because of the space taken, front yellow watched by Benji, back by Boo. It's not been abandoned completely.
30 seconds left.
There's a jiggle peek coming in through mid, and I think that with no execution of that utility, that fake was not the greatest sold. No one's really fallen for that, but there isn't much in terms of denial. They've already used some of that extra utility, and instead it's a slightly different plant. But Wingman's been dropped 12 seconds. Now that attack side has to get moving. They need to move forward and get somebody to try and plant that spike, and the fights are not going their way. Still yet to find a plant, and within the last second they're going to attempt it, but there are players peeking in. The plant will go down, but Kayak is quick to make sure nothing comes of it.
It comes damn close to being a successful round. Kayak's healing himself back up there, but he was tagged pretty low. So was Boaster. And even those 1 or 2 extra picks coming across the line, they bring big value to Team Heretics in a round like that. So they definitely, considering the A site fake really didn't work out. I mean, you still had Killjoy close with Util, you still had Viper there as well.
They threw a Dizzy in, everyone rotate.
And a drone! Oh no! Not even a fast lane committed.
10 seconds later, no one here. No, he's still here, guys. Come on.
Might be. They're freezing. But yeah, it was a good read, I think, as well, from that defensive side to not over-rotate, to stay in position. They get the reward, and they don't lose too many players.
They rotated the other way. They were like, yeah, that fake didn't fool us so much that we're actually just going to go B now, lads. It's also just the util denial. They had so much available to just make sure there was no safe place to plant. That is the value of those salvos especially, but nano swarms, snake bite as well. It is a lot that can deny. And that's something that Heretics are going to have to be very wary about. Even having the wingman doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to get that plant for free. And without having that trusty Sage wall, it can become tough.
Obviously a pretty intense read on this peak coming through middle. You can see that it's a high-low setup late into the round. They put pressure on B. They show tail so that hopefully somebody goes for that mid-aggression. In the end, it doesn't really come through. You could consider what we just saw from Chronicle there, kind of.
But look at where they pushed to, though. Like, Benji just got killed from a guy all the way up, deep in towards that A side of the map, but luckily there's been a response. Again, the goal on this side has always been to delay, but Miniboo has decided, you know what, I'm not going to give them that opportunity. I'm going to try and get up in their face. Plant will go down. Armageddon a little bit further up behind, was hoping to force them forward, but with the space already taken by Miniboo, they weren't too wary about it. Still looking to hold on to that backline. Kayak is the snake in the grass, the second layer to this rotation, and it seems like at this stage, the attack are completely unaware that there is another player coming in from behind.
My ult is ready. They have no idea. And now even less so, looking for that retake, looking for the fight. Alpha, 8 HP. All hope may rest on Kayak's head, but manages to find one. Alpha buys that little bit of space. The wall not quite lasting as long as it needed to. Woot getting involved early on. And a third round now for Team Heretics. The early half, again, looking favored towards that attacking side.
The thing is, I really like the sort of isolation of Benji. I think they've realized how tough it is for him to just sort of hold on to that much of the map, and having a player push mid and then aggressively on A. It came down to the finest of margins.
Woo, bro, you're the goat.
Really solid
Good
work
job,
from
guys.
Woot to actually win that round home, because I feel like if you look at how it was actually played, I probably have favored Fnatic there.
I think I'd be with you. Kayak's flank could have had so much more value, but a few early peaks by Heretics get them across the line. Pistols for Fnatic, a light buy across the board. And it's Alphier, Marshall in hand, the biggest investment, bar the Stinger, I suppose, for that defense. It's managed to draw blood early, still so much to worry about, and in particular, the Outlaw in Miniboo's hands, a double barrel operator in effect, with nobody having heavy shields. Everyone is squishy. Everyone's a free kill, but he's got to land his shot. And now he's down to just 50.
Healing.
Yeah, we'll get some of his health back. Live to fight another day, and Miniboo's being left behind. It's mainly, again, because this secondary lurk, this additional player of Boo, has taken a lot of space over on that A site.
Rest.
The problem, though, is that they are losing members. A 5 versus 3. Drone from Crash, he's just waiting, knowing that there was a guy on the other side, and now I'm going to just try and slow them down as the full force of Fnatic looks to rotate into this side of the map.
This could be a strong start to the attacking side, but they're being chipped away at by Fnatic early on. A chance remaining for the defensive side, an early flank yet again. Guess who it is? Kayak wrapping up behind, hasn't been spotted. And there's presence being shown by Fnatic, but they haven't committed just yet. Those weaker weapons, hesitant to take the fight. Will Heretics worry about their back in time? No, they won't. Kayak strikes, picks off the first. They're managing to hold the line against the onslaught from Spawn. Kayak, the man with the rifle, buys time, grabs their attention, and Crashies takes them both out with plenty of time for the defuse, and the orb given towards that Armageddon. Fnatic are back on the board with a pay safe card Thrifty.
Again, it comes off a little bit of individual brilliance to start, but then just being able to isolate those flanks. That's happened multiple times where, well, firstly, that shot's just absurd.
Come on.
But the second they realize that Benji is gone, they go, okay, well, we can now flank. We can get in behind them without too many issues, and I do feel like that's happened a few times now, where Heretics are just a little bit too unaware that, okay, we've lost our Sentinel. We need to be aware of it.
100% with you there, Tom. I think that is the biggest downfall of that attack side in those 2 rounds we saw. The one that came close and this one here that fell, that crumbled. Kayak's being allowed to wrap behind him. Benji going down early. We can't see that repeated too many more times.
He's also being targeted. I think that needs to be said, because it's not just like, oh, Benji's having a bad game. Like, he's getting. No, they're actively looking for Benji so that they can have those flanks. So it's great work from Fnatic and something that Heretics have to adapt to.
Yeah, it was the A push that managed to find him earlier, and then just a mid hold. This time, the push from A is in Heretics' favor. They're running it down towards Kayak. No flank this time. He's dealt with after 1, and Heretics finding these close range 1v1s, XV1s in fact. They've managed to recover themselves some rifles. And look at the space on B.
Yeah, this has been another thing to talk about, is that the amount of space they've been able to get on B at times has been intentional, and there's been just util thrown in to delay. But this round was just a single rifle for the side of Heretics. And Mini's done incredibly well. Like, him and Benji both finding a pick, both getting rifles for Benji and Woot, and then the space that's been taken on the other side. Because it looks like an eco-direct hit into A, they now get the post-plant that's been eluding them. And Fnatic now have to try and clear everything else that remains.
Man, Boo's been so patient. He waited in this corner with a classic, hoping that there was someone close enough by that he could punish. And in the end, he's forced back by this lockdown. Won't have his reward. won't be able to get back into position either. The snake bite, though, lands in time to delay, buying that little bit more time. Oh, it's actually a little gap in it. They'll walk right past it, so a little bit more space taken. Boaster closer than expected already, wrapping around on yellow. Those recovered rifles now in with a chance. Alpha baits them into the open, takes down the double. Boaster with another, and the round falls into Fnatic's hand just about. The wingman working hard to defuse that spike as they now equalize it in Fnatic's form, 3-3.
Yeah, really nice retake. That didn't look like it was going to go in their favor, but Miniboo low and then being able to trade out Woot without too many issues. It's a round where they fight from a two-man deficit to get back into position. And probably the more worrying thing for the side of Heretics there.
This is Benji in my pocket. Fish.
Yeah, I was going to say the more worrying thing is the fact that 2 ultimates went through there for Heretics. So you start off the round, you're not going to put too much in. You go, okay, we'll invest into that singular rifle, try and do some damage. And rightly so, when it got close, they go, okay, we'll use the Thrash, we'll use ourselves the lockdown, but then you still end up losing the round. So that cost has come up quite a bit more hefty. And even though the scoreline still sits 3-3, I think maybe getting some flashbacks to the last map where you had a decent start, it's looking good, and then Fnatic just start climbing back into the map, and for Heretics, you just can't really afford that right now.
Alpha's getting involved in some of those early fights, and you saw it there on the stage. We mentioned it in the first map as well. When he's getting confident, when he's smiling, when he's cracking jokes, that's when he's most dangerous. Had a phenomenal map going into the previous. And
when
now
he's angry, he's also very dangerous, though.
Absolutely.
You have to say, like, I think it's only if you ever see him sad, that's when you're like, oh, he's going to have a bad game. But I don't know if I ever have.
No. But yeah, you've seen him now. Said Benji's in his pocket. He's had those early picks. It's allowed Kayak to wrap up behind in the important rounds and the big ones. As you've seen here, 2 big teams when it comes to getting those early advantages. Something that Alpha has contributed heavily to so far in these first 6 rounds.
Yeah, I think this is when you look at the best teams in the world, you expect their 5v4 conversion to be very, very good. If that stat was bad, I think it would definitely be an anomaly for teams that have made it to international events, and we are hoping we'll compete at them. Here comes the TikTok plays from Kayak. A cheeky wall put into position, and you're not going to expect it. That Miniboo gone already. And there's not really anything he can do about that. You'd have to pre-fire every single angle on the map to find that kill.
Yeah, I think that boost has been around almost as long as TikTok. Kayak happy to take it out here. You haven't seen it for a long time though, right? Just with the lack of Sage being put into play. Sure, we'll get the one around mid a little bit later on. For now, that one was more than enough to find the early advantage. Hunter's Fury thrown through. Chronicles desperately low, but he dodges both blasts that come his way. The op, although it's looking for the pick, it won't find Wingman. The plant in play. Crash. Oh, it's got a lot of space and forcing the fights as they're out in the open and put in the dirt. 4 rounds now for Fnatic and a flawless round that they get it done on.
Yeah, that's got to be brutal. Like you, as the opponents, you take a tactical pause, you come in where you have an ult or 2 of your own to play with, you try and get back into the game with the coaches, and then an in-zone flawless comes through seconds later. That's got to be a bit more of a backbreaker on the other side of things, because obviously it didn't start the way they wanted to, but you look at players like Kayak just thriving. Like we talked about this when it first came in. Like the Sage has always had its value in terms of that sort of like, okay, you could utilize the wall, you can have the slows to combine with other utility. But the AWPing Sage is not something I don't think we've seen that much of, unless it's just like, hey guys, we don't want CNED just to play Jet every map, so we'll have CNED on Jet for once. It's like...
Yeah, the CNED Sage basically still a Jet. Just
like, I tried to dash and it didn't work. I accidentally pulled out my heel.
Well, Crashies has also got his claws out. Boaster's feeling jealous of his duo on the other side, picking off Benji. He's now in Boaster's pocket. This is a round where Heretics don't have a lot to play with. The Viper's Pit, well, it will allow them to get close with the pistols, but their HP decaying down. Not too favorable of a fight.
He gets the salvos back online. There's going to be a lot of low HP players. They have ults to play with if this even gets close. They have a res. Like, it's looking like a brutal scenario. I think you can see the defense maybe starting to question if they've gone back in the other direction, but Minibu immediately falling. They do manage to get the plant down. There's not really been any other positive to this round so far.
Yeah, textbook attempt by Minibu to go running up onto Rafters to take that Viper out of the pit. You know it's the spot they're likely to be in, but it's a different story altogether trying to take that pick. Rience, well, he was in a good position outside of the pit. Unfortunately, the wingman caught him, got onto his tricks early on, and that will be back-to-back in-zone flawlesses for Fnatic. Now, Heretics didn't invest a lot here, but what this does to the defender's economy is it bolsters it down. It gives them a lot of cash in the bank to fall back on. And with a 5-3 lead, with a lot, I would want 5 out of the last 6 rounds going in their favor, this is now becoming an uphill battle for Heretics in a map that they absolutely must win.
Yeah, there's few teams that I think about when I think of playoffs form. Maybe throw a crew in the mix with LCQ form, put them down because their group play.
They don't know what to do, bro. They actually don't know what to do.
Their group play is normally a little bit different, but Fnatic definitely have that. It's like you see them play in the group stage. The series wasn't particularly close, went in the favor of Heretics, 13-5, 13-10. And right now, after a 13-6 victory in the other direction, they are being pressured. Minibu desperately searching for space to hide in, and while he might have found some space, but his teammate Imrians did not.
Well, he's been picked off early this round of all. You know, if this happened in the last, you'd shake it off. It's whatever. Benji going down in that early fight. Who cares? You got pistols. At least you get the ground as they fall back after the engagement. This time, though, an ult for an opening pick. And Heretics left without Rience, left without that drone, that recon that could be used to clear out this position. The op in play for Kayak, lined up, waiting for an opportunity. And with 50 seconds on the clock, they're going to have to give that opportunity soon. The flash ready for Woot. Maybe that will push him back. If it doesn't, they may be in a 5v3 very soon.
And time also becomes an issue. 2 slows and the wall available. They're walking straight into that crosshair, but Minibu is going to find the trade. At least it's not another flawless. We're not getting the 3-peat of in-zone flawlesses, but that's a bit of a silver lining. Benji's done well. Chronicle down. Still the salvos coming into play. Crashy's got to be the most irritating Teo to play against with the timing. But Woot has found some space. Unexpected, not known, but Alfia quick on the trade. In fact, he'll find both. It looked close for a second or two, but with the form that Alfia is in, it's not looking like close for long.
No, and as well, like I said, Crashy's getting his claws out in some of these previous rounds. Momentum well and truly in Fnatic's favor. Now 6-3 after a 3-1 start. It's feeling like deja vu going back to Fracture. Rience stepping back just a little too far. The snake bite forcing him to be a little more cautious, but mistake made, and quick reactions by Boaster to trade out Kayak after that opening pick. Indeed, a second pause coming into round 10. Heretics are fully panicking. They're in spiral mode.
Boo currently 0-8. I wonder if that is just a product of things going wrong, like having to try and call, micromanage, pick up different things. But this is what happens when you show Fnatic a trophy. Maybe one that doesn't look like a bucket. They decide that it's worth fighting for. Because right now, they are tearing them apart. You mentioned Crashies. I feel like the toughest part of playing against him is that he's doing damage when you can't see him. Like, I think we've talked many a time about who the best Teo is, and I think, like, you could put players like Sociable in that list in terms of just how many numbers he's going to put up individually. But I think if you're talking pure utility, like, who's the most annoying to play against? I think it has to be Crashies at #1, because every time you try and plant, he always seems to have his salvos at the exact right moment. The cycling of that utility from him is just sublime. And then if you deal with everything else that's going on, you've got Kayak and Alfia who are just popping heads.
Yeah. Oh, Benji's got the longest name in VCT EMEA. I think Serial's old name would have beaten that, but we'll leave that there. 6-3 for the Fnatic side. It's been wonderful to see them on this kind of form. Playoffs form indeed. Upper bracket final right now, and the grand final seemingly locked in. Big changes needed, but Heretics call a pause to seek out those answers. Another opening duel for Fnatic. This time, punished quickly and cleanly.
Yeah, that's the most important thing. Just making sure that He's not going to get away with too much. Clearly feeling like those light shields are in play for Heretics. Kayak has got the right read with that Outlaw in hand. And just look how much space they've got already. Now this time at least Benji is alive. So the turret should give them that contact. Although they've already spotted it. With how much space they've already managed to get, you can see that the Fnatic players are just waiting. They don't want to give the game away just yet.
Gonna let them fully commit their hand so they can't turn back. Here goes the ult, and now the flank from Fnatic shows it's full hand. One player goes back to deal with him, but there's actually two players on the flank, and they find out the hard way. Benji at least able to pick off Chronicle. The players now are waiting on site. I say players, it's just one. It's Boo, isolated. But he has managed to fly under the radar. A free pick on Boaster and Alphayer. Here's the round they needed. Even the lockdown committed and denied. Kayak, you've been sublime so far, but a little more needed. There's the pick and the res, and that brings them right back into the round.
And you finally managed to deal with Alphayer, and someone brings him back to life. Counter lockdown going to be put into play. The round so much more important than anything else. Alphayer actually looking to try and play ahead of it, and he'll be dealt with by Rienz. And while there's not a lot of time left, it won't matter. It takes a second pause, but there is a response. A solid individual round from Boo as well. I think that's now him onto the scoreboard for the first time in this matchup, but it wins them a round.
Yeah, it was a surprise play. It was him sneaking his way through. Fitting that while he's busy leading the team and forgetting about his own individual performance, it is the cerebral play that gets him on that board. I was worried there in the end, Tom. My heart skipped a beat. Seeing Kayak, 2 shots, loaded into the Outlaw, 2 opponents, low HP, below that 140, and they both swing him. He had a chance, and he fired at them both. Neither shot landed. Heretics get themselves around as a result. Alpha, he's avoided a mesh of bullets sent his way. Heretics finally back on the board, and it's not too late to finish this half on equal footing.
No, we've seen them versus both Vitality and Apex have incredibly clean defensive, 6-1 after getting enough rounds on that attack. So let's not pretend like this is over just because this half has been fairly firmly in Fnatic's favor. This A site has been a struggle. A lot of it has come down to delay. The amount that can be slowed off nano swarms, snake bites, salvos. But they are a little bit earlier than what we've seen in a lot of other rounds.
I think they're very ready for it, though. Look, there's 4 players already on this site, and they are trained in on that position now. As 2 fall, they think it'll be a little bit more free, a little bit more open, but Heretics, well, they couldn't be more wrong. Left with just 1. He's on the ropes, quite literally, as Fnatic put to bed the 11th round, 7-4. A lead at the half, now guaranteed. The question is, how big will the lead be?
Honestly, their B-side defense is fantastic. Like, I'm genuinely enjoying seeing, because every time they're walking into this utility setup, but the goals change for Heretics each time. It's like, okay, this time we're going to try and get aggressive. We're going to try and play around it. And Bosa just puts a snake bite right in their path, so anybody that clips it gets stuck. Then behind that, you see the Mosh go in so that they can't stand in that ground anymore, forced into a new position. Then salvos come in as well. So it's just like, it's constantly having to shift and move everywhere you're going. And while you're doing that, Alpha's peeking you. So it's like, there's not really much more you can do.
Now, there's a reason you're seeing everybody here. You've got a Viper's Pit alongside a Hunter's Fury to work with. The Pit is the main thing. Look at the space they got in the previous round. Look how close they got to the site as Fnatic didn't look for those early fights. Instead, waiting for the wall to fall and taking the battles after. That means to Heretics, they can get in there. They can get that Pit in play and lock down that control, leaving their utility passively to cover their back from Killjoy. This could be a very dangerous round, and a couple of spams, the only thing really standing in Heretics' way. And the fact that they are taking a long time. I thought by now we'd already see them in there, but they're waiting outside of B. I don't know if this is going to work the way they hope it will, as Fnatic still have 4 players close by.
I think also having the drone, also having Wingman as well, that's important. A quick pick, but still all of that delay utility is in place. 30 seconds. Now the Mosh comes through as well. That they're having to just wait out so much different pieces of utility that a risk could do it all. Hunter's Fury thrown in to try and find some damage as the wingman goes for the plant. I don't know if it's going to plant. No, it's not. It's failed. And now they're stuck again. They have to go pushing. They have to go moving. Minibu lands a second shot, though. He might just be keeping them in the round, but there's the swing. Spike dropped once again. With 7 seconds left, Chronicle, all he has to do is try and drop it one more time, but he will die. So it doesn't matter in the end. Your heart might skip a beat, but Heretics do get the job done.
Well, they put the pit in eventually, Tom. Jeez, they waited a while. How many fights were Fnatic given? Luckily, in the end, it falls into their favor, 7-5 at the halftime. Heretics have clawed their way back up to a close scoreline. The second half will see their defense. Somewhere we know that they're strong, but if they fail and falter here, that's the lower bracket run started. Fnatic, 1 away. We'll find out how it goes after the break. Welcome back, folks. 7-5. Fnatic leading the charge and looking good on pistol rounds in this series. Heretics, well, they better hope they can connect another one here, as that early start on this map is really all that makes this a close affair. It was 3-1 in their favor, but Fnatic made a streak of rounds, bringing us up to this 7-5 halftime. But for Heretics, Tom, you alluded to it earlier, or well, not really alluded, you said it straight, and as it is, Heretics pretty good on the defense.
Yeah, at least in their victories versus Vitality and Apex, they were very good on that defensive side. And I think the difference, though, today is that I think Fnatic have done really well to sort of disorientate them. And well, just look at the immediate rundown. Heretics not feeling the burn just yet, as they will run it straight into their opponents. There's a lot of counter utility being put into play, though. Still opportunities to try and fight this back, although has somehow managed to completely dodge that stun. He won't dodge the bullets, and what was a great start quickly diminishes into a Fnatic advantage.
I think we're going to see Chronicle having some stern words with Wingman after how it's gone for him in the pistol rounds. I don't know what's going on.
You stun me through a floor, and then you don't get him when he stood there.
You look him in the eyes and you say, I know you. I'll let you away with this one. You're my buddy. Well, a 3 versus 2. A good recovery by Fnatic, and they managed to find Benji coming up behind them. Not deal with him completely. Make him a bit modest with 70 HP remaining. He'll back off. The world is Fnatic's oyster. For Team Heretics, they've got to gamble on where they think the hit's coming in.
It's patient stuff. Not wanting to overface, not wanting to gamble. Still having the
30 seconds left.
Orb available as well. And now slowly making their way towards the A site, which is completely open. Nobody even remotely close. Eventually the realization has to come through for the side of Heretics that they are on the wrong side of the map, and you mentioned it, how critical this pistol will have been. And now we look at Minibu and Benji and see what they can do with it.
When it comes to pistols, Heretics have usually been pretty good. But here, Fnatic definitely upping the challenge a little bit, this 3v2. Everyone tagged on that attacking side, but they've got the numbers. And the unknown factor, the positions having to be cleared, swinging out from those corners. Fnatic with a third pistol in this series. And you know, I say Heretics have been pretty good. They're number 2 in the region, right behind BBL, who we talked a lot about how strong their performances have been. So for Fnatic to step up to the plate here, it is a big deal.
Didn't their pistol stats take a pretty big hit recently, though? Were they?
BBL, yeah.
They
Still
lost a
number
lot
1,
of them.
though. Still number 1.
It says a lot about how good they've been in those sort of scenarios. We'll see if that continues later today. What's the qualification match still coming up? This one.
Nice, Alpha. Good job.
It's all about getting in towards that grand final. A chance at the trophy. Damn, nice shot from Bidiboo, but again, the first kill might go the way of Heretics. But the second and the third go in the other direction. Boo has picked up the mantle of his brother, trying to do that little bit more. Some nice shots, but the round still looks favored. The man against them, though, maybe the last man you'd want to come up against here.
He's up close, he's ahead of the curve. He's taking Crashies down, runs for the hill, and makes it round the corner. Plant will come through. But a real chance now. Only the one swarm grenade in play. And Rienz, I like the idea. The big wraparound he's going for. Hoping to catch his opponent off guard.
Classic.
He may well catch him off guard. Look at where Alpha's going. He's so focused on this path, on even it being a side push, but now he's spotted him. What a shot! What? Rienz connects 2 to the dome of Alpha. And while the pistol round may not have fallen into their favor, the pistol of Rienz brings this round back into Heretics' pocket. Unbelievable!
All I'm going to say, well, the Red Bull clutch, but more so, that's got to be the easiest bundle on planet Earth to sell when your players are doing stuff like that with it. That's just utterly ridiculous. And I said it in the moment, there is no one else you want in those clutch scenarios with how solid Rienz has been individually. It's just ridiculous.
And that's the right click. That's the right click.
What about the left click?
That was a left click.
Well, the first one was the right click.
Yeah, the up close battle. I don't think he quite would have been right-clicking Alpha from there. Now, Fnatic have come through 2 rifles in play. Those players playing the pistols have a chance to buy back up here. And they'll put their money on the line early on, not wanting to see that lead dissipate, not wanting to see Heretics 1 round away from them. And they'll still have money for the next. Don't worry about that. It's not the biggest risk ever, but it gives them a huge opportunity. The opening pick already there is Kayak with another Alpha, returning with the classic onto Woot. And all of a sudden, this round that had little to speak about in favor of Fnatic, just 2 rifles, now they've got 4. And there's only 2 rifles for Heretics, only 2 players left standing.
Benji's held the line at least for a little bit. He's managed to find a gap, but the trade was never going to not come through from that position. It now leaves Boo a gap to run through, but almost seeming like suicide if he was to try and get through that gap, knowing there's going to be somebody either to the left, to the right, or up above. And at the moment, it seems like the majority of them, the wall's at least giving him a gap to try and find around, but he's hoping for a fight. And just look at where Fnatic sit. They are all back passive, waiting patiently for a single tap to come through. And guess what? Those salvos are online once again. Crashies always so irritating in these scenarios that time is ever ticking, ever falling. And for Boo, I feel like at this stage it just has to be the retreat. And I think even the Fnatic players are starting to realize it. Look where Crashies has got to. He's just trying to stop him getting out of there, wants to remove that gun, and that's exactly what he'll do. The knife in the back, the thorn in the side. Fnatic, I've got 9 on that attack.
Taking the small advantage of that earlier economic decision, bringing in 2 rifles, finding the opening pick, arming to the teeth. Alpha, the man, top fragging, tied up with Crashies. Even finds one with a classic. Here it is.
Maybe it's just a Turkish thing. Then again, I say that, but Chronicle was always very good with it.
Oh yeah, listen, you see,
he's Turkish in spirit.
Where are you going, bro?
And they did. It was Woot going in to try to fight Kayak. Oh, no.
That's one of your lineups, right?
Oh, shut up, Tom. All right, listen. It happened 1 time in ranked.
Oh no,
man.
sorry. It's one of Scott's.
Stop with the Irish, Tom. I don't like it. Scott would never co-sign that. In fact, I reckon he's already writing that down in his notebook. Double digits.
Gonna give him a stern high five after this game.
Yeah, it's gonna be Scout with Boaster and Chronicle with Wingman. Big talks to be had. 9-6, double digits now, looking probable for Fnatic. And you gotta say, Tom, great course correction after that. Little bit of a bump in the road in this half.
Yeah, a little bit. I'd say it was a big bump in the road, but then I guess somehow they've used it as a ramp. Doesn't make a lot of sense. Miniboo, he's been struggling this game, and just look at the amount of utility that's being put in. They knew exactly where he would land. And yeah, the hero gun has ended up as the zero gun. Nothing found. A lockdown to force any players off this site. You had the stack. You had the players in the right place at the right time. Unfortunately, you gotta run.
And that was it. That was the worry. 3 players tucked in, ready for the fight. A real chance for Heretics, but the lockdown wisely put into play by Alphayer here, leaving Fnatic with double digits almost assuredly. The question was, would it be flawless? And in zone, we'll be sad to see it isn't, as Boo is the last one standing, picked off Chronicle. Still though, Thrash online for the next round, double digits secured, and Team Heretics on that familiar scoreline of 6. It was around now, Fnatic just ran away with it, going back to Fracture. We may see the same again. 4 players alive, big economy round as well for that attacking side.
10-6. A completely different story. We did not need a replay of him throwing that into the barrier.
That is cruel.
I've already been mean enough beforehand. Don't need to double down on it. Shout out Scott again for the lineup.
All right, listen, Tom. You're on thin ice now, man. You're on thin ice.
They're winning rounds, that's fine. 10-6. Ultimates building up for Heretics, but starting to question if it's too little too late. Armageddon for Crashies. They've had so many set plays around this. Why? He tries to run away. Oh, it's damage. They even had a Salva that goes behind. Rians is just trying to dodge every single piece of utility. Memes already being made on Twitter to prove like, Valorant, how difficult it could be to play. He does survive though, but well, his teammate has not. In fact, Rians didn't even last long.
Man, now Woot's looking the wrong way again. It was Kayak to distract him last time. This time, he's the one surprising him. And either way, this has got to be a save. Look, they're already backing off. They're already giving up that control towards the B site. Boo and Benji look to hang on to these weapons, and how quickly that round fell apart. And Tom, you're exactly right as well. It's not just the fact that you have this ult coming through, but behind it, you've then got a Nano Swarm and the salvos to block them in. I mean, those players were under so much pressure, and they struggled.
The one gap.
The tiny gap. And immediately on the way back in, Fnatic, they're finding players trying to regain a spot to fight from, trying to regain control, and they go right in to the flood of Fnatic. The flood of that attack side wipes them clean from the board. Looks like they'll save their weapons at least, but it's a small solace.
Yeah, I think my favorite thing about Fnatic with these sort of setups is that they are aware of the space. Like, they know exactly, they go, oh, we've done this amazing execution, and if they don't get a kill from it, they're not going, oh, I guess there was just no one there. They're going, okay, there was a gap here and here, so we're gonna now execute into those positions and make it more awkward for players who have managed to survive our util. Like, it's just such intelligent play, and we talk about Heretics and these explosive compositions, the individual brilliance of players like Miniboo, Woot, and they have been really struggling throughout this matchup so far, not been able to find that same value we've seen all season. Like, you talk about Miniboo being the highest ACS player, but he hasn't been in this game. Boo, though, will at least start things off with an opening pick. And that's Kayak gone. So the res won't be used. Unfortunately, you can't bring yourself back.
That is 2 rifles, though, for Team Heretics. Boo has 1, Benji has the other. The rest are sitting down with pistols. Space taken, but spotted. And on the way back, he's dead. Dead to rights. Good spam. Good opportunity to recover a weapon. Boaster tries to be the thorn in the side, but they've abandoned that control. Heretics with a 3 versus 5 in their favor. 3 weapons as well to work with. This is all that they need. And I like this. Immediately you see Miniboo back off from that fight. He doesn't need to risk it. Just spotting for the info.
Trying to make sure that there's no gap to be had. You've also got the deep alarm bot, so even though it might look like B is open for business, that will give enough information. That's why Benji hasn't gone any further forward, wanting to make sure he stays within range. This might ruse them a little bit though. If that push-up will come in, they'll destroy the U2, and immediately, look at the rotation. Look how many people have just started running the other way. The problem is, how much time can be bought? Wu needs to just try and get one here, and he doesn't, but there's a Hunter's Fury on the other side, and that will do the job. That will clear everything out, and Boaster's late flank, well, it's too late.
Whoa, he almost gets taken down there by the Sheriff. Rian's going back for more. He'll be dropped. Another point towards that Viper's pit, but another round for Team Heretics, pushing past that barrier of 6, somewhere they were kept on when it came to Fracture.
Wow.
And a gap of 4 rounds now. This game is far from over if Heretics can keep this form up. That was a round that they had very little to work with. And yes, the Hunter's Fury was used, but that was really just the icing on the cake. The seasoning, the main dish though, was that opening pick by Boo, was that fight inside of Tube and the rifle recovered, and then passive play, allowing that clock to run down.
Potentially. Bit of a pace change. You see the orb is the main target. Trying to continually build up the ultimates for the side of Fnatic. When you have that Thrash in play, there's a lot of space that can be taken. The thing is though, you look over on the A side, it's just a solo defender in the form of Riens. The gamble has been made that they'll be able to get in, and a lot of that will come down to having this lockdown available for Benji Fishy. They are confident in the retake, so the only goal really for Riens is, okay, spot, see if you can find information. If you get a kill on the way, fantastic. But it seems like the rotation from the defensive side actually coming a little bit earlier. They have made that realization.
Monster on the loose.
And a good job that they're playing that bit more passive. Thrash is on its way. It's caught one, but Miniboo's down below, ready to pounce. Boaster gets caught in mid as well. Really nicely played by Heretics, covering all their bases, defending the man that got caught by the Thrash. And now 3 players on site ready for the battle. Fnatic walking right in to the fray. I like Kayak's spot, but no one's giving him an angle. Oh, here we go. He's up and above. He's caught them in the ult. The trade comes in quick with Miniboo shutting that down. Alpha all alone. He's been sensational so far. Gets the opportunity for one, but with 12 seconds left, that plant has to be stuck at this time, and the flank indeed should secure this round as he runs for that safe spot. It wasn't so safe with Boo around.
Yeah, you can forgive him for making the prediction that, okay, if they put that lockdown in, probably both players are going to come from the same angle at the end and not have separate 1v1 duels. But it was a long flank that came through from Boo, but a much better round from them overall. They had a solid read on everything that was going on. Benji, this timing was everything, because that was almost Woot dead to rights as he attempted to rotate in and ends up being a pivotal factor. And although he ends up being caught, the quick reactions from those players is enough. Fnatic, after losing a couple in a row, have made the decision now that, okay, well, we need to try and slow this down. We do not want to allow Heretics to firstly get back into the game, but secondly build that momentum, start seeing those superstars that we have done all the way through the season.
That's it. It's time to get back on the horse for Fnatic. 2 in a row. Doesn't seem like much, but we know what Heretics can do when given this kind of space. Now we're seeing them make those reads. The early aggression with the 2 rifles works out. The rotations that came into play there, perfect as they were ahead of the play. And you can see the coaching staff of Fnatic with a lot to say. That's a lot of holes to plug. But when it comes to these 2 boys, it's dangerous when they're given this much time to think. We'll see what Fnatic make as an adjustment. The res online, not much else for them, but they're competing against the ult from Miniboo that despite him having a quieter performance here on Icebox, this ult has done a lot for him before. Boo as well, having that Viper's pit. It's been a slow half, but if he's playing inside his pit, it's going to be difficult to root him out of there, even in the worst of times.
There you go. In terms of win rate in the retakes.
Wow.
That's where we do see the best of this Heretic squad. As I said, with the rounds they've played on the defense, a lot of the time it's been utter dominance.
There they are.
We've already started to witness them build back into this map a little bit. Still a long way to go. 2 rounds needed for Fnatic to close this series. 3 rounds just to level it up.
Locating targets.
For the attack. Bit of a slower pace. They were kind of steamrolling Heretics in a lot of these early rounds. So now that there's a little bit of resistance, back to the drawing board.
Heretics are going for something different as well.
Go, go, go.
The stuns go up on B. Gecko flash as well as they look to take that deep control. They see nobody and now sense it's an A play. The wall comes in from Fnatic, the utility being heard, but they're a little slow to get that plant down, and that's a problem. The Heretics have now rotated thanks to that early B play. They've got 4 players in position, ready to take that space. Ult pop, I believe, by Miniboo. The Viper's pit from the attack, though, that's going to be tough to fight back through with Alpha instantly rezzed.
They were hoping to try and kill him off again. Alpha are actually now 1 away from the lockdown. He gets a pick, and that kill on Tim might actually end up helping out. Chronicle as well, just holding the line already. They're trying to get it. Actually, I think that Nano Swarm has missed. It's bounced off, but it doesn't matter. The spams have done the work anyway. And now all that remains is Boo! He's landed a multitude of kills, looking for a little bit more, but it was too much to ask. A 1v5 would have been absurd. Unfortunately, for them at least, it's not to be. And this places Fnatic right onto map and series point. And more importantly, a spot in that grand final.
Just 1 round away with 4 chances to close it out. Fnatic have come into this series looking clean on map number 1. That was their pick, but it was Heretics who chose to fight them here on Icebox. A big round from Boo, sure, a 3-piece put on the board without the use of his pit. But it'll come to nothing. It will amount to naught if they cannot find 4 in a row. It was them to send Fnatic through that lower bracket. Stage 1 of last year. Well, revenge can taste sweet. And Fnatic just 1 round away from that taste.
Might be a short trip to the lower bracket. A single match and they'd be right back into that grand final. But we know about the lengths you have to go through in those best of 5s. The energy they'll be thrown into it. And, well, we already saw this back at kickoff. Heretics thrown to the lower bracket, thrown to the wolves that were Team Liquid in form, and they did not come out of that lower bracket. Well, in one sense they did. Miniboo trying to get aggressive, trying to put some of that flair into play, but he's not found anything from it. Still sticks around.
Pit securing B, it's allowing them to rotate more heavily, and that's being sensed by Fnatic. Turret broken from down below. Nano active, just so Benji could clear below, but he's worried about someone being in tube, and he should be. He spotted the shoulder, spotted the elbow, and takes Alphayear down, ready for the rest, but Kayak bests him, and now the B site seems open, but they're not committing just to it. They've heard the steps up close. They know that there's players just outside and use the slow to get themselves into position. The plant with 12 seconds left. The snake bite to delay to give that bit more space, but they need to find some solid ground to fight from. Towards Snowman is where they're looking, but there's plenty of players waiting. In goes the Armageddon. It's caught. 1 Rienz is down. Whoa, forced into the open. And now the round seems to be in Fnatic's favor. A lot of ground to cover by Miniboo, by Boo. The pit falls and they know where he's coming from. They'll drop him right away. Grand finals bound are Fnatic. The first team to grace that upper spot. And they do it. Pass the test of Team Heretics with flying colors.
Yeah, in this case, lightning does not strike twice. Switch up the map pool, switch up the picks, and they have come out on top. But let's be real, we are definitely looking at this matchup between these two as a potential grand final. I don't think this is going to stop the beating heart of the Heretic squad. But for Fnatic, they have found form. At the moment they need it most, and that is the thing with this squad. We talk about their group stage form versus that playoffs form. Now don't get me wrong, they were still decent in the group stage, but when they faced off against this squad, let's be honest, they got bodied. Now they come in, upper bracket, a chance to make it to the final, a chance to fight for the beautiful trophy we saw earlier. And that's where these players start to make the difference. And I think highlights already being made in terms of players. Alfia today was incredible, but Crashy's on this map, I would hate playing against his utility. It would make me so angry.
We talked about how valuable Crashy's utility was on map number 1, but his performance individually hit another level here. Those ults were connecting, those salvos were terrifying. Alpha and Kayak showing a wonderful form, and for Fnatic right now, this is the team to beat. Your first grand finalist for EMEA locked in, and they're eyeing up that trophy. You know that this is a squad that no one wants to face, and looking at Heretics now, that lower bracket BO5 against either BBL or Liquid, that's not a task I'd wish on my worst enemy.
Yeah, for sure. I think for Heretics, at least this time, they can look at it and go, okay, we're qualified. If we do face Liquid again, it's going to be a little bit different, but of course, we've got to hear from Fnatic themselves. Down on the stage, we have Kayak with Yinsu.
That's right, I'm now joined by Kayak from Fnatic. Massive congratulations. Kayak is your first grand final in VCT EMEA, and it's come, what, like 5 months after you joined the team? How does that feel?
Feels insane, to be honest. Maybe we played really good today, so I think we earned it. So probably some things to fix, but I think today was one of the best days we ever played, so
super clean, very clean. Now, what was the difference between facing Heretics like a week ago compared to facing Heretics now? What changed?
I think when we played them first time this year, it was like we played like a different team. We didn't have like energy, and energy is a big part of our team, so we didn't have energy. Like the game was super weird. Like we just didn't play like ourselves.
No fans too, right? The fans really help. You love having them here.
Yeah, actually, the fans. We're doing it for the fans. If the fans are not here, if the fans are not here, we are losing. So.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. They lost when you guys weren't here last time. Now, you have a pretty good record on this stage when it comes to grand finals. 100% win rate. You know, we remember Ascension when you were here. But how different of a player do you think right now, standing on this stage, compared to you were on Apex?
I think I improved a lot. Maybe like just getting more comfy on stage. I feel like really comfy on stage right now. So I improved that for sure. And as a player, I improved like all of the things by a little. So I improved everything basically.
We're very proud of you, Kayak. But did you ever think that you were going to be the one Sage player of EMEA, running down Icebox, opping all over the shop?
No, Milan or Ben was like, what do you want to play, Sage or Gecko? I'm like, I don't want to play anything of this. So, and I was like, after 5 seconds, I was like, yeah, I can try the Sage maybe if you allow me for some Grim Walls and stuff. So I gave a chance for the Sage, and it's working out really good. So.
Do you like it?
I think it's super fun.
Yeah, it's fun. We see you having a lot of fun. So this was it successful instantly on scrims? Did you feel it the first time you played it, or did it take some time?
We played first scrim, I think. I dropped like 10 kills. I was like, yeah, I'm not playing this stage. then after the break, we played second scrim. I was like, yeah, the stage is quite good actually. So I gave it a chance, and it's actually quite fun.
Where did you learn the walls from? Is it TikTok?
To be honest, I just went on custom. I found on some walls, and it was working. I was like, basically when we were playing Prax, I was like, throwing wall, I was laughing. I was laughing because I thought it's just funny when I'm like on top of something and I'm killing someone, and this guy has no clue what is going on. So, and I think like 2 days ago, I typed Grim walls on Icebox. So I had some walls from the Grim, but I didn't use them yet. So
we can look forward to that. We can look forward to that. Now I think you had probably one of the hardest, if not the hardest, job of any tier 2 duelist coming into here. Big shoes to fill. How did you, I guess, block out the noise of people saying you might not be good enough? Because I think you proved them wrong.
No, I think in the off season when I joined, I was like feeling kind of some pressure on me, but when the kickoff came and stuff, I decided that I'm just gonna do my role, and I'm gonna play like myself. I'm not gonna think about it, that I need to fill someone's shoes, because I know that I'm a good player. So I just have to believe in myself.
You're a great player. Now, lastly, when it comes to joining Fnatic, it must be nerve-wracking, right? As the new player coming in, they have such big personalities on this team. So what is the system? What is the Fnatic system, and how do they integrate you into that?
I mean, all of my teammates are like really fun and stuff. So when I joined, I instantly like got the vibe. I think maybe not instantly, but because I think when I join the team, I'm quite shy, you know. So I need to get to know some of the teammates and players. But after some time, I was really feeling it, and the vibe is insane right now, as you can see. So.
Are you as silly as they are? Do you consider yourself a silly guy?
Yeah, I think I think I am.
So shy guy to silly guy now. I love that. That's the progression we love to hear. Thank you very much, Kayak. Once again, guys, grand finalists. By the way, Kayak, give it up one more time for him. All right, we do have one more spot left for Masters Toronto. Liquid will be taking on BBL right after this. But before that, Boaster is joining me and Petra on the desk. We'll see you after the break.
I'm Ryan, me and Alpha. With Brian out here. He's working at McDonald's, Brian.
Where are you going, bro? Where are you going, bro? You cannot run from me, mate. This is Benji in my pocket. Fish.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Like a butterfly, you flip a switch, keep a secret, let me come inside. When you run the gamut, but you could never find it. You keep on breathing when you're in it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when you are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me.
Renegade, Horisco, 24. Let him all blood, but I can't come. Pedal on a pedal with an O3 kit, room, up 400 dash wall. Got through 100 deep and move. Get lifted, body need get cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body give another on me, oh, double nine. Telephone cut that rain. Shut up my son for the rain though. I don't want cut my lane. Running fist fire, scare no rest. Go pop one ring, go break one bench. I pop missile, if I wish I put one pistol on my head. Was popping and popping, love in the morning. Blue come over to come in the morning. Vogue in the flick, poster forming. Confident boy run a halo on me. Jealous in the NBA, fill up in the air. I be hitting minimal when I'm on the air. Yeah, boy so pitiful, wanna be my pet. Oh well, good boy, cause you're born on the stair. Renegade, Horisco, 24. Let him all blood, but I can't come. Pedal on a pedal with a
Fnatic are your first grand finalists here at stage 1 of VCT EMEA. I'm your host Youngsu, and I'm back here with Petra and joined by Boaster. Between the three of us, we have a champs title. How exciting is that?
I'm feeling very grateful for that.
Yeah. We count that. First of all, Petra, did you expect that to be a 2-0?
No, actually not. And especially in the beginning of Icebox, I was predicting that Heretics were on the upper hand.
Yeah, I felt the same way, especially after the lead Heretics had as well. Are you surprised with the comp change that Heretics bought? Was it because of that you think they lost?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's too early to change from Sova. Sova Gecko isn't historically that great, and also Teo is still in meta until he's eventually nerfed, so they should have just kept running with him. Yeah, they just didn't have enough firepower.
So when you saw the comp, were you a little bit more confident that when they
I was thinking like, oh, okay, this is actually really winnable now, boys. They haven't got much plant denial pressure. They haven't got the annoying rockets, the annoying ulti. They do have a recon, which is kind of annoying, but I think the Teo rockets are, for that back sight on A, it's really crazy on the attack side.
Yeah, we have a win on Sage. Let's go. You know, absolute fan of Kayak Sage. And I love some of the things Kayak spoke about. I don't know if you heard the interview. Essentially, he said, you know, when he first joined Fnatic, he was pretty shy. And then now he considers himself a bit of a silly guy as well. And the coaches came to him with this idea of playing Sage and so on and so forth. So how special is it for you to be able to make a final with teammates like Crashies and Kayak?
Honestly, I wasn't expecting to make a final. I obviously believed in ourselves that we could, but I wasn't like saying, yeah, we're going to make a final this year. I was just hoping that we'd ramp up and be a good team this year. And yeah, Crashies after kickoff is really that boy. Not only is he handsome, but he's definitely shooting now. And Kayak as well. Like ever since that, all it takes is one game for your teammates to trust another teammate. And that one game versus Na'Vi where he carried us in kickoff, it's all been uphill since then for Kayak. It's felt like he just needed that one game to really feel like he belonged in our team, and I think that was the big game. And ever since then, like, the team atmosphere has been so much different. Full trust, full steam ahead.
How much of this can you relate to, Petra? You know, having young players and then having to integrate them, making sure the vibes are good as well, and the trust that Bosa spoke about.
I mean, you need to make it as comfortable as possible, right? And then eventually they're getting comfortable, and then they will shine, and you just need to give them the handles to play with. So if you have a good team behind you as a youngster and you learn a lot from them, then it's going super fast.
Do you ever get tired? I mean, you guys have made a lot of finals. Is it always the same?
It's never the same.
It's never the same.
No, it's never the same. Like the build up to the finals always different. Sometimes you start shaky, or near the end is a bit more shaky because they have a lot on you and you're easier to read. So it's always different.
It's been a while since we've been in the upper bracket from a final. You know, like we normally lose and then have to do the lower bracket grind.
That's actually a lie.
Is
but
it?
Yeah.
Last year? What happened last year? I was playing lower brackets all the time.
It happened. It happened once, I think, in last year lower bracket.
It's been a while then. It's been a while since I've been in the finals.
Well, you didn't bloody make it a kickoff, so you've only got yourself to blame there. But let's play a quick game since I have the two of you here, and we can maybe take a trip down memory lane at some point in a game I would like to call Rate That Clutch. Now, we're going to show you some clutches, and you have some paddle boards in front of you. You guys at home, play along with us as well. And I want you to tell me which clutch belongs to which number. So let's just start with one. I'm sure if you've been watching VCT EMEA, then you might remember this one. If you take your eyes to the screen over there. This was from your former teammate.
Oh, Magnum.
I think this was Hero.
Never mind then, yeah, it's Hero.
Yeah, let's take a watch
It's not Magnum.
at this clutch where Hero is deaf.
I remember this, yeah.
Yeah, he's blind. He's got a million things going on, charging him, and he somehow wins that 1v3. What do we think about
different.
this?
He's got something going on there. He must be using.
Yeah, it's a bit sus, isn't it?
Yeah.
All right, so what would you rate that?
It requires a little bit of luck and of course a bit of skill, so I would go for
5 and 7. All right, okay, 5 and 7. I think I'm around the similar ballpark. Let's look at the next one. Now, this is one of my favorite clutches, I think, of all time.
I need to change my. I'm going to say 5-2.
Okay, well, let's take a look at this clutch. I don't know, Boast, if you remember this.
Wait, is it Angel? That's a 10.
Oh my god, this
Petra.
is amazing.
Oh, it's Petra. Wait, this is the Petra Recon.
Yeah, this is the Petra Recon. This is legendary. I feel like this is This is set the scene for many other players trying to do that, and they.
My 7.
This is your 7.
I'll be humble. I'll be humble.
Oh, humble.
Oh, I think that was a 10.
I saw nice things today. And
how many clutches have you had where they've literally named a play after you, like the Petra Recon?
None.
Exactly. So how is that a 7?
Because it's a 7 because it was good util usage into a nice swing.
Yeah.
But
and she got the kills.
Yeah,
so.
I agree with that. But the only difference is there was still her teammate alive. So was it a clutch?
Okay.
True.
Did you mean that recon? Were you like?
Yes, it was planned. Yeah.
Oh, that's smart. While we have you here, actually, can you explain what the Petra Peak is? Because we have a comm of you on Lotus screaming, "I did the Petra Peak." What does it mean?
So Petra, back in the day on Ascent, she was using Odin in scrims, and she was in A Heaven, and it was in a clutch versus Leo, and she swung A Heaven and killed Leo. And ever since then, I've called it any swing with an Odin is now a Petra Peak.
Oh,
so.
do you remember this, Petra?
Yeah, I remember.
Because he got absolutely domed, and then he just went like this.
Did you all chat?
No, I'm dead quiet. I'm like, he's suffering in silence probably.
You're probably like one of 3 people that's ever beaten Leo in any situation.
I'm proud.
So you guys have learned a lesson at home. If you swing with an Odin, it's now the Petra Peak. So let's see more of that, and let's see more clutches and see what you guys rate the next one. And this on Ascent. Speaking of, we got Ascent. Sova. It's Rians versus BBL, and this was a crime from BBL. I gotta say, like. I was screaming at BBL at this point. You're playing against Rians. You can't be playing against Rians like this, am I right?
Yeah, you're playing once. Yeah, it's a good clutch, but very bad from the opponent.
Right. So what do we rate this? A 10?
Yeah, it's a 1v3 with a Guardian.
I mean,
he found his
I think
isolation.
they're better clutches,
okay,
but the 3 is also low.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
The 3 is too low.
Both win 10.
Reason why I put Hero 5 now is because he uses ulti in a 1v3, which I didn't think he should win.
There we go.
Yeah, I would have given it 5.
Yeah. What's up with like peeking into the anti-ecos when you're going up against Rians? You know Rians wins those. What were you guys thinking?
Actually, we can rate Alfia's clutch on that Icebox.
Stop it.
Yeah,
That's mean.
I can give him some tips after.
The 1v1 against Rians with the classic?
He deactivated his turret, therefore he lost his flank line, and then he started panicking about flank, and then Rians swung.
Oh, that's what happened.
Yeah, excuses. They're making excuses. We got one more clutch. Let's take one more. Let's take a look at one more.
Oh, is it Alfia?
This is rolling
Holy
back
guacamole!
the years.
This is a 3.
Do you remember this one, Petra? I don't know if you do.
I don't, I think.
Okay, the reason I remember this one is because this meant that Gambit would not make another global event because suffering at the hands of you, Burster.
All right.
Well, yeah, you want to? Do you remember this?
I got none left. I remember this. Of course, I bounced out of my chair after I won this one.
Yeah, and
crazy.
I wonder if Kron remembers that as well.
I make sure to remind him.
Do you actually?
Yeah, of course. I said, Kron, you remember that time you never beaten me to qualify for stuff?
That's true. That's actually true. It's always been you guys. I don't know if we have one more. Maybe we just show one more for the funsies. Let's do one more since we're rolling back the years, and we've. I guess everyone loves a Leo mention. Anytime we can talk about Leo, we're gonna talk about Leo. Now, Petra, you've beaten this man in a clutch, so you can. I guess I'll throw it over to you. You can talk me through what you think about this one.
I don't remember this one either.
I remember it.
But watching it, a cheeky 1v5? Is that a 1v5? 1v4?
Was it?
Yeah, it's a 1v4 minimum. But yeah, there's a reason why everybody loves Leo, right?
Yeah, I mean he's winning all his duels, but it's also because the opponent give his duels. So yeah,
they gotta remember they're playing against one of the greats. Yeah. What would you rate this as?
I didn't see the first 2 kills.
I think a 7.
It's Leo. You could probably imagine.
I didn't realize the game. I thought we were doing 1 score for each
yeah,
one.
I thought so too.
I explained it badly, but yeah, that was on me.
I was keeping my numbers.
Keeping track.
Yeah.
7 for Leo?
Yeah, of course.
He has better clutches.
I've seen much better from him.
Yeah?
Yeah.
That's just
his util. This is just the classic Leo.
But if that wasn't Leo, what would you rate that clutch?
Oh, 10.
Anyone else in the world would be a 10. But thank you very much, you two, for playing the game. Congratulations on making one more final. Before I let you go, did you know that Crashies has technically never won domestically?
Yeah, he told me that. He's like, Because Alfie's like, I won so many domestically. It's okay if we lose. And Austin's like, no, bro. I want to win. I've never won domestically, man.
That's
Come
crazy.
on.
That is actually crazy he hasn't. But yeah, thank you for playing once again. Congratulations.
Congrats.
Yeah, we're going to toss this to a break, but don't go anywhere because after this, Liquid will be taking on BBL for the last slot for Masters Toronto.
Where you been? Now I'm back, let's bump that. Got a phantom in my hand, I'll clutch that. Get an agent on flank, got a loop back. Shall we simmer on down with a 5-step? Where we been? I don't know, going downtown. Got the city lights singing like a ghost town. Got the body frags hiding all spooked out. Cause we got radiant night, you better bow down. Now, whoa, you from Omega with the oh no. I'm with the alpha and you know, don't make that ticket spike sound. Put that away, you'll hurt yourself. Be an anchor, let it all come your way. We got plenty for you, boy. Just say we got sheriffs, so sorry-eyed boys. Got the banner highs, blown to the banner. Well, who's there? Know this.
When my back's against the wall, all the mirrors will dissolve. Bring the heat, bring it on. Watch me ignite.
We already have one grand finalist, but there is still one slot we need to fill. And of course, that is the third team that we're going to be sending to Masters Toronto. It comes down to Team Liquid or BBL. I'm your hosting, so I got Kukuka and Billy here back with me. I really didn't think that it was going to come down to these two teams of all teams, but we're going to have a bloodbath on our hand no matter what happens today.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that coming into today, both of the teams with such great storylines, right? Team Liquid making it back-to-back. We know that in the rest of the regions, I believe it's only G2 that has managed to go to Bangkok and then to Toronto. It's the lower bracket, and Team Liquid, we know what happened in kickoff. But for the side of BBL, this could change and break all their records.
It could, because it's actually a lot of firsts, Billy, for BBL. I mean, we already talked about the fact that they've never been this far, you know, they've never been to a global event. The list just keeps going on and on and on every time they win a game.
Look at this beautiful timeline.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, literally, first time making playoffs, first time, yeah, just everything. First time beating Foot. They beat Foot twice this year already. This could be the rematch as well against Team Liquid, the redemption arc.
They finally win.
First time potentially beating Team Liquid. First time making a global.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just such an exciting year to be a BBL fan.
And you kind of have to root for them a little bit, right? Given how much they've already been through.
So what I was saying about the Team Liquid, you know, and the both of the storylines being good, we need to acknowledge something. It is not only for the BBL fans and, you know, the supporters of the team, but for players, for example, like Livin, like Sociable, for the coaching staff, this is the most important match of their lives so far. This could set them apart from everything that BBL had done in the past and in their careers.
Yeah, and I need Sociable to make it at the age of 29. I need him to make it, you know, as a rookie coming in here. But also a lot of redemption, right? You know, Yumpy making it back to another global event. We all want to see that. Magnum, of all people, too. So I think the story tells itself. But again, if they want to do it, they have to be Team Liquid. And as you said, Billy, they didn't before. It didn't go too well last time.
Yeah, it's rough. But I do think BBL are coming in looking pretty strong, right? They were very good against Team Heretics the other week. Yes, they didn't quite win a map, but it was two very, very close maps. So yeah, I think when we rethink this and, you know, it's a rematch, I still think that BBL, they're in such good form at the moment.
Third time's the charm. Listen, but both of the times that they played against each other, yes, Team Liquid won. It always went to that third map. I think that they are both very big forces to be reckoned with. Team Liquid has proven time and time again that they have what it takes to bounce back.
They do, and just look at the score lines and look at the maps that we played as well. We've had this conversation already a little bit for the first match, which is how will the Veto go? Do you pick the same things? Do you do the same things over and over again? Do you anticipate that here, or maybe like Fnatic and Heretics, they just don't pick the same maps?
Yeah, I like that idea, but if we look at the first one, of course, Bind was the first map, so that cannot happen again. Pearl,
they got to be on another planet.
It's Team Liquid, so it's not going to be Pearl, folks. I am going to Nostradamus that. For the second one, though, I think that it could be a very, very interesting one. With Fracture being in the pool, I think that we could get the best out of both of the teams.
I think for me, Split's the big question, to be honest with you. We know that Team Liquid ban Pearl, pick into Split. I think for BBL, it's a question of have they prepared for this and what have they prepared for this going into it. I think it is the most interesting point for me because we're expecting to see Split.
And surely after all this time, they're gonna, I mean, we saw one team already figure Team Liquid out on Split. Billy, are BBL going to be the second team to finally figure them out on Split as well?
You'd like to think so. And honestly, like, they had a good performance against Foot last week on Split. It was a dominating performance, right? Beat them 13-2. And like you say, Team Liquid, they've played so much Split so far. I mean, of course, Fnatic being the only team to end up beating them on that Split. They had a 100% win record on it up until then. So yeah, I'm expecting BBL to have done a lot of prep going into today.
Yeah, I want to see, like, pound for pound how this translates into a team that has been very well known for the preparation that they do. And I think that in this case, it goes for both of the teams. They have proven that they have a lot of tools to work with. And especially today, the stakes are extremely high, but they've also broken this pass of the tournament where you don't play back-to-back. They've also had a bit of time. So you can actually put every single thing that you have in your back chamber into the most important match.
And I wonder if they take a page out of Heretics' book, potentially moving away from the Tejo, which we heard from Boaster is a bad idea right now because we're not on the new badge. It's still so good here. You need the firepower. But speaking of firepower, I mean, Profek doesn't lack any. He can play whatever he wants, Billy, at this point.
Oh, Profek has been honestly so great. He's been such a consistent performer for BBL as well, right? And when we look at him, this is someone that's been competing in Valorant since the very, very beginning of Valorant. So to see him performing now in T1 in the way that he has been, being in VCT this year, it's just been so nice. And like I say, I think the key word here is consistency.
I think that he's going to give his all. I feel like he always does, as you say, and it's the consistency in him. I think that also is one of the players that is going to learn the most. So going into today, and for example, thinking we were speaking about the Split, right? They need a stopping force, but they also need someone to be on the lookout for Nats because it's Split and it's Nats. And I think that Profek could be the one to make that difference.
I want to see both of them just in the other person's like spawn. You know, just passing ships in the night and so on and so forth. The stats look fantastic for him, of course, but what's been weird is he's won no clutches, and that just doesn't feel normal to say that out loud because he was so consistent in those clutching areas, so maybe that would change today. But the biggest storyline, I think, the one that we have to mention, the elephant in the room, and the one that this man behind us has been teasing a lot on social media, is he gets to play against his old team, knock them out, and go to a global event ahead of them. That's crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, you're forgetting the also big factor. He's IGL and Nats is also IGL, and we've been highlighting these two.
Sorry, just jump scare.
We've been highlighting these two players for the entirety of the year because of the difference that you don't have that same reaction with Redguard?
Oh, I see Redguard all the time. I think in my mind, just in my dreams, you know.
Yeah, but as I was saying, we've been speaking about this too, and what they have done with the squads, how the energy that they bring, the experience also of everything that they've been doing in this game. That, I mean, No losers, no winners for me.
Energy is like it's the word I think of when I think of Yampy. You know, he stepped into this IGL role and you just know that he's going to be vibrant on the stage going up against his former team.
Yeah, we all know and love cats, but how about campers? Take it away, you two. I love to be a part of a reunion here in VCT EMEA, but it might be a bittersweet one today. I'm now joined by Yampy from BBL and Kiko from Team Liquid. Now, you have all said that this is going to be the match you probably didn't want to play because only one of you can make it to Toronto. So I thought we'll take it all the way back to the beginning and have some feels. Tell me the first time you guys met.
Boot camp in 2023 in Netherlands.
Yeah.
Utrecht. Yes,
Do you remember
in Utrecht.
what was the vibes as soon as you guys met?
It
You
was
got
good.
on?
Yeah. I like Gio. He's a great kid, so I had a lot of fun with him. But I think the better memory was when we came to Berlin, because I was his roommate. So I remember he came earlier than me, so he was there, warm welcome from Mr. Kiko when I arrived to Berlin 1 year ago.
Wow, what's it like to live with Yampy?
He's very energetic all day, every day. So, that energy kind of rubs off on you. So it was kind of fun. Also, it is a bit too much sometimes for me because I'm a chill person. So Yampy's very energetic. So we're complete opposites,
Who's the messy one? You're the messy one.
Yeah. What? Me?
No, him. He said him. He said him.
I mean, my room was messy.
Yeah.
The kitchen.
Do you remember the first game? Like, I'll count scrims, tryouts, whatever it was that you guys played together. What was that like?
I remember.
Yeah,
I don't know
what
if you
was it?
remember. When he came to Liquid, I think I remember. I don't remember who we trialed with, but I remember for sure.
How did it go?
I remember Charles. I played so bad, but they, I played bad for like the first ones because I just came back from holiday. But like,
I remember
better.
this.
I got better afterwards. So
Can't have been that bad.
Yeah,
I mean, you got on the team.
It was crazy. I think I went like 6-20 in a map. And
Yeah, to be fair, I can confirm because I think the first scrims wasn't good, but then towards the end of it was amazing. So trust me.
You turned it around.
Yeah.
Now tell me one thing about the other person that people don't know about. Like they might be surprised to hear.
I don't know if you're surprised, but he loves those instant noodles. Instant noodles. Instant noodles, in the evening when we used to live together, he was doing instant noodles or those packages.
Yeah. I think Buldak is my favorite. So.
Oh, taste.
I don't know.
You got taste.
Yeah. One thing about Yambo, I think everyone knows this, but like he's super into health and fitness. He convinced me to buy this ring that tracks your performance, stress, and everything like that.
Where is it then? Oh, you have it on?
Yeah. Oh, we're matching.
Oh, you're matching. Yeah. Oh, that's adorable. That is adorable.
Oh, I didn't realize that you were showing.
Okay, and now last question, the $1 million question, because obviously everybody loves cats. What about Campy?
Campy?
Is that a thing?
Campy, yeah. We are passive players.
Or Gico?
Campers.
Campers? Is that your name?
Yeah,
Campers?
Campers might be better, yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. All right, okay, we'll give the fan artist something to draw. So Campers, ladies and gentlemen, good luck today. It's almost too wholesome.
I feel like it's Yampy and Kiko are the kind of teammates that if you were lucky enough to get once in your life, you will forever cherish that moment.
I feel so bad that we have to say goodbye to one of these teams today now. Like, one of them's going to be knocking the other one out.
Oh, God, I hope they bring that energy. Now, as you guys know, the stakes are very, very high. We have Masters Toronto on the line. There is no point asking us to hype it up for you. I'm going to get the one and only Nats to play you guys in.
I was in the exact situation in Gambit where we had an exhausting game and we came to the next game that was tomorrow and we fully lost because we didn't rest, we were tilted because we lost, we didn't qualify, and we were thinking about yesterday's game, that we could be there. We are not there. We need to accept that because I'm telling you, I did not forgive myself for being not 100% of the next game. And you guys will have the same if you not listen to what I'm saying. Forget what happened right now. It happened. Every one of us got that experience. That's amazing experience. Without this experience, you cannot become a champion. That's needed experience to be. But tomorrow, after this experience, boys, we're either going very high right now and we're beating all of the opponents that is going to be in lower bracket, or we let the emotions, let the results take control of us, and we just instantly lose the game. There is do or die for me.
Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch, I'm at top notch on the block. Should've been slide like me, nah. Spice it up with a sauce. Yeah, my lord said don't do it, I said bah, bah, bah.
one of these teams can make the lower bracket run to end all lower bracket runs. On the side of Liquid, it has just been Nats. He's been kicking, dragging, screaming, carrying his team over the finish line. And looking at the map vetoes now, Haven's going to get instantly picked, and you guys expected the split.
Oh God, it's another day at Team Liquid's house. We ban Pearl, we pick the split. I'm surprised also because this was also a decision made by BBL. The last time that these two teams went up against each other, BBL decided to ban that split. This time around, Billy, they go for the Lotus, and after what we've seen, many teams, I'd say no teams want to face Team Liquid in Lotus.
Yeah, I think as soon as they started running that double Sentinel, they've really kind of found their identity on Lotus, so that's no surprises. But of course, it leaves that split open, which was why I mentioned before, I'm expecting BBL to have a great amount of prep going into that split. We've been saying we're looking for teams to punish Team Liquid split. We've seen them play it so many times. But looking at that Haven as the first map, this was one that BBL lost to Foot just the other week. But of course, when they played Team Liquid in it during that regular season, they annihilated them.
I think it's so smart. I think that's such a smart pick to bring back the Haven.
Absolutely. It is a map that you've been very comfortable in, that you have a lot of experience in, and then Team Liquid, last time that they played the map was against you, as you said, it was on week 2. They rocked up a new composition and many did not work. It was a 13-4. BBL had everything going their way. Now, something that BBL has to be prepared for is changes in that composition again. Team Liquid ran the Astra, Cypher, ISO, Neon. Like, I don't think we're going to see that same merch coming from Team Liquid.
I honestly don't think it even matters what Team Liquid chooses in terms of cons, because there's something about just these ex-Gambit players not being comfortable on Haven. Nats calling on Haven is one of the weakest points from him. And looking at the Aegis select, they're just gonna do their cheesy Lotus stuff here instead.
Okay. I know that composition on the BBL. Levin and Sociable, both of them moving into the ISO and the Euro respectively. We have not seen them play this agents here in VCT EMEA. They do have a little bit of experience actually with the agents.
I love this. I love this double duelist pullout from BBL. I think it's great. I think it'll work really well against that double Sentinel that they're going up against as well. Yeah, I think this is going to be a true test of how we end up finishing this best of 3 today.
Yeah, and this is where we expect BBL to start off strong.
Absolutely, with them changing the composition in their map pick, starting from the attack, you need to be convincing. The stat for the pistols was great, moving on to players, it's not that great, but it does not matter. It's all about bouncing back.
Yeah, and for me, this is where I think Yumpy can really do a number against Nats. Yumpy has always been comfortable on Haven. Billy, I'm interested to see how Nats calls around this comp. Clearly their identity at this point.
Yeah, 100%. And I think something that we saw from Nats last week was the frustration of waiting on his team being able to make plans, you know, relying on Camel. What do you want as a duelist? How do you want us to be able to set you up? However, I do gravitate towards Serial as well. I think them leaning into this double Sentinel has been really good for them.
It has been indeed. Here we go. Only one team can make it through to Masters Toronto, and it all starts right here. Time to toss us over to your casters. Take it away, Pansy and Icebox.
Thank you very much, and indeed, the last ticket to Toronto will be decided between these two. A lot to be talked about here, Mike, but let's go wide, right? Let's start at the start. Let's go Veto. Let's go there. How do we make, well, what do we make of the Veto here? Has this got you faith in the underdog, or is Liquid looking safe?
A hint of faith.
Okay.
I'll put it out there. And again, it's not as if I was writing BBL off in this matchup at all, but I feel like they've had to go through the motions in terms of not necessarily reinventing themselves from the ground up, but showing a lot of new looks so far here in the playoff stage. And this is just, I think, another tick in that box, to be honest with you. Struggled versus Foot here, which is why it's almost a positive to see the composition change. Levin kind of being the focal point there, Lauren.
And I guess if we're going to start talking about the players, we can talk about the comps here as well. Bit of an adjustment coming into today. Anything standing out to you there, or is it more just let's see how it lands?
I think let's see how it lands. Like I said, for me, Levin is definitely the focal point here of the BBL comp, but see whether or not actually... For a moment there, looks like there's going to be a little tussle to kick off the pistol round, but yeah, seeing what he can achieve here on the ISO, definitely where my eyes are drawn to. Struggled previously on the Jet. Creeping closer and closer here. Patitech, some utility to play off. Actually will catch a pistol poking out. Yampy will fall. Spike noted as well.
Yeah, you're not going to get away with those kind of dry hits, right? Trying to just creep up on that. Already punished and a lovely player advantage. Going to have the security for the plant. Look at the post plant here. Still a little bit of util in play. Smoke goes down towards B main, but you can see what BBL wants to do. Take space elsewhere. Nice jump spot, at least from the connector side, so they're keeping that in mind. Drop of the smoke though, Serial. Gotta be cautious. That, what a snap from Levin. And again though, you look at the other side, Liquid winning their fight out on the other side of the connector. Has to draw forward Magnum. He can't be passive anymore. Camo with a brilliant beginning.
A huge play back in here. Looks as if Levin was going to lock down the site all the way from C-Link, but a couple of backstabs. I think maybe didn't even catch it on the other side, but an awkward timing on the smoke dropping, particularly for Serial. Kind of left BBL a little bit exposed on the backside here. As soon as he's come through, Camo able to pick up a couple of easy kills and actually clean onto Sociable. Just around on the board, and I think, yeah, just to come back to a point you'd made, they have to be conscious here that, you know, some of these contact plays well, dry contact plays almost, going to really struggle against Nats and Serial here.
Sound sensor up.
We'll see how this deadlock fares. Ready, Kiko willing to stick around for some time. Camo in the meantime as well, succeeding over towards, well, from Sewer. It is Profect to take away Kiko, who probably outstayed his welcome, but still, damage done. You're looking at the HP of Sociable. Okay, screw the HP. Look at the shot. That's Camo gone.
No surprises.
And this is early. This is still 1 They can get under the skin a bit here.
Yeah, plenty of time to reset off this, but Levin and Sociable tag down to 35 HP. Weapons not retrievable either. Off of Camo and Kiko falling. So it'll be just a pause here. Again, one thing to note as well, the utility, great coverage across the map here for Liquid. So not expecting them to get too proactive in a situation like this, particularly on the anti-eco.
I feel as though, obviously we know it and they don't, but they'd have had to have dug a little bit deeper to get rid of some of that rather deep utility. And this now becomes, I don't want to say readable, but it's expected, as highlighted with that utility still in place over towards B and A long. Now, is there a cancel on this progress towards Garage? It looks like there is, probably from this. Sociable getting as far as he can towards his B side, and maybe a gamble of a read here.
Plant, at least.
Just going to go for the plant.
At least, well, regardless of outcome, we'll have the ultimate in the next. See what they can do here. 35 HP apiece, and a 2v3 presented.
They're going to need some bangers in there. Sociable's already hit one. Going to need another. Ah, he's just behind it. That's pretty much put the pin on this, but Evan, 1v3. Nah, not going to happen. Liquid clean enough there. Very well disciplined in the end. And again, you look at them, depending on that utility, didn't need to disrupt that stack towards C at any point.
But also on the flip side, BBL have got a couple of rounds here at the start to maybe figure out some of these setups and how they want to approach things, whether or not it's going to be... I mean, you've got to assume that maybe it's not the composition they've prepped for.
Yes.
It's something that to be aware of and be able to adjust accordingly. Oh, it looks sharp from the other POV as well. All things considered, necessarily going to come in here too upset about their start, BBL. Said Levin already does have ultimate available.
They get to counter with the clone. Obviously, seeing that ISO online does become something you keep in mind here. I don't know if it's really going to be necessary at this point. Yeah, not going to find a soul here, but BBL going to carry on their pathing. Really good work up. Again, for Team Liquid, it is a bonus, so you're looking at those Guardians or maybe that Bulldog with pad attack. But beyond that, it feels like they've taken the first step here for BBL.
Clean sight hit, though, so BBL definitely now readjust towards looking at keeping 5 alive.
Could be a nice paranoia.
Could set Nats in motion.
Gotta go soon, though. Ah, it's a little bit early on that, and there's the trade. So again, BBL happy. They'll sacrifice one. Sociable willing to go down for the greater good. And Patatek, it's really just see if you can maybe catch someone with you, lock him into the site, cost him some of these weapons. But they've got plenty of exits.
And actually the dart on that did try and tuck to avoid it. Not going to be able to do so here with the Bulldog. Feels like an awkward engagement. Yampi will fall. Levin down to 20 HP, so forcing a repurchase on the shield at least. 2-1 here, and I actually thought Sociable was a kill backwards here, but it was actually Magnum to find Camo.
It's got to feel nice as well for BBL. The first couple of rounds, yes, they've been competitive, as we've seen, kind of getting the lay of the land.
Let's go!
But it was a good, as you said, clean entries on that C side. It didn't feel like there was too much, force back there. There wasn't too much pressure on their side. Now we're looking at ults. Anything close by? I mean, maybe Camo one away, but beyond that, still on the verge. If someone does over-deliver, like Camo, for example, you're going to have your ult ready to go, and Prophet being removed certainly adds problems. Options become limited.
Certainly does. That's the second layer to this. Early creep up, the Cam will spot it. And no progress through here, no commitment. We can see the spike is elsewhere at the minute for BBL.
Here.
Now BBL going through the motions, removing some of this utility. And that's what's going to force the rotation, the adjustment. Side of Team Liquid. Flip side here, Pattek.
Down.
Clearing back through so many tools for Liquid to play off of.
They are pulling Pattek over towards the outside, but oh my god, the timing, Serial. Oh, this
Lucky
is
to
really
get away
tricky.
with that.
Yeah, Sociable
Very
actually
lucky.
denied. You're right, you're bang on. Oh, and the paranoia. Kiko went in only off his own paranoia, which opens up opportunity for BBL. Pattek playing it well, but he was disconnected from that. Unable to make much of the paranoia that was sent through earlier on, but he still gets his man, putting it down to a 3v2.
Big tool though here, Camo.
30 seconds left.
To be able to sniff out this post plant. Yeah, ult's invested already, but Magnum gets Pattek ahead of it.
I thought that they'd try and wait, be a bit safer on this, let Camo cook it up a little bit, try and find something. Nat's now playing it in. I don't know if Magnum's watching, he certainly is. No, Levin! Beautiful turn! And a couple of faults there from Liquid, it felt, Mike, a little disconnected.
Yeah, just got to take a breath, wait for the information to swing back in their favor. And the timing just seemed really awkward for Pattek. I didn't catch if he was repositioning slightly. Caught out here, and especially in this scenario with a body to the good. And a retake is a huge fumble on their part.
And I'm going to roll your minds back. Keep in mind those words we heard from Nats on Ascent, right? When we're talking about Liquid, get those comms lined up, be assertive in what you're calling for, focus it. These sort of little, I guess, missteps, they're not major, they can be corrected, but those worry me, because that's going to be something in the forefront of at least my mind going forward. Is that Liquid obviously looked a little bit shaky up against Na'Vi, but they looked exhausted. I think that was a fair assessment.
This is really bizarre. Immediate walk out of B here, but...
Good read?
Yeah, I mean, there's a trip to hold this, but I don't think the cam was checked by Magnum.
Oh, Nat's feeling the pressure now, though. Can he actually land the shot? Oh, it felt so close.
Give it a chance.
Yeah, valuable still, right? There's still damage done here. And that flank, don't forget about the flank. Camo is on the way. Now, they should have the info on this. The ult was invested, so Magnum should be locked in and shouldn't lose. He doesn't. Security found here. Now it's throw caution to the wind and make the play happen. Levin ain't missing today. Yeah, he's farming it up, but he's got his ult ready to go again. That's the man you want feeling warm into this. And for Liquid now, a brutal scenario for Kiko, who's been a wonder for this side as of late. But this round isn't going to be his. Levin, confidence builders now.
Great start here on the ISO. Second ultimate by round 5. It's a huge win for BBL. I was going to say, that's how it looks from the other way, so can't really blame him for it. Awkward amongst the cage and the smoke.
Nice!
Yeah, the momentum started to build. Energy already being shown as well on the player cams. No surprises for a team like BBL.
And the thing is, when you say team like BBL, they are underdogs here. I think that's the best way to put it. Yeah, we know of Liquid's choky pasts and their own issues, right? But pound for pound, you put your money towards Liquid in that regard. BBL, it's against the odds work here for them. So they're going to get pumped up. They're going to get in your face. And that weight on Liquid will grow and grow. Hearing the ult come through. You're already going to see Sociable trying to take all that space. There's a lot of utility here. And a bit of a madman play from Camo. Only going to get one there, but does remove Levin, which has been a heavy hitter.
Cutting through.
Yeah, almost arguing that full retake setup here on A side. Actually, Nats has already slipped the net. He's got a head, he's found the spike, and he's got the lure theft.
He's still going! Even though he's a dead man walking, he still does so much damage. Prophet, though, left in the 1v2. It's not safe yet. Oh, there it is. Kiko from above, staying by the window. Sends him back to the next round. That felt like Nats saved them then.
I mean, it looked like Nats was going to dip his toes, maybe, find something on backside, but fully commits towards Sua. a smile on his face as well.
Panatek's ult then came in, and you're thinking, Christ, where does he go? But he just fights forward.
Yeah, Magnum, actually almost ready for it as well. Only saving grace being the trade came through quick enough, but...
Nice, guys. Good job. Yo, I got a fight.
Camo gets to first, and I didn't even know actually where his TP was positioned, but it almost looked like a full retake setup here towards A.
Working with the ult, this is no surprise here.
Serial.
That's a real player. Oh, it's so simple for 11. Serial, that's got to feel rough. Trying to get that spam on the cross, maybe set up Kiko for a slightly lighter target. But they're trying to stick around on the side. Kiko is still here. They don't know about him as Panatek is drawing all that attention. Can he swing out? No! Caught in the end by Yampy, sending it with the Hunter's Fury. This C-side, this garage take, yes, with Levin's ult, obviously, but it looks very, very hard to handle.
Identifying here, maybe Liquid going to struggle to hold down C-site. Some of these hits. Coming thick and fast from BBL. Don't expect Camo to be going for this one.
This has been a bit of a brawl so far, hasn't it? As you said, thick and fast the whole time. Blow for blow almost. Feeling it. Over there. Camo would love just to keep the rifle at this point, but it feels like that momentum hasn't settled yet, in my mind. I think as much as BBL have kind of taken a little bit more of the reins in the last couple, Liquid aren't out of the running by any means. We're still at 3-3.
No, definitely not. You think back to some of the conversations we did here about the previous series for Liquid. I mean, particularly, actually, one of the men on your screen right now, Camo, the one that needed to be, I don't want to say reined in, but, you know, maybe brought back on track a little bit. Controlled a little bit.
Spike down, C.
God,
that's, yeah. Well, it's all encompassing.
Yeah.
Not really much of an option for Liquid to contest this at all. No surprise to see an early timeout from Liquid, because I do think even just a visual test, BBL definitely feel as if they're in the driving seat.
Well, since we got to those gun rounds, right, keep in mind the 2 out of the 3 that Liquid have are off the pistol. So, and again, if we start talking composition, it's a little bit harder to be so kind of obvious about it. You've got obviously the Deadlock and the Cypher there for Liquid, so that attacking side could get a little bit dangerous for them. It's more just getting a buffer that they're happy with, but these rounds...
yeah, that's the thing, with that sort of composition, you want to see BBL getting stopped at the front door, like...
Yeah. They ain't.
Either that or just, you know, completely giving up certain sites and you know, dare I say, being as proactive as we saw maybe on that eco round where they're walking down mid, but yeah, Liquid don't necessarily feel as if they've got their foot in the door in terms of how this is playing out so far.
No, and it does kind of keep me very interested in the work that's been done for this, because you look at the Veto kind of split on the horizon next. If BBL are able to, let's say, really challenge Liquid here, maybe even take this one, you've got a potential map 3 really on the cards, because you would put Liquid firmly with split, right?
Yeah,
but
we were talking Veto, and it does ride on Haven, I think, for BBL.
I agree.
But then it doesn't necessarily, it's not like it's clear cut on the home stretch.
Look, we were having this chat as this is going to be Sheriffs and a Vandal, right, for Camo. So if Camo kicks off, yeah, we're focused up. But this looks again like BBL want to exploit that C site. They can hit some of these, but nah, you can see Ocean was so ready. But we were talking about this, it's like that on paper, like, yeah, Liquid should be fine, but then you keep kind of coming back to that weird feeling of, but what if? What if? How?
Well, it's similar to the way you talk about Foot, right? BBL can be any given Sunday sort of team. So, and already we've seen that demonstrated on the playoffs. I mean, the bounce back on map 2 versus Foot was phenomenal.
Unreal.
And again, that was kind of prep oriented, yes, and Foot kind of came looking as linear as they did previously, didn't really change much up. So whether or not Nats and Sirio have a say in this, but will fall. Camo probably just going to hold on to the rifle. But to come back to that again, BBL, like I said, they haven't really reinvented themselves, but they've come with a lot of new pages to the playbook.
They certainly have, and I do want to give a lot of credit towards kind of coaching staff and a lot towards Yampy as well. Again, had a little bit of a chat to Pal because I like to annoy coaches. And he's saying again, after the game, once they knew that they were kind of up against Liquid, they were straight in the server. They've been grafting away, coming up with some new looks, new ideas, and so far so good. This is early days, right? Anything can change. Liquid in the next one, once they get the buy back up, it could be, you know, all good. But I've got to say, for now, it's hard not to enjoy watching the plucky underdog of BBL, right? There's something about them that does make you believe, and it's a lot of those hard to quantify. You need an upswing from a couple of these players to go pound for pound with Liquid, because I'd say, if you look at it on paper, Liquid have some historic names, some upcoming talent, some heavy hits. They got all of it. Oh.
Talk history with Liquid.
Oh.
Not now. Not in a game like this. You just can't. It's a deep burn.
Being a Liquid fan has never been easy.
No.
Man. And for Yampy to be on the other side of it, right? It's kind of hard to... It's not one of those stories that you see, they go, oh, of course, you know, Yampy up against his ex-team, revenge. It's not really like that, but it is an old org. Now, focusing in on the server here, we do see a lot of light shields. I still see that Outlaw there, sitting on 5.1. So, ready to farm up. This is a set concept that has set them forward, but Profek, I mean, he was ready for that, up on top waiting, but Liquid doubled down on the aggression.
The sort of round that I was talking about just before that timeout, and actually the spam perfect from Nats. Everyone will fall as well, just down to 2, Yampy and Sociable. Find themselves in a 2v4.
This would be quite special, wouldn't it? Surely not, though. Should have good info here. Need a freebie. Ain't gonna get it when Nats is still standing. Kind of left adrift. Sociable, this is brutal. Nah, not gonna happen. Okay, Liquid back into this.
And this is exactly the sort of thing I'm talking about. Heavily focusing utility towards one side of the map, sorry. Couldn't even get a word out there.
I wasn't gonna call you on it, man.
But then they're getting proactive and immediately you can see the disengage. Retreat away from that, don't want to overinvest. Felt a little shaky. Looked as if actually BBL, dare I say, were ready for exactly that sort of thing.
Like, if Magnum was a little bit deeper,
it's not often you see somebody on top of those boxes.
Yeah, what are we doing up here? It was a couple of those
boys, I
parts.
want us to play the game, okay?
I think as well, coming back to some of the things we heard Nat saying, he's begging the team to be more decisive, be more vocal, call from the front if you know, camo, but it's the sort of thing when Liquid are able to be the ones to have their say in a round. This is very pacey.
They're going to go fact-finding early. This is a 4-1 stack. You're leaving Nats all to his own devices at A. And if you're BBL, maybe you do take, I don't want to say a slower tempo, but you need to go fact-finding again, because something has changed. Look down C long. Have a look at what they've taken here. Already, Kiko's got a lot of space and a very deep line to play with. Big info, frees up rotation, frees up ice to now turn towards B and A. They still have that deadlock util pretty much controlling Garage. They've got half of this map sewn up.
Yeah, Serial's desperate to keep checking the door, but Sociable's here.
There's a gap in this, though.
There is.
Cover going out.
Okay, oh god, the timing! What just happened? Why are we walking mid on that? I don't understand! BBL just got gifted this! Camo having to pick up the pieces, but the plant's down. You've lost A as well. I mean, Camo is trying desperately, but Yampy has a goal in mind, and they don't matter. What was the mid-walk plan there? You had C long. Were they expecting Garage? Were they expecting A? I don't know what they'd read there.
Well, what's curious is actually the catalyst for this is dealing with the trip on C long. As soon as Camo pops the trip, they're ready to walk mid. It's almost, but it feels like Serial's looking the wrong direction, and he's the one that takes first contact. Well, I mean, he doesn't take, he gets his head blown off. Yeah, really, really bizarre. Again, could have just been a timing thing, could have been a total misread, but again, the expectation almost has to be that all of BBL are towards A lobby.
Yeah.
All of them.
Yeah, every single one.
When they, bear in mind, they took contact early in Garage.
Trust me, I'm scratching my head at that, but a quick turn of attention, it's over towards A. And this time, all players are at A. You could have gone for the mid-walk. It ain't happening now, though. Plant's going to be in. Still a little bit of util on the side, so it's a bit uncomfortable in that regard, but it's not the end of the world. Ults are here. Where do they decide to clear comfortably? Where do they want to send it in? You're seeing the util being invested. Here it is. Clear out the A side. Salvos go in. We've got the Hunter's Fury coming in. This is all now layered. Sociable going to catch Camo. Levin ready, catching the push through BBL. Are fully focused, fully locked in. Liquid, left to side. An in-zone flawless. That's insult to injury.
So well equipped, and Liquid had a ton to throw at this retake.
Oh yeah, everything.
And it didn't even get off the starting block.
The protocols, the idea that, okay, as soon as this happens, cool, we're going to fight CT, we're going to just stand here, we've got this. Like, they know what the reactions are.
Yeah, looking really, really well drilled. And if this is just purely from a prep standpoint, the fact that the BBL players are hitting the way they're hitting today.
Give the coaches a raise here as well. Like, bloody hell, if this is what it looks like. Oh, I'm petrified here, Mike. Okay, so this is the C-take. This is what the mid-walk was probably for, even though it was a very misconstrued idea. It's a flip of position almost.
Plenty of tools once again.
It's you and me.
Camo's going to be the information gatherer here. Nats actually wins out there. That's a big kill. An upgrade found as well.
Massive. Magnum doesn't need to overdo this. He's identified a lot of players here, but the rest of the team now starting to feel the pressure. BBL being kind of strangle-held on both fronts. Magnum, passive angle is nice. Trying to work with the others, and BBL digging in their heels. It's down to a 1v2. Profek, Levin, BBL with an outstanding first half. Team Liquid, it's time to wake up. Mike, I'm worried.
Very, very worried. This is literally just built off early momentum from BBL. Liquid almost have the wind blown out of them early on. And they can't win out in some of these gunfights.
Yeah, BBL, the agents of chaos, turning up here in the first half. However, it ain't over yet. Team Liquid with a chance to answer back after this. There is that saying, any given Sunday, every underdog has its day. And look, I'm a play-by-play caster. I normally lie to you people like this. I tell you these fables of these underdogs, but...
Starting to believe.
Yeah, me both. Now, okay, let's put it into context, though. Big attacking side there from BBL. Lovely composition work. Levin looking really tasty as well today. He's hitting some shots. He looks sharp.
15 and 5.
Yeah, he's playing well. And Liquid's, I think it wasn't just their mechanical form. I don't normally question that, but it was more the decisions, the choices that made me question mark, especially on a half that you'd imagine they should have been more comfortable on. This puts a lot of pressure here, Mike, now on the attacking side.
I do come back to that same thing, though, because in the rounds where Liquid are scrapping, they are kind of taking gunfights, they just weren't winning them.
Yeah.
It's almost like that forces you into being a little more passive, but... Oh, sociable. Clean on the first, damage done to the second. Profek now to counterbalance that, but Patatech down to 49 HP. Could be a concern for Liquid going forwards.
Certainly could be. Liquid now looking for a man-out place, right? Someone to punish, an opportunity to be grasped. Already losing out on that first kill is brutal. Oh, big shot, there it is. That's nice from Camo. A couple more of those and I'm on board.
Now a couple of overcommitments here.
Profek's not moving though. Profek's still chilling around here. He's still got a good bit of space. Don't know if he can really complement much with Yampi, who's got his dart back up now.
Really awkward smoke that he's playing around as well.
Turns flash. Gets pinned down. Nice from Camo. What a heroic round from him. I mean, Liquid needed someone. They needed someone. If it's going to be Camo, fair play to the boy. Magnum now looking like the last victim. It's all three. Backpedal away down long. They've got the plant. You don't need to be making mistakes here. One way's up. This should be airtight.
A chance.
Airtight is all I'm going to say. I'm going to keep saying it until I believe it. No one's reacting, though. This is good. I think Magnum now, you get that kind of feeling where you're like, right, the odds here have now started to sink away. So what does he try and do? Draw someone out? Oh! That was a heady, by the way. NT, dude. I mean, you're not going to get the round, I'm pretty sure. Camo's going to get the ace. That's a feel-good moment, and by God, do they need some of those.
I think as well, thinking back the previous series, keep talking about the comms, the leadership from Nats, it was, they needed to build upon some of those confidence rounds, the ones to get everybody back on their feet, energetic, noisy on stage, and just generally more vocal, so.
Enemy remaining.
Yeah, Yappy, unlucky.
No, it's gonna be!
If it takes a pistol round like that to get Liquid back into this map, I'm all for it. A couple of sheriffs to overcome once again on the side of BBL. But well invested, flushed out purchase here from Liquid. Well, so it's not often you see somebody on this box. The second time now.
I think pretty aware that, you know, this could be pushed here. Kiko does need to be careful not to get overwhelmed. There are 2 players on that. Magnum trying to seem intimidating. It's not working.
They're still walking up to you.
Oh, not afraid of my classic. Weird. It smoked off, so maybe Magnum could do a little something here. Ooh, don't.
Definitely don't walk the smoke.
Don't go in there. But it's enough to sway them. They don't like what they're seeing. Maybe just feeling that someone was close enough that they called for that smoke to come in. It's just a guess. But this then puts it into the hands of these two, unless they go for that B approach. And it feels like Liquid are looking around for a tell, right? Looking around for something, looking around for any sort of info.
Well, I was going to say that trip going down there should tell BBL. Liquid are going elsewhere. Time to actually maybe try and burst through it, catch somebody solo in the back lines.
Spike planted.
Atatek.
Don't know if that was completely necessary, and now there might be an issue for Kiko here. Luckily enough, you've still got Nats firing, so they keep the man advantage. BBL mostly in the backlines, really. And Magnum's, okay, maybe they should have feared the Classic. Maybe should have drawn their attention, but there's a man deeper. They've got to know about Nats. He'd already picked up a player here, so they've got to know there's still someone around. You can see that Magnum's kind of eyeing it up. But they're being as disruptive as they can be, but Serial this time is going to connect with 2. And Profek, they can cost a little bit more. That would be lovely. Not going to happen, Liquid. A second step. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Remember how the first one started. It was 2 for Liquid, and then the run came back. So, let's just take it a little easy here. But this is what Liquid needed, Mike.
Definitely, and with Camo coming into the 3rd round with his ultimate, you've got to argue they're going to be able to set themselves up in terms of info here to follow through. Again, the equipment not necessarily suiting them. Guardian, Spectre, and 2 pistols to round things out here. So BBL definitely with the upper hand.
Cutting through. I'll handle it.
Replay a stack towards A actually initially. Could get sniffed out very early on. Didn't actually spot the player in sewers though. That could be concerning.
I'm looking at Nats here trying to progress. And he's gone down. Now he loses that fight. Didn't deeply clear, and BBL still have the bodies on the site here. Flood comes in. Team Liquid winning out on the site here, making this bonus look deadly. A 3v3 with damage done as well on Sociable. That's perfect. The plan would be lovely. Oh my God, Kiko, you are a brave boy! And you see him unaware, completely unaware! BBL back in it, eyeing up double digits now.
Feels a little reckless from Liquid on the approach. Again, there's a if you want to clear with your ultimate this way towards A, it is a risk you take. Again, maybe you'd argue it's just a gunfight that decides this, but I mean, that's
He tried
a headshot there?
Yeah, you can't blame him on that one too much.
Yeah, the pre-take absolutely perfect here from BBL.
Deadlock utility not even going across is pretty rough. But I mean, it was won and lost. It felt here really. Sociable getting back.
I mean,
down
they're here before the spikes even planted, so BBL making absolutely the right decision in that scenario.
No escape.
B-take, back of sight, Profek. Paranoid going in, and he's getting a little cheeky with it. Spots, it is the clone that we know of, but no one's cleared, no one's cleared, no one's cleared. He's still here, he's still standing. He does great damage! Magnum even taking it further away, leaving just 1 man. And we know what he can do. One of the great leaders coming into his own recently. But what can he achieve? Nothing! Magnum on the other side, pushing BBL up to 10 rounds.
Going to reset the economy here for Liquid. Concerning response for BBL here. And no surprise to see the timeout button pushed here ahead of round 17. BBL on double digits. Ultimate starting to come online as well. Liquid staring down the barrel here. Again, just to say as well, Evan has just had a lights out performance so far.
And when we were talking about kind of BBL's win conditions, you are looking at X factors, right? Because pound for pound, you'd normally go Liquid side. Maybe not on this map completely, but you need someone to step into those roles.
Absolutely, yeah. And to look at this veto and say that Haven's the question mark, I think that's definitely been answered now. It's going to take a miracle for Liquid to work back in it. It's only 4 rounds, but how this has felt, it's felt a lot more one-sided than a 10-6.
It absolutely has. I mean, those pistols certainly.
Well, I was going to say, yeah, it's pistol in round 2 on both sides. Outside of that,
what, 4 rounds really gathered from them, but into the buys, it's been one-sided. And I've got to feel if we're going to get a series out of this, Split needs to be a quick course correction for Team Liquid. That is a map that has been theirs day and night. If you left it open, it was always going to be picked by them. But if BBL have done their homework, and so far it looks like they have, better the devil you know, I guess. But Liquid can't break on map 1, Mike. That's what I'm looking at here. They cannot get tilted. They can't be frustrated. They have to make it through this. And the way they're facing these rounds, into those gun rounds, it hasn't been pretty.
That's right. Their luck once again towards B. Potential to get a plant down here. Evan actually does catch the clone.
Very nice.
So nothing through here.
The end.
Seeing that becoming more and more popular. Very well done. Camo, though, trying to play his life here as best he can, and it's a fine margin. Liquid digging in deeper this time. Big round for them. Camo still sticking around here. They can't afford to let this one slip. They can't afford too much damage either. They want to keep it clean. They've already lost 2. How much can Sociable achieve, though?
The bonus should be Patstech being able to find a weapon here. Does get ahead of the smoke. It does eventually find the upgrade.
Thrifty.
Be a pay safe card Thrifty here for Liquid. Much needed as well coming out of the timeout. No concerns really. Actually, yeah, looking a lot worse than you'd expect here on the side of the purchase for BBL, but see how things do settle down.
I guess they do have the ults. We've got Sociable and Yampi's there, quite nice in combination. Profek as well, if a situation does call for it. But you're right, the buy's certainly not comfy.
Other side of things, Serial. One with an ultimate to his name for Liquid. 2 off for Camo once again, though. He's been extremely active in the second half.
Sociable, I think. Whoa, Profek! Big shot from him. And that's Camo removed.
Drone will spot out here. Actually finds a tag as well. Aztec able to escape with his life though, but
cover going out.
Kiko finds a response here. A 3v4. Not done just yet.
They're struggling to get deep on these sites, right? Look where these kills have come in, just towards it's just a shot in the dark. Kiko's gone. Yampi's done beautifully with that. Patatek and Serial still trying to shuffle up towards A long, but they've got a nice passive camera there. Mike, this could be 11. It's looking real likely to be 11. Serial does have his ult.
Well, they can basically get there ahead of him as well. The salvos will slow him down. Still caution shown by Liquid on the approach.
Grenade is live.
Social's going to sniff this out very quickly.
See discipline here. Don't need to go early. You've got the paranoia ready. In the hands of Profek, there it is, and there's a commitment. It's just stunning. Patatek's done. Oh! Patatek, the savior.
Profek's locked out
as well. This is unbelievable. I'd love to get Patatek's POV there because it looked like BBL had done everything right. And now there's that ult. That voice line keeping you at bay. Profek. Oh, there's no escaping. Falls to the death. You needed a moment, and Panitek's got you one.
That was absolutely ridiculous. The paranoia lands on Serial, but Panitek finds one ahead of that. A second to follow. Then Serial slows down Sociable.
1, 2,
Fantastic work. I mean, yeah, by the finest margin, Serial clings to life.
That's what you like to see.
Yeah, Panitek on his feet, because that one almost felt like a done deal, with the ultimate being invested, the paranoia being the pivotal part there for BBL. A major swing round potentially here for Liquid.
And they need a bit of that confidence, right? Those ones that get your heart racing, that makes it feel possible. Because look at the gap now. Totally different, right? 8 to 10. It feels so different in the blink of an eye. And for BBL, they can never feel comfortable in this series. There's never going to be a moment where you can fully feel comfortable. This is still Team Liquid's game to lose almost.
When in here, you got to argue as well, Liquid should convert out of that. Sheriff's invested. Quafek and Magnum with their ultimates, but not necessarily an ultimate that's going to swing around here in BBL's favor. I pray I haven't spoken too soon.
What have you done? I don't think your curse is that strong. I think you're alright. We'll see.
Well, the fact you've said that now.
I'm doubling down.
We've seen some wacky Omen ults recently.
And we got a whole lot of sheriffs. BBL looking like country and western out here. And it's patient from Liquid. They want to get a read on everything. Everything feels dangerous. A step too far.
Nice setup here as well with Paranoia. This is definitely rehearsed, especially with the timing on the TP being sent out by Sociable. Liquid are walking into it, potentially.
It'll be fine, Michael. You said it was going to be fine. Everything's fine. Oh no, everything's not fine. It is a trap play, and Yampy's at the helm. Levin comes in. I doubted your curse, and I was wrong. And look who it is again. The saviors from that previous round. This time, you're gonna have to go even further, and they're doing it.
Can they do a back-to-back 2v4, Lauren? This would be outrageous.
You talk about heroics. This would be mythic level of work. Serial just slowly following the steps of Panitek. The hero of the hour. It's all about timing. The ult gonna come in, but Magnum's been caught here. Tries to shift. Oh! Evan! Again! And the 1v1! Serial up against Magnum, and Magnum's been nasty with this. I've got to see composure from Serial now.
Plenty of util as well. Magnum already tagged down to 45.
Show me a caliber here. Christ!
I was going to say, he hit a little headshot on a jump peak earlier.
Serial looks a bit nervous, I'm going to be honest here. Taking the long way around. Magnum stepping closer. He's got a corner to play from. He's cleared close sight. Down half HP, 45 to play with. Can he read the position? Serial, it's all eyes on you, mate. Nerve-wracking moments here, and
no way.
It looks too easy for him. Serial fumbling under pressure. And the curse comes through, Michael. That's a brutal way to face your fate.
I mean, after the first tap on the spike here, the fact that there's no audio cue, no peak, no nothing, I think Magnum figures out the reposition. And I gotta say, I hate that re-peak from heaven in that scenario where there's nothing else for Magnum to really check on. It's so clumsy to jump up onto the edge.
It feels like that, right?
Heartbreak. But just to come back, a beautiful setup from BBL and a sigh of relief. And this was even with Sociable. Like I said, he's timed the TP, but he actually gets ahead and catches the Paranoia. And it's him that ultimately is the one set in motion to do damage. Testing that composure once more of Liquid. A tilting round to lose.
Sociables getting under their skin just to get on their nerves, it looks like. Behind them pretty fast. Liquid trying to clear out this site, but they're on it. Yampy, he's unfazed, but he's fallen. Panitek trying to lead the charge. There's still bodies here. Levin, one of them. The heavy hitter falls. Serial this time wins out the fight here. Now, are they secure? If you look at the back line, though, Sociable coming in. Magnum, oh my God, Magnum! Magnificent impact. Nats feels like he's read this. He has. Glorious from Nats. But Magnum tries to go nuclear. It ain't working. Profek, you got a 1v2, and Nats is on a heater now. Serial shaking in his boots from that last time around. Very hard position to clear here. If you want an experienced player, you're looking at Nats. Serial following his footsteps like a lost puppy. The double swing, and Liquid aren't out of it yet. That was a Nats round, though. That was a Nats round. You get one of those every now and then. You get it more often than not, it feels like. But 9 to 11, it's getting close now.
It's just, it's unrelenting for Liquid. The way in which these rounds play out, they just don't have a chance to take a breather, regain composure almost. By the skin of their teeth again. BBL will be back down on a lesser purchase here. Ultimate for Levin. Guardian in the hands of Profek, who wants a stab at things. It's away relatively unscathed.
Is there just going to be a brawl in Garage here?
God, I hope not.
My territory, my rule.
Off ski. Yeah, didn't fancy that. Serial leading the way. Should be able to clear a good amount of this side. Even the back side feeling good now. It's 3-2 split though. Quick TP. Takes him out towards that back of C. BBL, again, you're looking at the Sheriff. You're looking at Profek mostly with his card.
That's so close from Camo because his rifle was pointing that way.
Yep. The Camo's just turned really clean from Camo.
Time to jump.
Keeping it clean. The C site littered with util now. Bolstering the defenses, but caught Camo. Gets his gun back out in time. Down to 2 of the Sheriffs remaining. It shouldn't be this tense, but it feels like it. He has a look. The time's starting to dwindle. Liquid, this is good. This is really good.
Definitely clean some things
They
up.
need this. They need this.
That's it. A flawless round would be another boom in terms of the confidence for them. Patatech on the first 11, a consolation at least. Nothing else for him to find. One round separating them. And I got to be honest, BBL, the ones walking the tightrope in terms of the finances here.
Yep.
You almost want a reset in between here because it's very late on in the day. Yeah, because what's behind this? It's basically 1,500 credits. It's bad math for me, I'm sorry. That's way off. Wow, a couple of hundred off.
Some money coming in, who knows? But this is tense now because as much as Liquid is, it feels muddy, they're still winning out these rounds. They've closed the gap up, and that's a steal. Nats has been caught, Levin. Locked in on this, gotta find him. Oh, big one from Nats! Dream come true for Liquid. Get the opening pick. Sociable gives away the operators in play by finding him, but still, 1-for-1 trade. Profek now, defending the line. Paranoia in. I think Serial didn't get affected, but it doesn't matter. He's still standing. Profek is alive, even on 29 HP. Magnum on the back of the site. Support now in. Liquid, do you carry on? It feels like Serial's on a bit of an island.
He's got the spike as well, so probably waiting for somebody to get a bit closer. Regroup here for the adjustment. Profek, no further.
Nice from Serial, though. That calmness delivers. They wanted to clear those question marks, costing them there. Magnum doesn't really want to get away from the site. Does he slip the smoke? No, he's respected it. It felt like he was considering it for a moment. He's still trying to find a way forward here, but he's been caught by the trap, caught in the net, and it's time to play back through. Kiko does well. Gets back to his feet, clears his vision, but Yampi bulldozering the site. Serial, oh, just about gets locked in on this. Trying to fight for his life. Oh, bloody hell, Patatech, the swing from Garage just in time. And they've broken the bye here. Liquid 11-11, clawing this back.
Patatech very late on this, but I think anticipating maybe somebody else from BBL repositioning. Big win from Nats to kick the round off, but Sociable closes the gap. BBL to call a timeout here. I think as well, Serial's just committed towards this fight on site, unfortunately. Beautiful stuff from Liquid to find 3 on the bounce. Tied up 11 apiece. Like I said, now BBL in a rough spot in terms of the money. Again, no spoilers, there's 2 rifles on the board, but Profek and Magnum not exactly looking flush. Yampy already committed to the stinger.
And I guess for Liquid, whatever means it takes, right? They have to take steps back here. You can see Powell leading the conversation there. Maybe a set piece in mind, maybe just a couple of adjustments coming into this one, but by all rights.
I mean, it almost looks there with his body language. He's reminding them of things they've gone through. Not necessarily a set piece, but guys, remember, play together. Obviously, has looked a little cleaner from Liquid, but I guess in terms of the comparison to the first half, BBL haven't got into similar situations where they've been able to group, focus towards one engagement. Couldn't read that. I was trying.
Sub to some British streamer. This is now where it changes, right? Is this the time that Liquid take the lead here? BBL with a stark reminder from their coaches here in the timeout, but they still need to stick the landing in the server if they want this one to be theirs. Liquid showing that pedigree, that capability. Legendary players on this side. Now they gotta make it count. Slow and cautious steps towards C. What's the go signal? It's now. Salvos towards the back of the plat. Sociable instantly cleared. Serial with a banger. Overwhelmed, maybe not. Serial does so well here. Good trades on towards Profek. Clearing out the site and they control it for themselves.
I was going to say, he's only got a judge though. That's just shut down through the smoke. It's a 4v2.
That's a dream. This is an absolute dream, Yampy. This would be so much to do. He's been spotted here. What? One of the only EMEA players to make those stingers look so damn good. But he doesn't need to do it. 11's still standing. We need to see 11 get into this. But Palitek's reposition is lovely as well. Eleven looking for his man. Nats takes down Yampy. It's really on Levin. He knows about Nats. He doesn't know about Palitek. And timing is everything. Levin choosing his target, but surely Palitek closing in. But Nats holds this down. It's 12 for Liquid. Facing desolation until now, finally taking a lead back.
A ridiculous turn of events here. Just map 1, by the way. Already it's this close. Liquid. I mean, this is just outrageous from Yampy. But yeah, Liquid with a course correction here.
Come on.
On the home stretch. The chance now to flip this on his head and close out map 1. Nats and Serial with their ultimates here. It looks like might be resorting back towards this B piece.
Sociable. Big info on this one. Hello. Oh my god.
He didn't swap Palitek.
Oh, Palitek's got him. Surely this is enough. Team Liquid. Looking like they're back from the dead. Revitalized and back in charge. Plant being toyed with.
Nats as well.
Nats' position should be the checkmate, right? Vintage, classic. Serial, gotta be careful though. That's a freebie there. And Profek on the follow-up. Hold on. Nats! They need him, and he's right there where they need him most. Team Liquid stand tall. 13 to 11. They make it through the gauntlet. And as you said, and rightly so, that was only map 1.
I mean, if regaining composure is the objective for Liquid, definitely a big start for them. Have to see how this carries across into map 2, Lauren.
Play your feelings. Carry the game in the moments when it needs to be carried, okay? Michael, focus up on the calls. Focus up on securing the rounds when it needs to be secured. And boys, remember, this game doesn't need to be emotional. We are better, and let's show that on the server. Energy balanced, and let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I wanna be a hero 自分を信じろ誰かのために心をたぎらせろ You know 困難な道を行く俺はヒーローどんな奴が来ても Take over game over 終わることない戦いを戦慄に身を任せ運命は絡み合う限界の向こう側へと明日の勝者はどっちだお前は悪か正義か決めるのは真の勝者だ
You don't see comebacks like that every day. Welcome back, everybody. I'm now joined by Petra and Billy once again here on the desk as Team Liquid take map 1. Now, both of them changed their comms today, and we've seen teams from other regions such as Talon, you know, over in Pacific, using this comm that Liquid ran specifically to counter the Fnatic comm. So, Billy, they came with the right ideas today.
Yeah, and like we said before, you know, this is something that they've been kind of leaning into. It was kind of their whole identity on Lotus, making Serial, I think, as well, feel more comfortable being able to play on that Sentinel role. But yeah, it's funny that we come into today and they have something to directly counter BBL also playing, yeah, their chosen comp.
But you got a feel for BBL though, Petra. They had this.
Yeah, they looked very dominant, especially in the beginning, and even near the end, they felt still dominant, but they couldn't close out the round.
Why do you think that it came down to this? How did Liquid make that comeback?
I think Serial also stepped up near the end. In the beginning, he had a very rough time, and yeah, I think maybe he was nervous in the beginning, or he just needed to get a moment to. Yeah, go on.
I think it was like 1 kill in the first half, but then as we came into the second half and take a look at this clutch from Serial and Paddy, Petra, I think this is what you're talking about. They were stepping up in those situations, winning 2v4s like back-to-back at one point. How much confidence does rounds like this give you when you're making a comeback?
Oh, a lot of confidence. Sometimes you feel like you just need a few kills, like to DM a little bit, right? To warm up a little bit, and yeah, once you get there, it's possible to be unstoppable.
I mean, name a better combo than BBL losing advantage situations and then losing out a map. This is something that we've seen time and time again from BBL throughout this stage. And I think it's something that you would think that they've gone ahead and, like, you know, kind of fixed those mistakes. But no, it's just something that we keep seeing from them. Oh, I'm surprised we're showing that. Patitech, yeah, choosing to answer back with violence, I guess.
He's always yapping. I love it. I love it. I mean, it was a wholesome. We set out to be a wholesome rivalry, but let's not forget it is for Masters Toronto. You know, they want to be able to make it back. And speaking of players stepping up, Nats, I owe you an apology. I didn't realize your Haven game was this strong. But again, Petra, when you have an IGL leading from the front and also getting those clutches towards the end, it helps.
Yes, it helps definitely. It's amazing. Like usually the IGLs are a bit quiet, and it's just nice to see your IGL shine, right? So yeah, it's pretty cool.
And he was screaming at Kiko towards the end. Is there like a rift in Cats Nation right now,
I
Billy?
hope not.
What's going on?
I really hope not. I love the whole Cats Nation thing. So yeah, no, I hope not. I think as well, like something that we've seen from Nats the past week or so is the kind of frustration of like,
here we go. Oh no, this was like nice, and then it just Oh, what's going on? I would love to know what he said.
Yeah, sorry, I had to rewatch that because I didn't quite like catch it at the end of that match. But yeah, I think, like we say, it's not something that we're used to seeing from Nats, you know, getting frustrated at his teammates. But he wants to make it back to another Masters again, so it's understandable.
He could be saying something encouraging, to be fair, because like he has a bit of a default facial expression.
Yeah,
sometimes.
we're being quick to judge.
We could be reading it wrong, but huge there from Nats to bring them back. But what does this mean as we head to the next map for BBL? Petra, what would you be saying to your teammates right now if you were to lose map 1 like that behind the scenes?
Well, don't make stupid mistakes near the end, because I felt like BBL could have closed it out if they didn't do individual mistakes. So if they just fix that, it's an easy win for them.
Oh, would you say that to your teammates? Like, hey, those mistakes were stupid, let's not do that for map 2?
Yes, of course,
wow.
definitely.
But sometimes they need to hear that though, right? They
yeah,
need
it's
to know
whatever
what
it
went wrong.
takes, right? You want to go to the final, so yeah.
Do you think that they'll be able to fix those mistakes in the space of like going from one map to the other?
Yeah, I think it's possible.
Okay.
Oh,
yeah.
for sure. But it will be on Split. This is where Billy Liquid should do better, even better than they did on Haven.
Listen, we've been praising both of these teams actually for the amount of preparation that they both bring to each and every single match. It's probably one of the reasons why they've gotten so far in this playoffs bracket so far, is because both teams do come prepared. So I think, yeah, this is where I look at BBL and I think, what have you prepared? We've been shouting, you know, teams need to counter what Team Liquid have been running on Split. They've played it so many times throughout this stage. They've got such a great win rate percentage on it. Obviously, like I mentioned before, they lost it to Fnatic the other week, but up until that point, it was 100%. So there's plenty of coverage on them for BBL to have gone back and looked at and think, okay, guys, what are we doing here? Are we going to see more composition switching up again as well? That's something that I think isn't completely off the table.
No, and my eyes kind of go to Yumpy and Magnum on the other side of this as well. They're the veterans. They've been to so many events in the past too, so they must be, you know, the ones to give them a bit of a speech backstage. But as they set up on stage here, is the answer changing comps, you know, or does it really not matter at this time? Because Petra, we hear so often from players that sometimes it does come down to the day. If you're feeling it on the day, it doesn't really matter what you're playing.
I mean, if I look back on how we were changing comps sometimes we did it on the day, and it worked for us because it's like fresh air and everyone is so hyped to play your agent and you get a lot of confidence, but it can also go downhill very, very fast.
And how hard is it to go against a comp that maybe you didn't expect the other team would change, you know, having to make that up on the fly?
Yeah, it can be hard because you're not prepared for it, depending on what you're used to preg and stuff. Yeah, it can be hard, and it's very good to fall back on basics.
Double-edged sword here, but there's one thing that we know for sure, Billy. Nats is gonna stand in vents on defense, and on the attack, he's gonna sometimes be in your spawn, sometimes.
Oh man, if people don't start punishing Nats for getting away with
They
things.
just can't though, they just can't. He's unpunishable.
Literally, the things that guy gets away with on Split is absolutely ridiculous. He's just everywhere. It doesn't matter where you're looking, he's probably behind you.
Yeah.
Just turn around.
What's the
Find you.
solution, Petra? How do you stop Nats?
I don't know, it's so hard to counter someone who's very comfortable in that position. So he knows all the moves, like the tiny steps, but the tiny timings, and yeah.
You're a lurker. We've seen you lurk on so We've seen you lurk on so many things. So is it as easy, do you think, as to just catch the lurker?
It can be easy if they give you the room, then yeah.
Okay.
God.
We thought Kayak would be the solo Sage player. Now, you were a fan of the Sage on Icebox.
Yeah.
Petra, are you a fan of the Sage on Split?
No, not really. No.
It's bit 2021, right?
Yeah.
I can't wait to see what they do with this double Sentinel setup. You know, we were talking about double Sentinel going up against the double Duelist on the previous map, but now that actually flips round, right? We have Team Liquid running that double Duelist and sticking with what they know, but BBL looks to have done their homework, right? Coming into this, switching up and playing that double Sentinel instead. I mean, I can't wait to see what kind of traps that they have set up, right? This is such a trap-heavy map. We look at all the different choke points that they'll be able to have those micro plays set up. I'm interested to see how they utilize that Deadlock in Sage.
Yeah, Magnum never played Deadlock before. Sociable barely ever plays Sage, but this is what they got. Pansy and Hypok, is it going to be enough to dig them out of this hole?
Well, I quite like like what Petra said there? No, I don't like Sage. Okay, the proof is in the pudding, right? The proof's there.
I mean, if there was anything to reinforce the statement that BBL constantly trying to reinvent themselves, this is definitely something that leans towards that. Again, it kind of highlights the prep that went into the FUT series, or at least I guess that match in particular. Here is just to throw a complete spanner in the works. Obviously, lots of set pieces possible between Magnum and Sociable here. We'll have to see. I mean, this is basically bolstering towards a very strong defensive half. They're starting on defense, and I mean, what was it 10-2 in the first half versus FUT?
Counting's difficult, and remembering's even harder. So I'll say yes. Well, Michael, let's see how it goes, shall we? BBL have been in the kitchen cooking up something brand new, as Team Liquid have been prolific on this map. On the attacking side, let's see how they handle it. Ready? You can see what Liquid are eyeing up here.
Although, because if they want to entertain the idea themselves, stun will come through, slow things down. BBL actually proactively clearing with the boombot here. Won't necessarily figure anything out on the back of that. But again, these early rounds look towards Liquid trying to figure out some of these setups. I mean, how early do BBL want to show their hand in that regard?
It's a war today. It has now been removed.
This is a thing as well, when an agent isn't played very often, you're really testing with the timing of those protocols and when parts of the map will open up.
So far, you're going to have this 3-2 split for the defending side here. Team Liquid have been spotted. Sociable is going to be under pressure up towards Heaven now. I don't know if he can really get away here. Maybe banking on the utility coming out from Yampy, but this is going to be tough. Liquid trying to make this home, or this site their home, as Sociable should be considered, but Yampy takes head off one. Lovely little synergy there. Good chip damage too towards Serial. Isolated by on Kiko. Lovely little back and forth from BBL. But Patatek's still alive. This man is deadly. And he's got a 1v2. He's got 14 seconds though. Really tough here. Gotta find a fair fight. Does Magnum giving it? Oh, lovely from Magnum. A little bit of a fadeaway on the end of that, but BBL, I love that synergy there. That was a lovely back and forth between the two.
It's even on the back of actually the fault line going completely wide. I think as well, because Sociable catches the first cross, I think, and there's a little bit of hesitation, potentially maybe thinking it's one player lurking in.
Yeah.
At that point, you've got to think Sociable's the one that's, you know, dead to rights. Going to be chased down, but...
Nice! Let's go!
I still think Yampy has one of the best landmices.
Yeah.
That's the experience there. That's a veteran. For Liquid, though, I think it is going to be that learning process, right? And also the second half of things, too. Bringing all of this onto that attacking side eventually will be most curious. But for now, we look to see how this kind of affects the next couple of rounds. Camo has managed to navigate past a lot of that early utility, and what a banging shot. But Levin, there's that combination, right? That's what we were looking at, this composition with the trips, the traps, everything thrown down with that paint shell on top. Camo, yes, he hit a great shot. I doubt he's going to get more. That is one of the really strong points of this comp. I'd love to see that back. Sorry, EVS, I keep putting you on the spot. But again, this was something the desk was kind of talking about here.
Again, there's those sort of set pieces that, again, BBL, depending on how many of them they've got in their back pocket. Liquid early on, I mean, the choke points just become deadly. If you can't draw out some of this utility on the side of BBL.
Banging.
Walking into the blender. Especially with the way some of these rounds play out on split traditionally.
Now we get into the fun part, though, right? This is where... Sociable. I quite like that. Take a couple of risks in this round. You're on the bonus. You got your SMGs. Why not have a little bit of a go on things? Nats is there just chipping down at this wall. Does need to be conscious of obviously these angles and these newer positions that could become available. Obviously with the utility in middle being put into play, does slow down the approach from Liquid, and it slows down the entire game plan, really.
It does, yeah. Doubling up.
Paint shell.
Oh.
Net just missing there.
Can't see a Nats. Going to potentially catch a timing here, but in mid. Trade-off. And then Camo will fall, and Sociable has been found on the back of the wall dropping.
Sociable's going to have a tough time dealing with Nats. He's such a diligent player in these solo efforts. Magnum as well only has a ghost here, so should be outgunned. My word, Magnum, very nice, and he knows Nats is nearby. Just missed the timing. He wanted to get up on that box, maybe get a slightly different angle, but Yampy trying to fill the void. But it is a 2v3. Now, obviously, we know all these players are heading over towards A now. Support coming in from Profek, but Liquid facilitating the cross.
It won't land. Yeah, now it gets a little awkward when you're locked out, but actually, a spike here.
Down A.
Okay, that's a mad one, because that's 15 seconds. It removes a player away, so it almost encourages you to work forward. Nats is unaware! Completely unaware! And now it's on Serial. A little bit shaky in the first, an upgraded weapon there for Profek 2. Let's see if he can hold his nerve this time. A big opportunity, big timing, and a big kill. The 1v1, it's Yampy on the other side, and Serial closing the net here, closing the gap, and Yampy chose wrong. Simply put, Serial now has the upper hand. It's a shot in the dark, and it's a clean shot from Serial. Well controlled in the end, but a dangerous round nevertheless.
Absolutely, BBL almost disrespecting the smoke there. Nats just not expecting anybody to push through.
Poison's off.
Sponging the decay.
Hello.
You're right, I think as well, if Sociable is going to be tasked with just, you know, one bit, and again, traditionally, you do see a Sage to lock down this A main early on and proactivity
Michael,
elsewhere, which is what we see in this
Michael?
round.
Incredible, Michael.
And it feels like Nats is aware of map 1, right? He's not a silly guy. And it feels like you've got to be ready to follow Nats straight into hell and back. And if he can get these players feeling on the same page, feeling confident, that is a huge boon for the Liquid side.
Straight away, see Sociable adjusting towards mid. Ooh. Flash through to try and isolate Nats. So another snake bite, forced him a little deeper here. Levin almost looking as if he wants to continue. Actually wins out here, so Nats dropped very early on in this round. Good, not necessarily in a position to spring off the back of that.
Well, I think they know where Sociable is. Nasty little wall though, because there is a player obviously over on the catwalk, right, which was Yampy, so kind of a complementary angle. As much as they'd love to clear Sociable, there's still layers to this. This seems very heads up. I've got to say, it feels like BBL have come in very prepared for this, kind of understanding the protocols that Liquid like to run here, and Yampy has been having a belter of a first half already. Only into round 4 here, 11 gonna go absolutely nuclear on that. In zone flawless. And this feels like a very strong read, Mike. We know that Nats likes that solo pressure towards A or his mid lurks. They identify it early. They even put, who was it, to the test? They're Levin, right? Left him out there in that 1v1. Here it is again. Set up by Yampy a little earlier, but still, and then so prepared for that mid pressure coming in off the back.
There's so many ratty little spots that BBL can reset back to after initial aggression being shown. That's where some of these trap plays, the utility can be really overwhelming. Like I said, it requires a lot from Liquid in terms of footwork early on. And the key things being the paint shell being drawn out, the wall. Like I said, this first stretch of rounds probably going to be the most punishing for Liquid in terms of lessons to learn.
And I guess I like the idea of the pressure this puts on Liquid to show us a little bit of that mid-rounding, that learning on the fly, their ability to decipher some of those weak points. Did Yampy see someone there? I feel like he did, because Levin's very locked in on this. Yeah, definitely spotted. And Yampy's gone a bit more confident, to say the least. Serial in the 1v1 now, and Yampy correctly not wanting to outstay his welcome. He's just controlling this area. And Serial might be screwed here, trying to stay alive, but Magnum wants him dead, yeah. This is very diligent from BBL
very
again.
Decisive as well.
And I like that confidence, kind of taking the, I guess just taking that confident approach to things, not allowing that comfort on the kind of single side of things. Profek gonna have to back away from this. Gets a little bit scary on the side, because they are very close by. That is a recovered weapon, I'm pretty sure. Yampy's here, don't worry. He's all good, he's farming it up, Levin to close out. So now we start looking at Liquid. Can they problem solve quick enough?
This has got to be a bar. They have to hit almost here. If BBL are leaning more so towards making this a successful defensive half. Yeah. Could argue, we're already 2 in here. Yampi leading the charge from the top, 10 and 2, 11 at 8 and 1 as well. Both now with their ultimates in play. Magnum 1 away. Liquid do have a couple of their own. This looks like, again, some aggression here on the back of the showstopper. Off rip here. Does he get spotted? He doesn't! He's not cleared in the corner.
Oh, that's a fumble. And a big chance here for Liquid to actually get really on the board properly in these gun rounds, but Profec's there quickly picking up the pieces. It's not a solo endeavor.
Camo gets ahead of the wall. Still, they get through the wall and look what's in front of them as well. More utility. And the concern being if this isn't cleared early on, except BBL can just kind of sit back, rely on some of these deeper positions. Reset here from Liquid towards mid. Magnum did retrieve the orb, so ultimate now available. Say, Profec, you don't want to see him get too overzealous here. Stun will come through, potentially setting Social in motion. He's going to find Camo.
Yampy is being such a savior, even from the back lines. And look at this delay, look at this stall. Yampy knows exactly what he needs to do, but they're looking for other options, and Magnum's now aware. Potentially catching Nats here. Oh my god, how did it not?
How did it not?
I don't know how he's gone away with that.
30 seconds.
Somehow, still standing, but Yampy spotted 2. That should be big info for Magnum here, but he looks shaky on the aim, and Liquid need to get moving. They want to get across the site, but Magnum ready, waiting. Yampy on the catch. BBL quick, thinking on their feet there. It got deadly.
But now almost in a financial chokehold. Oh yeah, just
Luminek.
Another step forward and he would have full cleared that, but when that timer runs low, you're almost desperate to just get it somewhere. But yeah, the stall is insane. Fault line comes through, the slow orb comes down from Sociable, Rolling Thunder behind that. Liquid probably left really scratching their heads here, what BBL have pulled out.
God, this is such a conundrum for Liquid to figure out. And again, a lot of us were waiting to see if a team could punish Liquid here. This has been a stronghold for them for some time.
Yeah, absolutely.
A cornerstone for them, and they play it beautifully. I mean, there's nothing too cheesy or quirky about it necessarily. They just play a good split, right? And it looks like BBL have identified a lot of those strong suits, a lot of what makes them tick here. And the punish has been pretty profound. Also, got to say, Yampy's having an absolute tear of a start. Now, yes, it is in the kill department too, 11-2 early on. However, we saw that supporting utility coming in. That felt like that round could have spiraled away. When Profec got caught up there in heaven, it felt like the floodgates opened, right? But no, shut again, very well handled. Now, this gets put onto the kind of coaching staff and how Liquid can make their minds up of how they want to deal with this. Now, it does feel as though, obviously, BBL's comp is mostly complementary on the defending side, but you need a bit more than one.
No, I think you really, well, dare I say, you aim towards getting, you know, 3 or 4 on the board, which now seems like they have to move mountains to achieve. How the opening 6 have panned out. Again, this first full ult cycle kind of coming a little late for Liquid, but also it's not really rounds that you'd say, you know, you're expecting Liquid to put a set piece in motion because they just can't early on. There's so many obstacles for them to overcome.
It's a lot of presence heard in middle, and a lot of pressure on Magnum, but he's been playing this well, actually. And again, Magnum kind of returning to glory has been something that I don't think we can understate here. You know, a lot of people thinking maybe his time in the sun had dimmed, but his recent performances with BBL have been magnificent. Now, this time around, though, we focus on what Liquid can achieve here. 5 together, looks simplistic, and that paranoia is stunning. Really well handled by Profec. Does he get caught by Kiko, though? That is the question. However, it's Sociable from up on towards the rafters. Well maintained, Serial, trying to get a little bit dangerous here. And the spray doesn't quite get the target. This is still game on. This is a big ult invested, Mike.
Sociable almost locked out from using his res as well, but actually Levin and Magnum both find kills. That's will fall as well. And it's 6 on the board here for BBL.
2 ults used there, Mike. 2 big boys as well. Bloody hell. I'm a little lost for words at how well prepared. Again, this was something we were talking about at the start of the day, right? Before we even got to cast, it was like, well, you know, if they're going to go for split, they've got to have antied it. But we were like, okay, let's compare it to the foot game.
Yeah, the
right?
concern would have been if there wasn't a comp change and feeling as if the same thing was going to work versus Liquid, because there's two very different approaches between Liquid and Foot to split.
Absolutely.
And like I said, Foot were basically, it was almost like BBL had their playbook.
Yes, on the table, left open. And to see this have repetition is just terrifying. And I'm sure it's a little bit unnerving for Liquid, because this was meant to be the comfort. You win map 1, you're thinking, oh, maybe we're away with a 2-0 here. But at a 6-1, you're certainly now locked back in. Now Liquid still have a couple of ults. They've got the Divide to play with, and they've still got camos here. So there's options. But Kiko, with that attack inside operator, is going to have to do some serious work with that.
Yeah. Starting to see the adjustment now from Liquid, keen to deal with the utility as early as possible to remove some of that security from BBL. Again, there's so many layers to this.
They seem so aware. Magnum's been bang on with this. And once again, this has to add to the protocol list, right? But you can see Yampy complimenting.
That's beautiful.
I am blown away by this. It's layer upon layer. You think maybe you've got the solution on the first. Get rid of that deadlock util. Then you still got layers of Yampy coming in to punish. It's sociable. I was going to be a bit worried he was fighting with that res, but in reality, he's fine. Liquid do not have an answer. It's simple. It's as clear as day. They have not found a solution. They can't break through vents. They can't have that singular lurk. They need someone to come up with a miracle soon enough.
Looking to apply more pressure here as well. Levin punished for it. Nats will find one as well.
Excuse me? I mean, time.
Can't get there with the spike. I was going to say if Nats had the spike, but unfortunately not doable. Magnum just has to sit this one out.
Clutch. I do
Will
not
be,
break.
well, call it a Red Bull clutch.
Call it a clutch.
Yeah. For BBL to find their 7th.
And I love the juxtaposition then between kind of Nats and Yampy, right? You've got Yampy on a real all-time high. This has got to feel so good. It's all good in theory, right? You can go there, think you've done your anti-strat, think you feel good about it, got a plan in mind. To see it in motion so perfectly is unbelievable. And for Nats, I'm sure this is incredibly frustrating. This is a very hard puzzle. Yeah, just a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit. Yeah.
Let's not throw. Let's not throw this one away. We're 7-1, guys. You don't get that against Liquid in a game like this. You gotta keep your head about you. Yeah, God.
We're in
Contextually.
uncharted territory right now. Liquid back down on a broken purchase. Sheriffs to round this out. Sociable remaining pretty active around the map, switching up this wall time and time again. Again, concern being that Liquid can't really figure out some of the setups behind. There's not really clear indicators for them.
This feels tense, though. They've made it up here. This is the first time they're really kind of testing ramp, I guess, this side of things. And it feels like an inverse of the round, clearing through vents the other side. This could be the answer.
I was going to say the awareness seemingly there, but actually Sociable falls to Kiko. And he did actually drift a little further back, but through big info that Levin finds nothing in B main.
Oh!
Wow.
Kiko?
Should have been.
I'm still a little bit worried here. This is exceptional from Liquid. There we go. There is the path made, Mike. It felt like it was all over the shot. It felt like a reversal of a round almost.
Yeah.
Take up through ramp, dip through the vents, and then punish the player in towards mail, I guess, but it works wonders.
That's what they've got to do. It seems a rough objective to set is to catch BBL off guard with a composition like this. Like I said, Levin, you got to feel like he has a lot of space to play with him. Maybe it's the TP from Profek that keeps him just at the edge of B main. Yeah, the second on the board.
Now, it feels like BBL's aware that there was maybe a fault towards ramp, but that looks like it's pretty close again. Ooh, a little mouse wheel jump there, gonna catch Yampy on the back pedal, but I feel like he was dead anyway. Camo on the clear and Magnum alone, but he's gonna capture one. Palitek on the other side would love to save his teammate, but this is looking like it might be lost. Camo's dead. He's been snatched away, down to a 3v3, and the support system doesn't work. He couldn't get through the vents this time, Kiko. Palitek and Serial can't do the reverse anymore. looking for the C's, and Magnum looking to be dragged into their eyesight. But Magnum's still alive. The res gonna come through. Yampy back up on his feet, quickly put back down. Dead again. Sociable on the spray, leaving just Serial in a 1v3 here. Can't get past the starting blocks. BBL instantly on the reply.
That's the problem. Try and get aggressive against this composition. You will be punished. A really awkward timing here for Nats to drop the wall, whether or not the call there was to maybe show us 3. It's just almost out in no man's land here. Rough really for anybody else from Liquid to nice counterbalance that. The guttural nice coming from Magnum, yeah.
And double timeout, right? This is all in on one half.
Well, understandably so. Yeah, they've got to feel semi-confident about the second half, potentially in terms of their approach, but certainly not in terms of the scoreline. Like I said, you're looking for potentially another round or 2 from Liquid to make this feasible. Could BBL repeat a 10-2?
I'm just blown away. Really am. I think a lot of us, when we look bigger picture, would, I don't want to say prefer, but you can see the validity in Liquid going international, right? BBL,
sure, yeah, because
Uncharted.
It's an unknown. It really is.
If they're bringing out antis like this and creativity like this, I can't help but be impressed. I think anyone who enjoys Val has got to be impressed by this. And you can't say they don't deserve it. Bloody hell have they run that lower bracket. They've put in the work here. But Liquid, there's still... If they win this, it's not ideal, but it's possible. Maybe. Maybe. I say that with no confidence.
Serial's ultimate, I think actually, maybe a shift of focus here. Camo.
He's been caught.
Again, the problem being there's so many things to separate the front line of Liquid from the rest of the pack. So you've got to be so cautious.
No surprise. Just Magnum
some of these more aggressive rounds.
This is tough for him. As much as Yampy is nearby, this is still kind of in Magnum's hands. And he's been, I mean, he has been really marvelous at doing this. Now we see the support system kind of shuffling a little bit. The amount of guns firing, it's going to keep Yampy here. Damaged up, that's huge from Kiko. That could be the goer, but still slowed down high. So Shabbat! Wow, you don't see that every day. Nats, frustration showing.
Both seemingly lost on the timing of the wall dropping.
Well, here we are. And as you said, agents were not used to seeing, and Kiko just hoping he had the corner. It's not to be. BBL still unfazed, still unmoved, and Liquid still held by Ramp. There's been no solution in sight. Levin's still up here. The Boombot should show. Gives away presence, and he fancies it. The flash didn't quite make it through the smoke, though. So doesn't get the fight he wanted. Got to maintain discipline here. We heard it before from Yampy. Nothing's a given at this point. Serial and Patatek, we saw what they did before, and are they doing it again? Sociable will find Serial. Is this all down to Patatek? Very hard angles to clear. He can't do it. Big round from Sociable, and a big scoreline for BBL.
It's rough to see Nats fall in that sort of manner, but like I said, neither of them seemingly reading the wall cracking. You can see immediately on the player react, it's almost like, yeah, here's what it is. Profek able to hide away from this reveal as well. A big moment for him to come alive, but it's Sociable with 4. Sitting at 12 and 5 on the Sage. Going to round 12 here. Finally, Divide being invested is off rip. So maybe sell something or put something in motion towards mid.
But with that deeper position coming out, they see no further pressure even behind that kind of, attempt to break in the wall. This puts Magnum on red alert, right? Like, he's got to know there's a chance they've walked mid. He's depending on that util to give it away if they do come up.
This has constantly been a problem, though.
It absolutely has, and with the support from Yampy, he's been generally very good on that second layer, but Magnum are once again surrounded. He's in a really tough spot here. How much can one man do? He has been marvelous, and from CT, it's stunning! Levin with 2 massive kills! And Kiko can't find a target! They've already gone away! There's no one to connect to as Serial down low on 14 HP. And 4 standing for BBL. This is looking like it's all but over. Kiko would have to become the hero of the hour. and he can't get past the start. 10-2, a magnificent scoreline here for BBL. This has been brilliant to watch, Mike.
Another clinic put on by BBL. I'm so impressed with the way they're able to employ this composition on defense, and Liquid, unfortunately, just unable to chip away and find enough answers.
I'm absolutely stunned, Mike. I can't wait to see how the second half plays out, but BBL have done everything we asked of them. It's a clear, decisive answer on this first half. Let's find out if they can close it in the second. Oh, 10-2. Now, if you hadn't been paying attention, you might think that we've got the wrong team on the wrong side, or you wouldn't believe the comps that have come out
back
here.
in time, playing versus Foot again.
Yeah, it's 10-2 though, Mike. It has been brilliant from BBL. Now, we know that there are, I wouldn't say faults, but a downside to this sort of composition on the attacking side. It becomes much harder to bring in.
Well, yes, but I mean...
10 rounds, you're pretty...
10 rounds,
you've done the work.
You're still feeling pretty good, and if BBL can get themselves to a post-plant scenario, they have so much to lock it down.
And I think we don't need to stress the importance of Team Liquid picking up this pistol. If you want to have a map here, it starts with this. And they were good on map 1 with them. Need a bit more of that in map 2.
So it looks as if we're going to lean straight towards a set piece here onto B. Testing Liquid off the bat here. They're out here early.
And if they've been slowed down, you can see the success of BBL here. Nats is still up there, but the fight's been won. That was... Everyone flood through the heaven smoke and hope for the best. Patatek. Okay, Yampi's on 36. Magnum, 42. But Profec's sitting healthy. And that access point through heaven gets denied, and you can already see the post-plant setup. It feels like you've got to fight them early almost. Don't allow them into those post-plants. That's where it becomes strong, maybe. That's why they were so encouraged to flood through. But Patatek now, he is it. That's probably not what you want to be hearing. Time is starting to dwindle. He's got the horn. Oh God, look at it. It's just so all-consuming. Layer after layer, standing there with a grin. BBL, they have done so well here. I can't stress it enough.
Yeah, and you can see now that the value of that prep on display fully. Yeah, it's just all-encompassing here. I mean, even if they wanted to burst out here, they're caught by the slow orb. It's just off camera from what we saw in the round, but there's just no way in for Liquid early on for this pre-take to try and flood out. Lovely pistol round, and might even just open the floodgates here to continue applying pressure towards B.
I don't even want to start having to talk about pressure, because you just, I mean, potentially going to be blown out of a map. They forced up here, right? You're about to get absolutely smacked about in map 2, and then you got Fracture coming up. And we've already seen that Liquid looked a little stressed at times. It puts all that pressure back onto their shoulders, but for now...
Kiko did, yeah, he did just spot. Oh! Well, not on the second peak.
First you saw him, second he's dead. Brilliant from Kiko.
There've not been many early wins for Liquid. Can do now one to the good. Very cautious on approach here from BBL. Rightfully so. Don't want to give Liquid any room to breathe.
Hello. Camo.
Moment there, yeah, Camo.
Yeah.
Better of the scope.
This is nice. Well, they could do with a couple of these. This is, you know, this is small steps on a long journey, but it's one they need to take. And they're certainly not across the line yet. BBL still with 3 players looking for a play to punish here. Yampy on a solo adventure towards B. You can see the other two wrapping through spawn. I like this. Again, you got to kind of play out of the odds here. They've missed that opportunity. 11 couldn't quite find the shot he wanted, so it's time to try and force towards that A site. But time, it's 13 seconds. Camo on the free fire is perfect.
Scary.
Yeah, this should be okay. It is. Nats then making the spike drop, going to make Yampy just too far away. They can do the dance all day. It doesn't matter. Time was the end goal there, and Liquid survive.
So we'll actually retrieve the rifle as well. Yeah, one back on the... that was actually on the second. I didn't spot it on the second there, but Kiko, beautiful punish onto Profek. Said a little dicey once these stingers are able to tuck into a position, do some damage late on. See how BBL can shrug that off. Went in here with just the one Sheriff in the hands of Levin.
Obscuring vision.
Not the scenario you want to see a Guardian, actually. Pretty committed up close.
He doesn't really have a way out of here. He's just hoping that, yeah, okay, supporting utility buys him some security. Sociable has slipped through a little. How much he's going to be able to get from this? Maybe some good info. But Serial's stuck around here. Even in all that stall with the smoke still up, he's decided he wanted to commit. Camo's going to catch Sociable. So it does feel like they're just kind of walking the map, getting a feel of it. They've got rounds to play with. So why not try and get as much information as you can?
Absolutely. Testing the water here. Liquid find their third. And really for them, you want to see them hold on to every single one of these weapons. So if they can get themselves a bit of a buffer, and things do descend into madness, get a little scrappier. Building back into a comeback here, you don't want to be worrying about the finances. Atatech finally pins down Yampy on the first, clean on the second, and Profek not able to get away with that TP. Just Magnum left, classic in hand, 76 HP. I was going to say no more than that, but
yeah,
Nat's quick on the trade here. Liquid will find their fourth. Long road ahead of them, Lauren.
It is, no mistakes. That's the simplicity of it, right? 11 rounds has been marked on the board. That is the margin of error that they can have is pretty much what? 2 rounds, that's it. Now we know that Liquid can be capable. That first half was probably a fright. It was a brutal wake-up call. But here, good step.
Yo, lock in, because...
Yeah, I wonder how the second half of that sentence went.
Liquid do have Camo's ult here. Yampy's got his, and they've been generally pretty spot on. It should have won them the site, as Levin does get free access. That second layer to it also now approaching freely.
Will go up nice and early as well, inside the smoke. We're locked out of this for the time being. Camo's ultimate available, but nothing else here. But tons of utility at their disposal.
They put so much pressure, though, on Liquid to keep this faultless, and it is good. That's a great start. Take away Magnum, that's the back line. Now Profek up next. Good util to put him under pressure. Gets cleared. Nat's doing well. Striding back in. It's all looking stunning. Team Liquid now locking in. Clean rounds. Only losing 1 now in the last 2 here. Yeah. This is exactly what they needed. 5 now found.
Absolutely what you want to see if you're a Liquid fan. Looking very composed, not thrown off kilter.
Nope.
By a pacey execution here towards 8. Reinforcing. And that's, yeah, a gap here. That's
what it was.
Didn't catch that.
No.
That's why Magnum's just not expecting this at all.
Wow.
1 enemy remaining.
And I think Magnum, you left the gap by the window.
Just in case you didn't know. I think Magnum probably realized pretty quickly.
He's made it down ramp.
Something's not right here.
How's he gotten me? But BBL instantly on the timeout. These 3 rounds have been enough. They don't like what they're seeing. Now, we know that Liquid burnt their first 2 in the first half. So this does actually give an opportunity now for Liquid to also check in, right? This is a good chance for them, maybe just to compound what's being said. And for the other side of BBL, they need to not let this get too far. Yes, they've got rounds to play with, but it does become, as much as I hate the whole round by round, we'll just play our own game. You've now had, what, 3 back-to-back, very clean, very focused up, no errors. It does start to become, it feels possible at that point.
Yeah.
And it's small, it's 5.
Especially in the previous round here where the Rolling Thunder's invested, it's one of the things that really is the catalyst to this composition outside of Levin on the showstopper potentially, or any other round with the satchels. But like I said, the objective for them is just to get into a post-plant situation. You have to feel. It will only bring a Bulldog in here. Sheriffs across the board elsewhere. Nats does have the pip.
No escape.
I mean, same kind of opportunities around Sociable and Magnum on the attack, yes, but certainly stalling out in some of these rounds doesn't really benefit BBL too much.
Profek looking
Profek,
readable.
Yeah, noted previously, so.
Yeah. Simple stuff here. These are good signs for Liquid. Very good signs. Leading from the front, Nats. Lovely from him. Yeah, really clean. Liquid doing what they need. It is track by track, step by step. The gap closes. The buy is now back in for BBL.
A little bit away from some of these key ultimates here. Said not expecting them to come out swinging once again. Didn't see the stat pop up earlier. BBL with the, I believe it was the fastest time to plant the spike on their attacking side. This composition doesn't screen pace.
Nope. Speaking of pace though, this looks like it's very much all in. BBL fancying their go up towards ramp. We saw that being the destination for Liquid. Mostly the final destination didn't go too well, but we got Nat and we got Patitek now holding it down, and it's already going to be Patitek holding that line. Beautifully set into motion by Nat's utility. This is great stuff from them. Sociable trying to find anyone, but he's not being gifted much here. Liquid all too aware. And they even know about that position.
Nobody entertaining the peek onto site either. They're happy to now just rely on the numbers. Well, maybe ahead of some of these cooldowns, potentially in the retake. Do have Patitek's ultimate to rely on as well.
Shadows traveling.
Paranoia still here for Profek though.
They need a pick though, it feels
like.
like,
Yeah, they do.
Right?
They definitely do.
And Liquid are playing super disciplined, which I love. It's that kind of idea of knowing BBL would desperately love a pick here, you know, an untradeable kill. That's the dream. Now they're stacking up to... Oh my god, Sociable. Oh!
Thank God for that.
Yeah, it felt like he could have done some serious damage here, but in reality, this has slowed the roll. It wasn't a clean enough pick. Still 4 players against the 2. Can Profek and Yampi become the heroes of the day for BBL? That's not sharp enough. And Yampi, he's desperately trying, but 14 HP ain't gonna stop him. Team Liquid, another now 7 rounds. It was only 2 at the start of this. And was 2 gonna be enough?
It's another tick in the box as well for composure. And able to take a breather here. Early win out in terms of focus towards ramp here, but Patitek, sorry, punishing this choke point. I mean, a dicey moment here where Sociable drifts through.
Yeah, there was a world. Oh. There was a world.
Whoa! Let's go!
That's 5 now. 5 back-to-back, still a buy for BBL.
Right there.
And it looks like rinse and repeat, right? This looks like, look, just throw it at the wall until it sticks and hope for the best, but the gap is closing. Patitek gonna call in for support. We've seen that him and Nats have been coming together really well. Lovely synergy. They can't disrespect this Viper util they've been trying before. And once again, rinse and repeat. This time, Sociable 11 though, hit the shots. Nats does not want to allow access here at all. Magnum on the res, back up on his feet, but barely. Pops in the ult, doesn't get what he wants. It's getting messy, but Profek dives up towards heaven. Gets down 2, leaving Serial in the 1v4. BBL finally make it stick.
Almost feels like they're playing mind games here with Liquid. Not expecting them to run through, fully commit towards this A take once again. But the utility is just beautiful from BBL. Nats tries to swing things back in their favor with the pit, but two beautiful kills from Profek.
Nice! Stop it! Nice!
To swing this back in their favor. And now on 12.
God, right on that verge here, taking us to the third map. Fighting for that final ticket to Toronto. You want to see it go Fracture, you want to see them brought to their limits, but BBL, that was a break in what was the monotony almost of Liquid, just round by round, punishing! And Serial couldn't land it in time. Levin gets to live, Nats has fallen! BBL on the verge, doing the damage, Biotech last one alive! And that run back might just be crushed.
Spike planted.
And that map 3 becomes a reality. As BBL doing the unthinkable. Biotech steps forward, he faces his fate. BBL are taking us the distance. Magnificent preparation here on Split, and they execute it just as we'd want.
Yeah, beautiful display here. Liquid almost just caught completely off guard. Testing again, something that's been under question, the recovery factor for Liquid, their ability to problem solve on the fly effectively, Lauren.
Now, it comes down to Fracture. This is what we wanted. This is what we waited for. And now we find out if they have what it takes.
Nice.
Red Bull gives you wings.
You'll sit back and all I know, my money green, but to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make us free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread, ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. Look, look. Look, look. Look, look. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back.
BBL, they hit back and they hit back hard. We will be going to a map 3 in this qualification game for Masters Toronto. I am your host, Yingsun. I'm back here with Petra and Kakuka once again. I feel like deja vu, but does Sociable, he's on a wall, hit as hard as Natank? Does anything go as well as Natank on the wall?
Not for the song, definitely.
He was on a few wars.
He was on some of them, and
Yeah.
definitely it was very effective to see this change of the composition coming into today. One of the questions that we had is anybody going to figure out Team Liquid on Split? Apparently there's someone.
Now, Petra, you won the biggest fan of the stage going into it. Has your mind been changed by Sociable at all? Or?
Oh yes, it has.
Really?
Been. Yeah, actually it has been. I like the combination with Deadlock. They can delay the enemy so much, and it worked pretty well. So
it's annoying, right?
It's
it looked
very
annoying to play against.
Yeah, as long as they don't bail out their utility, it's super annoying.
Did you like it? Were you a fan?
Oh, absolutely. I think it's more of the Deadlock. Every single time that, especially after the change that they did with the Gravnet and whatnot, I am really enjoying the Deadlock. I'm starting to believe it was not Angel. It was just Deadlock that I was enjoying. So,
I was like, where is this going?
Yeah, it's going exactly there. And I think that we saw so many examples, Petra, of this traps that they were setting time and time again. It caused PTSD on Team Liquid.
Yeah, it was so hard to counter. They could not hear it in the beginning at all. They had no idea where it came from, and they kept falling for it. And even if they counter it, they got stunned, and then the breach aftershock came, and yeah.
Beautifully done. The synergy is there. Is it a one and done though? Do you anticipate this coming out again tomorrow or the day after?
I don't think that it's a one and done. It's good to see that in this stage of playoffs, people are coming in so prepped. They're willing to change the compositions and take major risks. Yes, it could be a one and done, but we have seen from teams in the past, and Team Liquid is a perfect example of that, that if you are good with something, you can still stretch it a little bit more. I do not think that they had to reinvent themselves, I'm speaking of BBL, too much in this match, as we're seeing, like, that is something that they were doing over and over again. Yes, you will be countered, but by that time, you will probably have a step number 2 to follow on.
Thank God they had a week in between playoffs, right, to be able to work on some new and exciting things. We spoke about how important it was for an IGL like Yumpy to be able to rally his troops backstage. Petra, did you see any of those mistakes fixed coming into Split, and how impressed were you with Yumpy?
Yeah, I think they did fix a lot of mistakes, actually. You even heard in the comms at some point, like, guys, keep the discipline. And that's what they were missing, the other map near the end. And yeah, you could tell that they were very disciplined this game.
Yeah, especially, of course, is that first half, the 10-2. You get a lot of security with that. Got a little bit scared when we swapped sides, and yes, they get the pistol, but things start getting a little bit dicey. Team Liquid starts getting round. That discipline was gone from the server a little bit, but it is good that they're able to close this map, and of course it's Team Liquid and BBL. We're gonna go to a third.
Yeah, and a little bit of me wanted to see more from the attack style. I wanted to know more variations of the Sage, but that's a good thing for them, right? Because if they win today, they had that saved a little bit. Although Sociable's wars, it was very ranked, you know, very 2021. It kind of took me back to a different place.
I really like it because keeping Team Liquid, keeping Nats, leaving Nats with no access to sides, it's just like poetic. You know, like you saw the walls, and then there was another wall. Magnum was magnificent. I love to see this combination. And you're mentioning the Sage, but moving on to that last map, onto Fracture.
Yeah.
Sociable on the Tejo, one of the best that we have in the region.
100%. Now, does this change map 3? Does the narrative get flipped? Petra, do you think now the momentum is heavily on BBL's side? Are Liquid in trouble?
I think it's gonna be still tough. Near the end, the Liquid was also coming back a little bit on Split. Nothing massive, but yeah, it's gonna. Yeah, we will have to see who's gonna bring their firepower.
We will. There also could be a Vice. Now, do you like the Vice on Fracture?
Yes, it can be valuable, but I have different preferences.
Oh, what would you prefer?
I still like. I mean. Yeah, maybe Vice is better, but the way they're playing Sage is also pretty good.
Oh, you like the Sage on Fracture?
Funny enough, they used to run the Sage on Fracture. It was not pretty.
I actually, do you know what? I actually quite like the Sage on Fracture.
I like it, but I think it got too repetitive in too short of a time, you know? But I agree with that. Also, the perception for both of these teams coming into this last map is a little bit different from the last time that they played, right? So last time that we saw BBL and Fracture, it's a BBL that they have understood their plan. They want to enable Levin playing on that jet, being extremely comfortable. And it's something that it worked for them. On the side of Team Liquid, though, it was that map against Fnatic that they were not able to close, going to that OT, those insane clutches. And I want to see if they are going to be able to fight their demons.
This is where Nats came alive. He was dragging them, you know, trying to push them over the line. It didn't work out in his favor in the end. And if it's anybody else that isn't Nats, I will be a little bit worried. You know, it's quite traumatizing to have to play again on Fracture so soon after. But I think he would have gotten over it pretty quickly. But for BBL, though, they are one map away from making their global event for the first time ever for the organization in the last 5 years. This will mean a lot to them. And here is where I worry a tiny bit about maybe that coming into your head, Petra, you know, thinking, oh my goodness, we can actually do it. We're so close. And if they don't start hot, I think that's where things get difficult. They need a fast start.
Yeah, if you have a good start, it's mentally so important. Otherwise, there's so much pressure. So
yeah, let's take a look at the agent select and see if we will get more changes here. We won't.
It's enough, no?
Yeah, the jet is always a question mark for me.
I like the fact that we're speaking about BBL, they need to start strong, right? I think that Yampi has always been extremely good on this breach. And again, I want to bring back the sociable chat on. He's going to be on the Tejo in this best of 3. This is the first time that we're seeing BBL picking up on that agent. We know that it is one of the 3 days that it has left before he leaves us for apparently good. But of course, eyes also on the controller players like Profect going on the Brimstone, something a little bit different. Kiko has been stellar on them. So to me, those are the 4 highlights more so than the dualism what we're supposed to be looking at. I think that those are going to be the difference.
What do you think, Petra?
I mean, I think Jet is not the worst duelist, but yeah, Neon it brings more value for the team.
Yeah, and Hikamo is going to be running at them. He is going to be running at them for a chance, of course, for Masters Toronto. Both of these teams, they are so close. Pansy and Hypoc, however, there could only be one.
You're right, indeed. There can only be one going forward. Mike, we've seen 2 brilliant maps here. A very close affair in map 1. A complete surprise in map 2. What do you make of map 3 now?
Well, you've got to say in terms of a best of 3 series, it's now Liquid's opportunity to really right the ship. You've got to feel good. BBL flipping another map 2 in a series and now brimming with confidence. Again, almost repeating itself as well with a loss on Haven on the first. The home stretch for BBL, so close to going where no previous roster has gone for them.
And hope is such a dangerous thing, isn't it? After seeing map 2 for BBL, it feels almost real. Map 1 kind of slipping away from them, that's fine. Map 2 reigniting that possibility, and for Liquid, it feels nail-biting throughout. We go into this BBL on the defending side, Liquid on the attack, and it is a pacey start. Levin instantly takes away Nats.
Chikamo able to get ahead of the utility here to potentially catch somebody in spawn, but nobody there. Kiko is the one to find the response, Patitech to follow through.
Just bullying their way towards the site. I like this, decisive from Liquid after that. A little bit of an uncertain start. But for Magnum and Sociable, this is a really hard retake. Good post-plant positions. Maybe get 1 for free, but beyond that, you feel like it starts getting sewn up. Kiko, the first challenger, really, to catch the cross. Gets dealt with, but good trade from Patitech, good spacing, and good awareness. Liquid instantly put in the first here.
Another situation, again, don't want to call him out, but Nat's caught off guard. It's not often you ever say that about him. The response is so fast, though. Camo, like I said, all the way to potentially catch a rotation in spawn. I think at that point, it's a ton of information to not see anybody there. Post plant holding up beyond that. Feels, I mean, a very confident round 2 buy here from Liquid. Sheriff in hand for Levin once again. Certainly want to see this kept clean.
Tricky one for Magnum here, I think. Liquid making the right choice thus far. Right, you're going to hear that door open. We obviously know where these players reside. Magnum seemingly unaware so far, actually, as
He's actually still in the camp, I believe. Yeah, just hopped out now. As the molly landed, actually.
Yeah, he's a lucky boy. He's not be singed. Planted. As it stands, though, nice for Liquid. Good read, good call. Clear-cut approach, not really having to fumble their lines here. And it's just, can BBL cause any chaos? This is a very big investment, as you rightly highlighted, so you don't be losing many of these.
Nats and Serial, really, the two you could give away. Actually saying BBL don't even want to entertain the idea of giving away progress towards this first ult cycle. Thrilling viewing here over in the spawn. But understandable, I think, as well for Liquid. Almost pretty thankful. Do try and catch somebody with utility on the way out. Everybody from BBL will fall to the spike. Those rifles kept in hand for Liquid, which is the big objective here. To come into round 3 pretty flush, actually.
That Outlaw is still about for Nats. Well, in Nats' hands, but only Levin would be the one to be susceptible to it.
Yeah, sure.
So see if that gets any sort of value going forward. But as I said, a very simplistic round. It felt like BBL gambled and lost pretty much in that, and that's completely fair enough. So we go back in. And now the challenge begins. Can Liquid continue this? They want to look clean after that second map. It didn't feel good, obviously. Mechanical as they can be, they are humans, I promise you. Levin is instantly going to be suppressed. Big info here. Could be tempting, tantalizing for someone like Camo, but a lovely reposition! Levin! Right in between the smokes and all the util. Stunning work from him. Now, they've got the first blood drawn, but Liquid have got sight control.
My camera is destroyed.
Cam's removed as well here, so no spam on the back of the tag. Liquid reset into some sort of comfort here. Plenty of util. Profex actually found an opening here.
A little surprised Serial was just drifting around side. I don't know if he just got caught there and unable to reposition to the post, but now Kiko gonna have to really dominate this cross, but had to turn the flash. Forces in Panatek, it's lovely. Nats can only do so much with the Outlaw. BBL looking clean on that retake there, knowing their steps.
And with 5 surviving, obviously there were, well, you could argue, a slight advantage in terms of the equipment brought in here, but decisive retake here from BBL. I think, yeah, Serial maybe, I mean, he's tucked into the corner. Maybe just feels a little uncomfortable. An awkward engagement here, but Levin able to get either side punished on the back of the trip. I mean, he got the headshot as well, the swing, I believe, so the situation if he's going 1 for 1.
Tense stuff, isn't it? Because I'm waiting to see if it starts really tailoring away towards one side, or if we get this even affair, and I kind of hope we do. I want it to be more map 1 than map 2 in a way, but for now, we go back in. And it looks like an early stake of claim towards that A main side, whereas the trade-off is that obviously Liquid then get Arcade and build forward.
Got to figure out this Cypher setup, though, early on. Camo's really the one that's going to get punished on the back of that.
Forcing them up through tower, really. They're not willing to try and break towards this. Magnum waiting for anyone to be outlined, right? Is there anyone willing to fall for this? And they have, again, taken sight here. And it feels like it's almost a willing succession.
Yeah.
And there's a good bit of chip unconfirmed towards Camo, but you can see the rest of the map being wrapped on now. That should confirm attendance on the flank, but it's perfect to find Camo this time. A similar position punished. As we saw last time around, it was Serial to fall down, but this time Nat's holding his own back here. Yampi should be noted, with a flash going to facilitate the pickup of the kill. Now the site being swarmed, Panatek under pressure. Bailed out though, he gets Serial to try and save him, leaving Kiko to try and deal with the spike. Someone needs to deal with this spike. They've already got it halfway. Salvo's going to come down relatively early, but they're all tucked towards tower. Mike, this gets dangerous. Kiko, Serial, nice work together. Playing it out from tower very well.
It's rough for Liquid to keep running dry at this site, but we're almost expecting somebody to adjust here and commit towards that hold. BBL leaning much heavier towards any sort of opportunity they can get a kill, whether it's ahead of the spike being planted, but you can see Magnum again looking to punish off the back of the trips. I really think you look towards is how much can Liquid really achieve whilst Kiko's first wave of smokes is up. Whether that be the plant or a kill or anything. Regardless, now BBL, 2 Sheriffs, similar setup. I guess we're seeing something like what we saw on Haven.
A little bit.
On Eco round here.
They'll come the eventually. Maybe.
I almost want them to now. One of these anti-ecos.
Stuff here. Unable to get much of a punish going. So, wait to see if that second wire was going to maybe prove a little bit more fruitful. Not to be. So Liquid going through the motions. They've got the right read on this. They're doing exactly as they'd like. Kiko, nice little position. Might get spotted out by the drone. You can see Camo just spraying away, hoping for the best. But I don't want to say it's a formality. It never really is. There can be danger in these, but you've already got the rifles. You've got a very deep post plant, and it looks like Liquid are keeping it clean. This is good for them. This is something that they probably needed after map 2. It's just very step by step, right? I hate saying that sentence, but it does feel very on the money with these guys. And that's wants to punish a bit. I don't blame him, really. Not allowing them to get away with exactly what they want every time. Yeah, clear-cut stuff. Liquid back in control. A very decisive round.
4 on the board now. 3 separating them. BBL will come back in with a purchase here. Already seeing Levin entertain the idea of an operator. Just a couple of points away from some of these ultimates starting to come online as well. Both teams, actually. Kiko does have his at the ready.
Nice. Yo, wait. Which it was?
Yeah, 1 away for Levin, 1 for Profek. Some of the key tools here in this composition, but a pace change here for Liquid. Again, it's a 3-player stack up towards drop.
We saw that before the smoke bloomed. So his focus really shifts towards CT. Tries to isolate 1.
Try and catch him in the drone here, yeah.
Yep. BBL out and about. I mean, they don't fancy coming back in this way.
And a clean open plant here. Serial's ultimate available in the post.
To play back into that operator, but maybe considering the amount of players up towards that rafter side, might have a shot at it, but...
Well, they would have heard that rope as well.
Yeah, patience paying off there for Magnum and Co. Gonna force them forward, and Kiko makes his appearance very late in the day over by the back of Dish. Camo finds his success towards CT. Liquid winning every fight here. It's dreamy work from Liquid, and it's needed.
That is fantastic as well. Serial's ultimate pushes them back in towards the flank from Kiko. Like I said, if the rope was caught, potentially revealing the plan here. So well-rounded in this post plant. Liquid looking a little more composed than they have previously here. Kiko actually the one leading the charge, 9 and 2.
Let's go! Okay, chill.
That's desperately trying to keep everybody cool, calm, and collected. BBL, getting the timeout, you can understand it. It's the scoreline probably that's most concerning here. As I said, this has almost been the intention to kind of give up B and lean heavily towards a cheeky kill here and there, much like Levin did previously on Camo, but it can't be your win condition in a lot of these rounds. Again, finances haven't really been there, still not there now.
No.
Levin's Blade Storm to offset that potentially, but curious now, because actually, Patstek's 1 away. Nats will have his potentially for the buy round as well to follow.
One thing I do like is that Liquid have really conditioned this approach so far, right? The knowing anti-ecos, how they're playing it, on their buy rounds, how they're playing it. They don't look particularly affected by BBL's preparation by any means. So credit where it's due here to Liquid on that factor. Very well prepared. It's going to take a lot of adjustment from BBL, something we were asking from Liquid in map 2, really. Yeah. Can they adjust on the fly? A very early investment of these knives coming in. Oh dear, Levin might be in a whole lot of trouble. He is! Camo on the clear! They've read him like a book! Serial catching Yampy. This is looking all too easy for Liquid. Profek and Magnum, formalities at this point. They want that 6th round, and they're probably going to damn well get it.
Patstek to find the plant, so Rolling Thunder will be available behind this. Profek and Magnum left to try and recover something. I mean, again, with how this timeline looks, Damage to the finances would be big. Nats will fall here, but he's not really the target you want to look for in terms of damaging the funds.
Last player standing.
Profect will fall as well. Magnum, obviously, position revealed. 4 rifles will stay firmly in the hands of the Liquid players. This will be number 6 for Liquid. Camo, beautiful opener here. The fault line shutting down both players pushing into A main. Not much of an upgrade, but let's get rid of the Stinger Alpha. But actually, I think he almost thought he'd found the first, but a chance to completely reset.
One enemy remaining.
Bloody hell. Yeah, and again, these two have met here before, right? That 13-7 on Fracture that they had in regulation back in the group stage. This is already looking much different. A lot more on the line here, a very different look in the times these two are meeting now. And all the pressure really comes onto BBL. Yes, you had a close game. Should have won it in 2 if you wanted an easier affair. You wanted it the distance, now you got to go. Levin, lovely, good for 1, good trade for Prophet. Takes it further away. Forced down to respect off the back of the ult, but it puts it on Nats and Kiko. This is one of those classic maps for the likes of Nats. And for Kiko on an absolute heater, but Prophet denies it. There we go, BBL get 1 back.
Just able to get ahead of this exec, stop Liquid before they can really get rolling, and the fact that actually the spike has to be recovered from so deep. Stuff here from BBL. It's the second really from Profek that seals the deal.
Nice! Let's go, guys! 6-6.
Love it, love it. But look.
Couple more to find.
Yeah, couple ults here as well, Panatek and Camos.
Flip side,
my God.
BBL everything except the Blade Storm available.
They're going again. Oh my good God, time to scramble. Serial can't get out in time. He should be dead. I think he is. He gets away for only a second. It was all covered up here. A set piece to set them in motion, but the response might be coming in. But layers to this. Nat's going to find Yampy. It's all gone topsy-turvy. How is Nat still firing off shots here? We're down to a 2v2. The Nat's just slowly creeping up. They don't know about Sociable.
They should do.
They really should do. They certainly do now. Whoa, up on top of the box. Oh, it's outrageous from Sociable. Denying Nats the momentum builder. BBL back in the game now.
They're gonna have to watch that back from any player of Liquid, but I thought maybe somebody would have noted Nats with 2 beautiful kills here, but
just on the warpath.
One enemy remaining.
Who's actually only Profect that's spotted here? Big clutch from Sociable, and to get himself on the board as well. Operator now passed across to Levin.
They don't go again, do they? Certainly do. 4-1 split here. We've seen it before, and I'm sure we'll see it again. But this time they don't have the bodies here for BBL. But Magnum's playing on the side. He's been generally off-site, right? Maybe looking for a fair fight on towards Nats, but is it ever fair when you got a shorty up against you? It certainly isn't. Nats breaks in, but oh, what a banger of a shot! Profek! Stunning 3 kills from him, leaving Panatek and Kiko to try and stay alive here. Kiko, does he get locked on the site?
Well, he's got his ult, so you almost want him to get out of dodge. He's got the molly as well. Yeah, not feeling comfortable enough. Want to try and maintain some sort of crossfire here on site, but it's not pretty, Lauren.
No, it's not. Kiko forced to move now. He takes him away. Panatek fighting with him! Oh, in perfect unison! It doesn't matter what you throw against them. Team Liquid still coming out on top.
Beautiful recovery. Up against the ropes, Kiko, 14-4 currently on the Brimstone. In the waiting game, patience pays off for Nats, but this was absolutely beautiful from Profek. Ahead of the smokes, and Liquid desperately swinging on. But it's 1 by 1. Profek able to isolate them. BBL now. Timeout called their second in the first half, yeah. So maybe feeling a little rattled in terms of, well, maybe the game plan or how some of these rounds are panning out.
Gotta say, I know that right now it's eyes on BBL, but Kiko, Christ alive, that man is having a whale of a time. 14-4, as you said. And you're seeing the value he's getting in that round. It felt like he was screw tucked on site, right? You think, okay, when the salvos come in,
because
forced.
That crossfire, it almost feels like it's so easy to dismantle, but the timing on that first swing, well, the hand was forced. The aftershock comes through the salvo as well, and Patitek to find the first. Sets Kiko in motion.
Oh, it's brilliant. You can feel it. That excitement, you can see it. Nat's trying to keep control of them though, keep them calm, keep them focused. Just like any other game, we know the stakes.
This is a nice spot.
Man, they're running again, it's like Icebox Simulator. 4-1 split here towards B, but this time around BBL do have the numbers here. Generally, we've been seeing this stack on this side.
All missiles away.
Gonna catch Sociable early.
We're playing a little deeper to avoid, maybe mitigate some of that risk early on, but I don't believe Yampi actually pulled the trigger on the fault line. Obviously, lesser weapons here, so BBL can find something off a cheesy setup with some of this util. Be a big win for them.
The hero from this spot before. He ain't gonna be again. Liquid all too aware. Nat's feeling like the Grim Reaper, slow and inevitable. Approaching. Levin forced away again. Repeat, rinse and go again. Kiko still finding success. Liquid, they are just getting through this. Dealing with anything BBL are throwing at them. That's gonna be another. And this is looking decisive, Mike.
On the brink of potentially a 9-3 half here for Liquid. What a way to come alive in map 3. Kiko and Nats have their ults. Profek and Magnum on the other side.
Enemy remaining. That's the last of them.
Nice!
Let's see if Liquid can maintain this sort of momentum to close out the first half. Looking like it might be pacey once again on the back of the Molly being sent in. Actually just a fake. It's going to draw the rotation. You can already see 2 more players from BBL repositioning.
They've fallen for a hook, line, and sinker, haven't they? Now, there is util here, so...
They've got to go fast, yeah, now on the back of the trip.
But the salvo's got used, so they do get the red carpet, right? Nothing can really deny this. Spike isn't committed yet, that's with Patitek. Now it is. Shot in the dark from Sociable, isn't finding a target. Close, but no cigar.
Well, Kiko and Serial have their ultimates here.
Drone is down.
So if they can run the clock down a little bit, BBL are fast to retake though.
Yeah, you got to fight the back line. That has to be a priority. And Camo did his best, but Magnum comes out on top in that. A little surprising, but forced forward to fight. And Kiko looking to collect. Serial there as well. And the numbers sifting so well for them until Magnum is still on a charge here. Looks to the right, doesn't spot the player, doesn't see Patitek, but it's Nats you got to be worried about. Sociable now tries to play his hand. Liquid on a roll. 9-3. It is decisive this half.
BBL, unfortunately, not many opportunities to get themselves into any sort of comfortable position here. Liquid just looking phenomenal here on the side of Lauren.
They want Toronto. They've been taking the distance, one of the most played out. They've had to play so many times, so many maps, and now only a half away. But still, before we get there, we have a treat for you. We'll be diving over to, I believe, Harmy.
We've got some amazing Liquid fans here in the crowd, but I feel like, Harmy, you might be Team Liquid's #1 fan. First of all, welcome back to the Riot Games Arena. That half was a bit better, right, compared to the second map?
Yeah, compared to Splits, this is way better to watch for me.
Yeah, how's your...
Split was a disaster in the beginning, but at the end I thought they come back, but then they lost the round on Heaven. I think it was to Profek, not sure. Yeah.
Supporting Liquid, not always good for your heart, right? You know? Yeah, it's a little bit heart attack city in here. Now, you've in the past have subbed in for Team Liquid before, and obviously we have a very young player, Serial, on stage right now. A lot of pressure on his shoulders. So how do you think he might be feeling, knowing that if they win this, he's going to go to his first global event?
I think Siri had a bit pressure at the beginning, but the more games he played, the more confident he got. And even on split, where we just had like one round on 7-1, he got the clutch 2v1. So he's getting better every map.
Yeah, very comfortable. You've also had the pleasure of spending some time with Nat and Yumpy.
Yeah.
I'll start with Yumpy first because he's on the other side of this. What's he like?
I love Yumpy. He's always funny, even off camera. Like he's a super energy guy. So I love Yumpy.
So is it really sad to root against him today?
Yeah, usually if he's playing, I'm rooting for him, but not today.
Not against Liquid, not against Liquid. And of course, Nats, the IGL now. I don't think it was the IGL the last time you subbed in for Team
no.
Liquid. But yeah, what's it like to play with a player like Nats?
Nats is a very good player. Played a lot of ranked with him. Even if...
Are you in the morning lobbies with
Yeah.
Nats? Oh, wow, okay. Those are some of my favorites. Yeah.
Not mine.
Oh, why? Why not?
Yeah, the morning lobbies sometimes are a lot of no voice chats, I can say that.
He's got to carry you harder.
Yeah.
And speaking of Nats, going into the second half, how scary is this Vice going to be on defense?
I think Nats is playing a very aggressive Vice sometimes. He can also play it super defensive, and there are a lot of trap plays with the wall and tail rockets. Maybe we can see some of them.
Oh, we'll see if BBL are prepared for this defense side and if Liquid can bring it home. Back to you, Pansy and Hypok.
One last half to play out here between these two. BBL stuck on 3 rounds, could not get it going. Dealt a terrible hand. Team Liquid focused. Steely focus on this one, Mike. They mean business now.
Tell Patatek's words took effect here, locked in for the decider. Within touching distance now. Yeah, and no secrets about the approach here, and actually, well, that's like Kiko.
Real nice. Clean with it. Nats, though, trying to play this out as long as he can, kind of over towards Canteen. Slip away, doesn't get given much here. So we look towards the extremities. Where's that next layer of the hit coming in? Patatek could be overwhelmed here. Oh, maybe not. Maybe he's okay. He does eventually get traded on by Levin. BBL making this difficult. I mean, they made that incredibly hard to find fair fights on. Everyone operating together.
First tick in the box for sure. With a shorter runway back in here. What Liquid were expected to do on map 2. Again, Sociable causing problems from the same position once again. The pistol.
It all starts from now! Let's go!
Yampi desperately trying to rally the troops. I mean here, Guardian and Spectre and just the one rifle for Levin.
Let's have a look. Anything catch him off guard here. You can see the same trap play being set up by Serial here, but the plant not going to be placed for it. So smart work already from BBL, knowing what they're up to. The wall doesn't get tripped, so they can't lock him in there. We saw that last time they played. So BBL clearly have already been in the lab, kind of working this one out. You can see on the B side what they were trying to do, but BBL, that's 5 alive. It's an in-zone flawless. And look, there it is. Yeah. The observer's showing it to us. Love them for that one. It is something that was costly for BBL in the past, now already aware.
And almost the second tick in the box here. To get a flawless on round 2. Unable to really sniff out anything ahead of that site here.
Yeah, they can't let it linger now, though. Have to keep that momentum up. Can BBL really close this scoreline? I love the idea of it. Make Liquid work for this if they want it. BBL, tenacious in approach for sure. An early handling of the wall.
Adjustment though, on the side of Liquid. BBL almost anticipating a little bit of aggression here. Just a bit of a standoff. Will be given a little bit of info on the back of the util fall in, but there's the side hit once again from BBL. Levin to pave the way.
Bloody hell, though. Look at the floor. It's so hard to find any comfort. And Nat's so controlled under pressure. It doesn't matter how many they are. Nat will stand. Takes down 3. Magnum out of nowhere, though. He was just trying to deal with it. What? How are we back here? Serial now in the disadvantage. Can he keep control now? Yampy with the rifle.
They're both tucked in.
Both on this side. Serial even expected. The double swing. Magnum's there. I thought Nata's done enough, but no. BBL bringing this back.
Bonus converted.
Oh my God.
Their sights firmly set. And this is with the heroics of Nats as well. I mean, almost getting the 4 through the smoke as well. What Magnum was down to 33 HP and then finds 2 to swing it back in their favor.
Bloody hell, you can feel it, can't you? They needed some of those, though. They needed a couple of those rounds to bring you some life, because I've got to say, Liquid was so locked in on that first half. It felt like they knew exactly the plan.
Well, I mean, here, the first timeout comes from them ahead of round 16. Didn't even need to let their foot off the gas in the first half. There's lots to consider here. Again, you probably get a little bit worried when they come 1 buy round within tying things up, but yeah, Liquid, I don't think they're sweating too hard just yet.
Yeah.
Again, if it stays clean from BBL, then
gets a little scary.
Because they're going to get to their first ult cycle pretty quickly.
I believe the official term is squeaky bum time.
Yes.
So I've heard from the analysts. And I don't disagree, because for Liquid, again, I do feel momentum is key. You look at that first half, it felt like business, right? It was just like, yeah, cool. We're here to do our job. This feels like there's a challenge back, and the preparation is here. You can already see it with BBL in their approach. Now this round, I'm not expecting wonders from Liquid. I'd like to see a fight back. But I want to see that next round, Mike. I want to see that next buy, where they can find stability, maybe. Being held from double digits for now, and BBL eyeing up their 7th.
Blinding.
BBL focus towards B once again. Palm will come through. Flank here pretty quickly from Liquid, but Camo unable to pin down the first, and now punish the lineup. Beautiful from Profek.
I thought Magnum was going to be kind of screwed there, down on 33, kind of being hunted down, but it ain't pretty for Profek, but it's fine. Job done, Kiko gone. Serial now. At least make it cost something to him. Financially, Sociable's up for the fight, but well, he's going to fall short. 2 more bullets to play with. Now 1. Yampy, the one to take it a step closer. To Yampy, so close to sliding in that dagger to Liquid's back. Held on 9 now, right? We look to see those next steps. These are the key rounds, Mike. This opens up the game, or it shuts it down.
Unfortunately, we need to find a couple in succession to now chip away at the advantage BBL have created in terms of the economy. Like I said, Profek, ultimate available now. Magnum 1 away. 2 for Sociable, 2 for Yampy. So looking in a bigger picture-wise, looking in a really, really good spot here for BBL. Especially if they can squeeze out another victory without using an ultimate. That's utility will obviously alert him to presence. Camo does have the operator in hand. Seeing proactivity initially towards Arcade, and BBL playing with the space now. Camo, good for the first. Levin will fall, but Magnum with the backstab. Serial just stuck behind the smoke.
Had to pop the ult here. Oh my god, had to pop every ult, it looks like. Oh, this is about to get chaotic, isn't it? Magnum trying to hold that line. Serial hasn't re-glanced at that. That feels a little bit unconsidered. But Yampy, that barrel might show as Nat seems very aware. Apparently not. Swings it, Yampy wins it and finds security. That should be the slam dunk, right?
Yeah, online for Yampy here.
They're backing away.
Yeah.
They know it. This is going to be 8, BBL. Oh my word, Mike. I think we got a game on our hands here. Team Liquid unable to get the ball rolling in the second half, and BBL back in business here. I can't believe that they've come alive now. 8-9, almost tied all even.
Really looking towards somebody on Liquid. To be decisive, I mean, Camo's just, he's under so much pressure, or feels as if he is. There's really nothing behind that first player. Like I said, Serial unfortunately stuck behind the smoke. If there's, I mean, I don't even want to say a pause for thought or further consideration, but Camo has no get out of jail free card there. Well, not even free. He has no way to get out of that situation unless Serial swings through that smoke.
5 in a row. Good lord. And Kiko, though, opens up the account. Nice work instantaneously, but still, you can see the pressure on him, but no availability to trade back in. Panitek tries to make a quick escape, but I think Kiko's screwed. Yeah, a lot of util to get the man down, but Magnum working up slowly. And he's going to get the reaction of 2 here, trying to get the better angle on him, but forced to respect here. They felt a lot of presence, and Liquid are hunting.
Got to be careful here. Magnum will fall. Yampi is the one with the spike.
BBL looking like they wanted to fight back against the stack.
The concern's got to be whether or not one of those rifles gets retrieved, but BBL almost have to shift their focus towards A now. Man advantage, yes, but it's only Patstek with a rifle. He's got to do the heavy lifting here. Might actually get ahead of this because Profect's not watching anything from drop.
God, look at this. Yampi gets dealt with Liquid, pulling it together. Desperately trying to cling on to this one. They've got the spike. They've done everything they needed.
30 seconds left.
BBL caught, a little asleep at the wheel, punished to try and take those fights. Liquid now well-equipped, well-armed, and Profect forced to back away. There is no access back into this now. They are defending that spike with their life. With 15 seconds, Profect would have to do something.
Got the spike.
Nothing short of a miracle here. 10 seconds now. He wants one. He gets one. Takes a bit of damage, but not too much. Gets a wow. Okay, he gets away in time here. And Pansek wants to sacrifice his life, and he will. Doesn't even matter. Bounds through the fire and the flames, keeping this on track. Liquid are not done yet.
Double digits for them. Oh, I love
God
that approach there. In the eco round, winning out early on, it's Nats actually to find the crucial kill here. Eco isolated, and at that point you feel as if BBL themselves back in control. Yeah, very proactive, walking all the way back over towards
nice, buddy.
A site.
Well played, beautiful.
Serial with 2 crucial kills as well himself. Certainly been some question marks, but not in round 18.
Oh, Pacey. Levin, oh my word! How's he alive? The bullet's so close to him, but Levin makes it out with the man to the good here for the BBL side. Pansek, where'd you run to? Magnum on the punish. Gonna catch Magnum, but then the ult's gonna come in. This is back and forth. This is just pandemonium. Nats and Serial want to slow the tempo just a touch. Plants in, but Yampi falls. And now who's remaining? Profec for one, Sociable on the other. The ult from Serial. Clearing out the space, Profec, he misses! Serial with an opportunity, but Sociable unaccounted for. This could be everything for him, he's not even waiting for it. He takes away Nats. Oh, but he can't find Serial in time!
2 crucial kills in the previous round. And a huge clutch out for him here in the follow-up. Liquid on 11.
God.
They've chipped away at that lead, Lauren. And it's only 2 rounds, but it feels like a massive swing back, yeah.
God, Serial, wow.
4 on the round for him.
Go! Getting pumped up now. Panitek trying to lead that charge. But got to give credit there, Serial standing up under the true test of pressure. Still a buy for BBL. And it's Pacey from the very get-go. Camo wants to be an instigator, but he hasn't checked behind him. He's been traded. 1 for 1 on that one. Does take away Sociable, but still looking at Magnum making progress here.
Try and get something done from drop. Draw some of the attention, but only Patstek here. Don't expect him We're stepping ahead of this smoke. We'll wait things out here. Kiko. One off his ultimate. Only one smoke, but still has the molly.
So close by. Liquid forced to respect this. Plants in. BBL set the timer now. Make it back in time. Zero can set those into play, but it's actually Nats to find Yampi almost instantaneously. This puts Levin under a lot of pressure. Profec's fallen, and he misses the knives! Magnum can't stand the pressure! Team Liquid so close now to looking in that final spot here.
Just like that. Liquid on the brink. Almost feels a little overzealous from Camo, but Liquid follow through here. Can't even really argue with the orbital strike being invested. Throwing something to secure this. And the purchase just about still there for BBL, but there's certainly gaps in the utility.
Looks like we have a delay going to game. Not sure what the cause is. Maybe players standing up having a yell might have pulled something out, but let's wait and see.
Usually, yeah, people getting ahead of themselves, pulled something out of...
I'm looking at you, Panatek.
Yeah, I'm looking at you, mate.
He's been out of his seat a fair few times, but hopefully it's resolved quickly. But God, to let it simmer on a round like this feels nasty.
Certainly is. 3 found for Liquid. And a 4-round gap for BBL to force overtime and keep the dream alive of going to Toronto. It's a tall order here. And yet we are still just waiting on potentially an update of what the delay is. There's music playing, but the stage isn't red, so that's usually a good sign.
Used to be a thing back in the day of the older Nexus timeout. I think it was a Fnatic timeout at one point back in early Counter-Strike days. You let them sweat on a round like this. It's nasty. Now, it's obviously not intentional. It's not what they're doing. But that certainly compounds the problem for BBL. They have to sit in silence. There's no talking here. There's no coaches interacting here. It is quiet. So I think he's just having a chat with the ref there. Getting everything plugged back in. I think we are getting good to go. Wait for that timer to start ticking, and then I start being a little bit more
that's when I feel a little more confident.
I can see that hit 26 rather than sat on 27. But it's those critical 3 you can see on the screen, 18, 19, 20. The ones that have mattered for Liquid when it felt like BBL were running this back. But it comes down to this. Can they close out now in the 21st round? Can Liquid make it their own and make it back to those internationals? Or is there still hope alive for BBL?
Set up here. 3 to the north, 2 to the south here for BBL. 3 members of Liquid once again. They proactively try and clear towards Arcade Camo. Stunned up, but still closing the gap.
Yeah, they're just going to push. They're going to just take a fight. And Camo's taken down all 3. So Sociable and Magnum with a brutal task. A Herculean task, and Camo wants to take them to Toronto himself! Can he do it with an ace? With 30 HP and a dream? Sociable has to face the music. Position will be given away. There's no 2 ways about it. And Camo stakes his claim and waits. Sociable has to check every corner, every angle, and Camo, it looks like it's gonna happen! Team Liquid are going to Toronto!
What a way to close things out here, Liquid. Maintaining composure. Course correction once again asked of them in the same series, and they deliver here. And I got to say, I mean, coming into the final, Camo struggling maybe the first half of this map, but coming alive here and almost picturesque to close things out with the second ace of the series, by the way, to book their ticket.
That's a first-class ticket that man just booked there. Doing it in style. Team Liquid going back out to those Masters now. But we have to talk about the other side as well, Mike, because BBL to me have been such a brilliant dark horse here.
I mean, what a playoffs run from them.
God,
just period.
outstanding.
Again, isolated map performances, yes, and talking about the versatility they've shown with this roster. I mean, all credit goes towards the preparation put in here for this playoffs run.
Oh, you can tell they worked hard.
Oh yeah, it makes that pill even more bitter to swallow.
Oh, absolutely. And give it up for these boys. They have put on a brilliant show today. I don't think many people would have put them here, but they have delivered on all accounts. They walked into Liquid's favorite map there, one of their cornerstones, and made them look completely unawares. It was a brilliant run. It's a shame it falls short, but a team to keep your eyes on in the future. So much potential. And speaking of potential, Mike, Team Liquid. We've seen the highs and lows. We've seen them have to face that brutality of the lower bracket run to pick themselves back up, to have to face it again. And they absolutely do. Marvelous hit. And I can't wait to see what they can achieve on that international stage.
Absolutely. I think as well, coming back in, we have that same discussion we were having earlier. Liquid, I guess, just from the ground up, the one that you've got to feel a little more confident about coming across to a global. But I've got to say as well, I mentioned it in the last map here, Serial, the one with some question marks over, coming alive here.
Absolutely.
When Liquid needed him most, having some huge rounds. That's not even to start talking about Kiko as well. Again, just looking phenomenal once again on the Brimstone.
Now, that's got to feel good, especially for Serial. As said, some ups and downs for him, but that last map, he was absolutely bang on. Really big performance from him, and we can see they're ready. So let's hand over there, Yinzu and Serial standing by.
Sorry, Pansy, we're ready. I'm now joined by Serial. First of all, congratulations on your first global event. The reactions were so interesting when you guys won. You know, you had Paddy that was just screaming, a lot of emotions, but you seem pretty calm. So how are you feeling?
I think that's always been the case. I'm always more the calm one, the monotone one, trying to keep the team stable. Of course, we have Patty. He's taking care of the energy, and then Ayaz is just being Ayaz. I think he's the best teammate and best IGL anyone could ask for. And it's been amazing so far.
Oh, how are you feeling right now knowing that you're going to be going to Toronto after 8 games in Tier 1, by the way, 8?
Yeah, I mean, the heart is beating. I'm definitely nervous. I mean, even in the last game, I was getting a little bit shaky. But I had my teammates to support me and back me, and they guided me through it. And I mean, without them, I think I'd be in shambles, honestly.
No, I don't believe that, because some of those clutches that you were in, I think the Paddy, Serial, we need to find a name for you two. The 2v4s are legendary. So talk me through the comms in those moments and how you kept your cool and, you know, working with some of these players in those clutch moments.
I mean, they all have so much experience. They've been there many, many times, and they've won a lot of them. The comms don't even get hectic. It's very calm. We know what to do. We play off each other. We're making sure we're on the same page. If we're on the same page, then, I mean, what happens, happens. We end up winning them a good amount of times also.
Oh yeah. Do you enjoy those clutch moments? Because I think some players, they love being in those clutches, and some kind of like, oh, I'm a bit annoyed that I'm the last one alive, you know, boys, why have you done this?
I enjoy them, but I think I'm not fully comfortable in them just yet. So I think with time, they're gonna come more naturally and more easy, but I mean, it puts a player up to the test, and so far, with my teammates, it's been perfect. It's been working.
You guys have passed almost every single test. I think it's particularly impressive that you've had to come in and play some things that you've never played in your career before. Yeah. We're now starting really to love the Astra, the Tejo. You know, you still get the Killjoy sometimes, which is fun. How are you finding coming to such a, I guess, complicated system and having to change comms, you know, week in, week out, and be able to play with these players?
Adapting to some roles definitely was a little difficult, but I had the guidance. I mean, I've had guidance through everything, support fully. I mean, all the teammates have experience on certain roles, and they can help me and guide me. It's been rough, but I think the challenge makes it worth it. And slowly but surely, I think I'm getting there. I'm getting comfortable, and I mean, it's showing on stage now.
Oh, 100%.
So,
yeah.
I mean, I'm happy to be where I am.
You guys have made it. So what do you think you've been able to bring to this team to help your team make Toronto?
I think it's just keeping it grounded, just stable. stability, I guess, is the
Someone
best.
has to be, right?
Yeah,
Sometimes
so
with these guys.
I'm just making sure that we don't throw the rounds we shouldn't throw. And
Discipline.
That's about it. Exactly.
Make sure you keep the discipline up.
Exactly.
You guys at home, make sure you remember that because, you know, are very, very important in games like this. Now, the last time Team Liquid played against Team Heretics, you won here. You've never actually played against Team Heretics.
Nope.
Have you been watching their games? What do you think about them?
I've been keeping an eye on it. I mean, there's no doubt Heretics is a really good team, and they've solidified themselves, and they have incredible players, and they're just incredible. And I think the game is going to be really entertaining and also close.
Yeah, I like the entertainment part that you've mentioned. You also said that, you know, Nat's best IGL, best teammate, and I think this lower bracket run, we've seen the speeches he's given you guys in your vlogs and so on and so forth, talking about his own experience on Gambit, keeping you guys mentally positive. What's kind of going through your mind when you listen to his speeches and what he's saying?
Honestly, I'm just trying to listen to them fully. Because, I mean, as he said, he's been through the things that many of us haven't been, especially me. I'm still fresh. I'm still a rookie in some sense.
No, you are a rookie.
Yeah, so it's like, I have to listen to them and actually not take them for granted. Make sure to play off of his experience and make sure I don't have the, I don't crash out, you know?
Yeah.
I don't crumble under the pressure. And it's been wonderful so far.
Trust him. Trust in your IGL.
Full trust in my teammate and my IGL, yeah.
Full trust. Now, last question. When you first arrived, I asked you, who do you want to play against? And you were very not that bothered, you know, I'll take anyone. But I'm going to force you to give me an answer this time because you're about to go to the global stage. You're about to play against players that you wouldn't normally have the opportunity to. So which team are you most looking forward to facing?
Probably, I mean, it might be a basic answer, but I think it's probably G2.
Why?
They, the runs and the games they've had, they've solidified themselves as a really good team. And I think even most of my teammates probably would end up going against G2. And that might be one of the toughest series we'll probably ever face. And we'll see how it goes in then.
All right, I'll try and manifest that for you because we do have a draw show on Sunday after the final. So we'll see if Liquid could potentially get G2. But thank you so much once again. Serial, is there anything that you'd like to say to anyone to take this opportunity to?
Honestly, it's just mostly my family and my partner in life. That without them, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be able to do the things I do, and they've supported me for many, many years through thick and thin. Sometimes when I even thought myself I wouldn't be able to make it here, but they've been here and they supported me. So it's also, yeah, just my family.
We're very proud of you, Serial, and I
Thank
can't
you.
wait to see you in Toronto. But there's more because Liquid and Serial will be playing a lower bracket final tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow, Serial. Good luck.
Thank you.
And we'll see you guys tomorrow as well. Have finals. For one of our teams in this opening match, they'll get the chance to return to glory. And the other one, this could be their long-awaited first.
This guy is smoking, bro. I only killed one. I'm lost. They're also lost.
There's very little when it comes to weakness here on the Fnatic side. This is a Fnatic fired up in the upper bracket finals.
Bro, look at this damage, bro.
Nice work, bro. You're the goat work.
Left with just one. He's on the ropes quite literally. He spotted him. What a shot! 3 ends! Connects 2 to the dome! Grand finals bound are Fnatic. This is the team to beat.
As you guys know, the stakes are very, very high. We have Masters Toronto on the line.
BBL are fully focused, fully locked in. Avo's gonna get the ace.
Exactly how we play. What's up, Serial?
Nats! They need him, and he's right there where they need him most. That was only map 1.
One remaining.
Nice, boys!
Big round from Sociable, and a big scoreline for BBL. Team Liquid now locking in. bad stuff. Liquid back in control.
Let's go!
Team Liquid are going to Toronto!
Let's do something crazy, get a bit wild today, cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire.